The single female lawyer having
Well,
lots of sex.
oh,
A single female lawyer
oh no.
being self-sufficient.
Oh my god. Oh no, oh no,
There
no.
we go. There we go.
Instantly demonetized, cancelled.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, emails. Hey, did you know I'm live right now? That's really helpful. I don't know why. I just don't know why YouTube sends yourself an email. Hey, now live on your channel. It's like, yeah, I know. I'm here.
You rung your own bell and you take your own chances.
It seems like it's useful if you have like I don't know a channel manager and you just want a notification that they're actually doing the thing they're supposed to do or something. I don't know. Seems like a
Or
thing
if
that
you
should
have
be
like
toggleable.
dissociative,
Toggle.
or if you have like dissociative personality disorder and your other self needs to know that your other self is alive.
Yeah. Oh, that was a good can opening right there.
Yes.
Dr. Pooper. Hey Chad, hello James. What's
Sup,
going
guys?
on? People
Hey.
keep forcing me to watch Star Trek, and I'm okay with this. Because people make me mostly watch good stuff here, and then what do? Oh, let me go check out She-Hulk. Yeah, I don't know why.
Single female lawyer.
Lady. God, that fucking show. It's like that went by. It went by really quickly, and it was so shallow. There's like basically no notes to take except what the fuck they fuck up all the time. So
Fuck up everyone from what I'm hearing.
yeah, it's not no bueno. I'm contemplating recording a little tism tomorrow, like a short forge or whatever, and put that out in the wild because I took notes from the episode.
A
I don't wanna-
micro forge.
A micro forge, yeah.
Like a forge in progress.
So I don't know. I'm not sure what exactly I'm gonna do with this, but I want to do something with it. Gonna whore myself out for those clicks.
You exploit the algorithm.
Yeah, I wonder if Jay feels
Lose
cheated
it.
on. You know, the Star Trek is your thing. How dare you? You're a whore. Well, Jay has been watching other Star Trek without me as well, so get wrecked.
I need to tip the. I just woke up.
That's all right.
Let's do take two of that.
Okay,
And
we'll cut that in post.
Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that. We'll do it. No, we're doing it live, and we'll
Doing it
we'll make me
live.
look good after.
Fuck it.
Fuck. But I want to do Star Trek stuff. I've been wanting to do Star Trek stuff forever, but I haven't had a chance because I've been hornswaddled into the DC nook, and I'm breaking out. I'm breaking out, people. I'm going into. We're going Star Trekking across the universe
Yeah.
on the
I watched-
Starship Enterprise under Captain Kirk.
I watched 6 episodes of Star Trek this week. So that was great.
Good time.
Yeah. The TNG batch we watched were pretty good as well. It were episodes, I think. Let's see, because it's all in the same Notepad plus right here. 17 was it up until 18, I think. No, it was 17, 16, and 15, I think.
Ooh.
So, oh yeah, the last one we watched was the one with the space child molesters. The planet that is dying because of the ozone layer, and they were like, "Hey, we got your children. What do you want for them?" It's like, actually, we want our children back. No, just don't be silly.
They're not for sale.
They're not for sale. Well, we took them already though. So what do you want?
Yeah.
Our children back? No.
We just no. This is not an exchange. This is a give them back.
Yeah. And then what was the other one? Too short a season. Oh yeah, that's with Admiral Jameson. Jameson, yeah. With the really big old man mask. It's really funny.
Yep.
And Oh yeah, the 15 was the one that was supposed to be a routine maintenance check. It's the binary episode.
Yeah, the
1100
binars.
and more ones and O's. Yeah, some
Riker falls in love with a hologram.
yeah, what a fucking loser.
The future.
Future.
Surprisingly, depressingly realistic.
Yeah. I like how in that episode they got shot so hard they go into warp, and somehow that didn't blow them up. Yeah, it's funny they mentioned it in the episodes, like, oh, this could have easily disintegrated our ship, but somehow it didn't. It's like, oh, okay.
Fair enough.
Because it's like, oh, they yeeted us away 3 days. It's like, oh no.
Oh my.
So yeah, that has been fun. On top of that, I watched She-Hulk, and I'm probably gonna watch the episodes just to be on top of that, of the She-Hulk. But in 2 weeks, Rings of Power are gonna start, and I decided to watch them all and cover them all on the Forge. That's gonna be a painful 9 weeks or whatever, how many episodes those will be. Probably gonna be doing a lot of content. This is a lot of sludge to cover in the next month or so.
Well, you could use that last one at least to rewatch Lord of the Rings.
I wanted to, but then I realized every one of them is 4 hours long, and I don't know when. Because that was my idea, and then I realized like, oh wait, the extended is like the first one is already over 4 hours, and then the other ones too. I don't know when to put that into my schedule anymore.
Yeah, like I want to rewatch them myself, but it's just like, man, when am I gonna find? I need to almost go to a screening of the trilogy just to, only because even if I have the free time, I feel like I'm not gonna be able to sit still for that long. I'm gonna like get distracted, not because
Yeah.
I'm not invested, but just because like something is gonna go off in that time statistically, and then I'm gonna pause it.
Yeah.
And then
yeah.
I'm going to attend to it, and then I'm going to forget that I was watching it. And it's just going to be this perpetuating cycle.
Yeah. The sludge pipe is full and it's bursting out of the seams. Fortunately, I don't give a shit about the House of Dragon. Is that what it's called? The Game of Thrones.
Yeah, the one that's better than Breaking Bad, according to one person.
Oh, to one. Okay, there's one
A
episode
singular
out.
person.
Calm down.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I never watched Game of Thrones. I watched the first season of Game of Thrones, and that was really good. And that's all I've seen. So my memory of Game of Thrones is good.
Keep those memories
Yeah.
pure.
It was fun because Miyoshi was like, you need to watch it, you need to watch it. And then the last season came out. Don't watch it, don't watch it, don't watch it.
Abort.
That's really funny. Oh, man. But yeah, that's what's been going on. Yeah, I had like a 4-day weekend. That was fun. And then as soon as my friendos left, I started watching Star Trek. Because on that same day, we did the podcast on Jay's channel. He was like, I still need to watch 2 episodes until tonight, so better get onto that. And did that.
It took me forever to figure out what that Godzilla meme was about, because I thought the implication was you two got into a huge argument, and then someone said, no, he just put a fucking glow stick in his mouth.
That was something I didn't expect to see that day.
I think it was
funny.
a surprise to a lot of people.
And then that meme came out, and I was like, that's fantastic. That's good shit. She-Hulk equal very inconsistent. Haven't seen. Watching completely. Gonna need more context. It's
Single female lawyer.
It's like legit. This time it's like legit. She just becomes the Hulk and is just good at everything immediately. It's really frustrating and lame. It's the one thing we thought we. Well, we didn't really think we were over that because they just keep doing it. But this time it's
We
actually
thought we were
the thing
aware.
where everyone. I wonder if you can actually make a Mary Sue argument with her at the moment, because she hasn't really failed that much. I mean, I guess she got into a car crash.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, there's so much to explore that I just ignore. I guess the part with Bruce or Smart Hulk is already over. I don't know if that's gonna be coming up. I don't know. I don't know. but I wasn't impressed with the first episode. It just absolutely shits on Hulk.
Why?
I don't know.
Why?
It's just because I thought would be an interesting. This is the only time we get to explore what he might have been doing during the blip, but the only thing we get to know is that he's on like some beach in Mexico where Tony built him a lab, and this is where he, as he phrases himself, fixed himself. And sometimes Tony was hanging out there and we're just having some drinks, and he would be complaining about Steve Rogers being not around, and they built a bar together. This sounds like some really cool stuff there you could do, but that's legit all we get.
Yeah. Why do they keep clipping his balls every time he shows up?
I don't know. I don't know why they hate Hulk so much. I just still can't believe we only got that one movie that wasn't even the Bruce Banner, that wasn't in the Marvel universe in the end. Because the Hulk movie was with what's his face? Shit.
So there was like the very first one, which was the 2004 one, which was who was that again? Because I know Edward Norton was the first MCU.
That's the one I was thinking of, because that's the most recent one. The most recent Hulk movie, right?
Yeah, like
That was 2008. Jesus.
Yeah, the very first. It was originally a sequel to the 2004 Hulk movie with Eric Bana. There we go, Eric Bana, the actor. Which sounds, that's an interesting last name to have for a Hulk actor, I will say.
That's true.
But don't worry, he goes on to play the fucking Nero, I'm pretty sure.
Uh-huh.
In 2009 Star Trek, and has that classic line of, "Oh, hi, Christopher, I'm Nero."
Hello.
Hi, how you doing? It's just supposed to be this huge, intimidating presence showing up on the view screen, and his opening to the heroes is just like, "Oh, hi, Christopher, I'm Nero." Just, oh man,
good stuff.
Oh god,
good stuff. Yeah, Marvel is doing great.
Yep,
the sludge is flowing and will never ever stop. Then Andor is coming up, which I think starts like 18th or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it's going to be a very political show apparently, and Disney does politics well, don't they?
Just fucking stop. Just make a fucking movie. Oh my god.
Daredevil, which is going to be 17 episodes over the course of 4 months.
Man. Yeah, I don't know. I got
With
nothing.
People who don't know how to write court stuff.
That's the best. Oh man. Anyway, has everyone chilled in the Discord already that we're live? I actually didn't do it this time.
Yeah. Let us chill. Which channel should I put this in? Just probably TV and movies, right?
I that's where I put my dirty little plugs every time. My little blowhole plugs.
There we go. I put the link there, and I just shouted, "Join us!"
Oh no. I'm back, everyone. You may applaud. Oh, very well. Very well.
I've been applauded.
Please, no silly Daredevil. Can't believe you're not banned. I know, right? I should be banned from Mere Please Discord. I think there's like one tier above me. It's like, it's Metal and Meme. Which DC movie is this? The title is right there.
It's the classic DC film, Star Trek TOS Pilot.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's a really good one.
Batman shows up at some point. It's great. Green Lantern, he flies around. Oh, there is actually a Green Lantern Star Trek crossover, but it's with the JJ ones. But that's an IDW. Although that being said, they're not those comics aren't actually written by the people who did the movies, so maybe they're actually good. I don't know.
We'll
I'm sure
see.
you could do good things with that version of Trek if you didn't attach it to the people who made it.
I don't have work Monday, by the way, Metal. Well, that's good for you, James. I do.
Yeah, James.
I mean, I could use another long weekend. That would be nice. I mean, I just had one, but
Ooh,
I already want another one. I mean, who
your
doesn't, right?
viewership just doubled.
I can't read.
Well, that's okay. Illiteracy is nothing to be ashamed of.
Or count, for that matter. You have to get those all in.
Innumeracy. Is that what is the is that what it's called? Innumeracy if you can't count?
I mean, I would believe you because I don't know.
Illiteracy but for numbers. Let's see. Yeah, it is innumeracy. Go me. I guessed it.
Good gerb. Good gerb.
And there's also dyscalculia, which is the equivalent of dyslexia.
Ah.
But what would be like? You can. So someone with dyslexia is called a dyslexic, but I've not been able to find out if you would call someone with dyscalculia dyscalculate. You see what I mean? It's very hard to find a descriptive word for someone with dyscalculia because it doesn't flow in the same way dyslexic does.
It's called stupid.
Yeah.
Ah, you're one of those stupid people. It's like, yeah, okay.
Yes. Dyscalculicious. Dat calcula.
Calculus.
Calculon. Single female lawyer.
No. This is gonna happen.
Fired.
I see this is gonna
Wearing
happen.
sexy mini skirts and being self-reliant.
This is gonna be happening a bunch in this episode, I assume.
Yeah. Well, there's lots of sexy mini skirts because, as you've probably discovered, Metal, Star Trek is very horny.
Star Trek can be
Right
very
from the
horny
beginning.
indeed. That is true. That is the truth.
It started here and it never stopped.
I guess. I mean, TNG is not really that horny.
You watched Justice.
Fine.
You also had Riker's nipple poking out and that.
Hey, that just looked funny. Okay.
And the horn follows Trek around. And Jay is watching Enterprise. That's a very horny show. I think
that's the
when I was rewatching
2001 one, right?
Yeah, it started in 2001, and it got right as it started really becoming a proper TOS prequel, and they started mending all the continuity errors. With the new showrunner, they canceled it because everyone started liking it. I don't know why. As soon as it started becoming popular with fans, they canceled it. It was really
was it any good then, or was it cringe?
So I think my assessment, I'll give this assessment of both Enterprise and Voyager, and that is both are very deeply flawed, but both are, I would say, worth it.
Okay.
Voyager it's a show that as a whole doesn't live up to its premise because it tries to be TNG again way too hard.
Okay.
While it can't really be TNG because of its premise. But at the same time, I like the characters on that, and they have, it's in that unique spot where it has some of the absolute best and worst of Trek, and whenever it's really bad, Voyager's really funny. So it's it's like a fun time no matter what, especially if you have someone next to you squirming at some of the really cringe stuff. It's a good time. Enterprise, I really like the last two seasons and a grab bag of episodes in the first two seasons. And I think one of the main problems with Enterprise is I find a lot of the support, a lot of the supporting crew don't really come into their own. And I think part of the reason for that is just the show was canceled before they could, but
Okay.
I think they could have done more with it.
I see.
Yeah, but you also have there's this character called Tucker who might be one of my favorite characters in Trek. So
Oh, okay.
so it's Yeah, and also the captain, who is you can headcanon him in the first 2 seasons as being intentionally like incompetent and out of his league, though then you look at the behind the scenes writings and it's clear that the network was trying to mandate him to being always right. So it's like, ooh, I can headcanon you into being like this being like an intentional choice, but I know that they were actually trying to make you competent in those first 2 seasons. Oops. Oh no.
Oops.
Yeah. So yeah, that's I would say the first 5 Trek shows, I think they're all worth watching, even if the quality can vary.
Yeah.
But I think all of them are better than what we're getting nowadays. In the sludge pipe.
The sludge pipe. The nasty.
Oh yeah, and the
sludge
animated
pipe.
series is probably worth at least that one episode with Spock in the animated series is like considered like essential viewing. I don't know about
Okay.
the rest, though. There's some funny stuff in the animated series, like giant tribbles and stuff. So yeah, that'll be fun. But yeah, we're you get to. I'm jealous of you, Metal. You've got all of Star Trek still ahead of you, while
Yeah.
I just have to sit back and continue to reappreciate it
It's
from my
gonna
retrospective point of view.
gonna take like 2 years until I'm finished with Jay with TNG. 'Cause-
And then you'll still have so much content.
oh yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. It's somewhat. It's funny to see again. It's like, oh, this season has like over 20 episodes. That was a thing. I remember again. So
Yeah.
many episodes in the season, and now it's like, well, I don't know, let's do 9. Maybe 9. Because we have to do the
Yeah.
next show next week, so just get 9 episodes. Can we just do this
Yeah,
one
no.
longer? No. You'll get 7 more seasons. It'll be fine.
Oh yeah. I wonder how you're gonna go because when you get to DS9, like they start off being episodic like TNG is, but then as each season goes along, it gets like progressively more serialized as like the larger because DS9 takes like a tiny bit to come into its own because I think the first season it's trying too hard to be like TNG, but really its strength is that it's a space station rather than a starship. So they have like this fixed quality to them where like they can't just go from problem to problem. They have to like stick around for it. So
Yeah.
I'm curious how many episodes you're going to have to batch for that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm happy I started watching it. I'm pretty happy so far, and I'm still watching the worst season of TNG, which is like, oh boy, if this is the worst season, fuck me, I want to see season 2 already.
Yeah. So you watched Breaking Bad, right?
Yeah, it's been a long time, but I did see it.
How was it when John Delancey showed up as Q, having already seen him on like Breaking Bad and stuff?
I forgot about that he's on the show.
Yeah, he was Jane's dad. He crashed the planes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean spoilers for that show. Go watch Breaking Bad. I've been rewatching it. It's good. It's
Yeah.
good.
There's so many things I want to rewatch. I just don't have the time.
Yeah.
Just need to quit my job already and stop eating and living in a flat. Then I can just do online stuff all the time. Wait, that's probably not a good idea.
And also, chat, no Better Call Saul spoilers because I'm rewatching Breaking Bad so I can watch Better Call Saul for the first time like a virgin.
That finished just this week, right?
Yeah, so I'm like, this is like a good time to like get it. I have to keep like muting people who are like dropping spoilers.
Yeah.
And it's like, nope, you get out of here. Nope. I just like, anytime I just see Better Call Saul, and then I think my brain just like shuts off just so I can go to the mute button without reading the rest of it. And it's like, nope, you get out of here. Junk. Nope. Don't recommend me this. Nope, junk.
I like that comment. I like the part where they call Saul, and Saul is all like, "It's salsa time," and then he salts out.
Yeah, that sounds like a good time.
Sounds like Morbin. Sounds like a Morbin time.
Yeah, well, I can't wait for the third Breaking. The second. Well, that would be the third Breaking Bad show, second Breaking Bad spinoff, which is I Fucked Ted.
Hmm.
That's going to be a fun one. I think it's going to be a wrangle, a struggle with the IRS. Maybe it should be Ted Gets Fucked. That should be it. Like Ted's ongoing battle with the IRS.
Oh my. Oh my, oh my.
Yeah,
Well, well. Ted's
single
redemption arc.
female lawyer.
Oh no.
Water
Well,
into my mouth.
we have those quote-unquote pilots to talk about, or supposedly pilots, and then never released. And then something else
Yeah,
became a pilot, and then something that was produced first became episode 3, and it's all very confusing.
yeah, because like there are. I'm not joking. There are 3 orders that you can watch TOS in.
Oh, awesome.
There's there's the release order, there's the production order, and then there's the star date order.
Oh, wait. Did they mix up star dates? I mean, I actually have no idea how the star dates work properly. And I don't know if I want to
Yeah,
know
well,
because I never really pay attention to them.
the star dates, the only real concrete rule with them is that you can tell where they are, where an episode falls in the timeline by which number is bigger than the other number. Other
Okay.
than that, there's not really a solid dating system as far as I'm aware. Except ironically, I think this is gonna sound like heresy, but this is technically true. The JJ films might have the most coherent star date system because it's just like the year plus a decimal point and then 2 other numbers, which
Oh, okay.
is the only thing that can actually make sense. While the other ones are just like, oh, this number is bigger than this number. And I've heard an argument that, it's just like, oh, yeah, we just shouldn't use star dates anymore because they never made sense. And it's just like, hang on, I don't need there to be necessarily, I don't want to dispose of them. I kind of like that I don't understand them in the sense that it gives it like a sci-fi sort of element to them, where it's like we've switched over to a super advanced new dating system
Yeah.
that I can't quite understand as a modern person. So I don't know. I wouldn't want to get rid of them. It's a bit of flavor, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's sci-fi tisms that
Yeah,
I lost my train of thought. Let's just stop it there. It's sci-fi tisms, and it gives you some world building or something.
yeah, exactly. It's not really hurting anyone, That it's if anything, it serves its function. This number is bigger than this number, therefore it's in this order. So that's fine.
Indeed, indeed.
Good.
Oh,
So
well,
yeah, the pilot.
pilot.
Yeah.
So we will start with the cage, correct?
Yes, that is the unaired initial pilot. And I've got some background notes before we
Good God.
launch into it proper. So this was so Gene Roddenberry. I think now this is something I wasn't quite able to completely verify because I ran out of time to do an extensive background check on everything I know about this because I've been simultaneously editing a video about the incredibly bad movie called Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. So I've kind of been juggling my time a little bit, but I was able to get a few things down. So apparently, like, because I believe Gene used to be, before he got into like all TV stuff, he used to be a pilot, and I think he got into a plane crash, and I think when he survived the plane crash, and I think he might have saved some people or something, he wanted to just start working on stuff that was more optimistic and looking towards better futures and stuff like that. So he kind of had a career change there, and then he kind of eventually ended up working on a proposal called Star Trek, which he
know that.
completed the first. Yeah, that one. I saw it. And he finished his first draft for a network proposal in 1964, and he pitched it as a wagon train to the stars, sort of like a frontier Western exploration show, but in outer space. And he had the only character that survived this initial pitch was Spock. The thing is, you look at this original pitch. It's called Star Trek is ... which I have up conveniently here on Memory Alpha, and you see not even like the original captain's name was Robert M. April, who was eventually canonized as the very first captain of the Enterprise in 2 separate shows. But he was like the very, very original idea. And the Enterprise wasn't called the Enterprise. It was called the SS Yorktown. It was later changed to the Enterprise. And the Yorktown has actually been used in quite a few. That's a name that's been recycled for a couple of starships and even a space station. So that's your little bit of trivia there. But yeah, you got number 1, who is going to be in the pilot. You've got Yeoman Colt, who is I think also in the pilot in the cage. There might be a couple of others. I think there might be a couple of others, but yeah, this was very different. Like the cage was originally called the Next Cage, for example. So this is very different. And then so he pitched it around. He actually tried to go to CBS first. And ironically, considering where Trek's ownership eventually ended up in the early 2000s, CBS rejected it. But NBC was just like, hey, kid, I like the cut of your jib. You want a fucking $500,000 for a pilot? It's just like, oh, yes, Daddy NBC. I want all of your money to make my Space Wagon show. So they gave him $500,000 to make the cage. And so they made the cage. They kept a close eye on production to make sure they didn't go over budget. And then they had a screening for it. And they actually really liked it. But
Uh-oh.
there was a big but coming.
Big butt, nice.
Yeah, they came in a big but. So you see, they liked it, but they weren't confident that the show, as it existed, would attract anything but a small niche audience, declaring it too cerebral, which roughly translates to too intellectual, too slow, too dry, too boring for general audiences. Gene Roddenberry himself seemed to agree with the verdict, saying, I sort of understood NBC's verdict. I wrote and produced what I thought was a highly imaginative idea, and I realized I had gone too far. I should actually have ended it with a fist fight between the hero and the villain if I wanted it on television, because that's the way shows were being made at the time. The great mass audience would say, well, if you don't have a fist fight when it's ended, how do you know that's the finish? And that's like that. and things like that. NBC's other criticisms were that there was a female first officer, big no-no.
How dare they?
And that Spock was too alien for audiences, even describing him as satanic. And
someone wrote
fears
this
arose
in chat earlier, yeah.
Yeah, and there was fears arising that they would drive away their Christian demographic. So,
oh my god. Fucking 1960s were wild, dude.
Oh yeah. So they decided, we like you. We like your concept. And they thought the show looked fantastic. It looked so realistic to them. That was one of their notes. That they were just surprised by just how realistic this pilot looked. So they were just like, how about we'll give you like a little bit more money to make another pilot. And so they did. But we'll get to that pilot when we get to it. Now, the story of the cage does not end there, however, because although it never aired in its original form, we did eventually get another episode called The Menagerie, which is the only two-parter in TOS. And that was an episode that's possibly the most clever clip show ever put to air, maybe. Because what they did was they've crafted essentially a sequel to The Cage that also used all the footage from The Cage, where you get to see all of The Cage, but there's also an entire other story wrapped around it.
Okay.
So we might actually cover the Menagerie at some point, and that will be like the easiest thing to do because we won't have to talk about half the episode because we've already
sick.
watched The Cage. Yeah, so we can just talk about the new stuff in that, and then give like the briefest summary of the part they just watched. That's going to be like our cheat day when it comes to that's Metal Forge, the cheat day, the Menagerie, and it's actually kind of funny because when I was rewatching this, at one point, I think Pike goes, "This is a cage, a menagerie," and it's just like, "Oh yeah, you use both titles. It works either way, yeah." And so yeah, they just bundled that, and so that's how the cage, is canon because eventually they retold that story, reused the footage in there, and
okay.
Captain Pike went on to be a very popular captain in of himself, actually, despite his very limited appearance. Like, he appeared in the JJ films, and now he has his own show in Strange New Worlds. So, Captain Pike had has had a renaissance recently, thinking about it. Like, he's considered the only good part of Discovery by a lot of people, because,
okay.
like, he came on, and then he's just like, oh, yeah, I'm just going to be like an actual Star Trek captain, unlike any of you fucking people.
And
that made season 2 very tolerable, because it's just like, where's Pike? Yeah, here's Pike. Yeah. Oh, we're back with Michael. Oh, Pike is here. Yeah. Oh, we're back with Michael. Yeah, Pike. Oh, Michael. Okay. So that is my behind the scenes, my very compressed behind the scenes info, and we may now thrust into the episode proper.
You might engage.
Yeah, engage
with the schleems. But yeah, there you go. There's little tidbits there. Sounds like it was very exciting back in those days. Very, very exciting. Indeed.
Yeah.
So, let's see. Where did my fleams go? I clicked too many flumbuses here. There's my notes. Nice. But yeah, this is now The Cage, which is the unaired one, which is also labeled as episode 0 in like episode guides and stuff.
Yeah, often a bonus feature on any DVD or Blu-ray.
Yeah.
And also, it's actually included on Netflix, but they don't have the remastered version on Netflix. Like, they only have like like purists might complain, but this isn't a hot take because I think a lot of people have this opinion, but like, Star Trek is one of those few examples where they went back, redid the visuals, and it actually really works because they didn't fuck with, like, they didn't do the George Lucas thing where it was like this huge expansion of everything. It was more like, hey, let's digitally touch up like the matte paintings, and let's just redo the starship bits with CGI because the other ones look jank as fuck. And also, I think they added like one laser in a part where there was where they had forgotten to add a laser before, and it looked really awkward.
Nice.
So yeah, that's it. Also, they made the Gorn blink, but that's a story for another day.
Okay.
We'll cover the Gorn eventually.
The Gorn.
It'll be fun. Yeah, that sounds like something else.
Porn.
My cat is slapping my foot. How dare you?
How dare you? Well, let's get some stuff rolling here, and yeah, we're just seeing the bridge. It looks very different from the Enterprise, because that's my only thing that I can compare it to from TNG Enterprise. I mean, obviously.
Yeah.
Because if you look at this. This looks like blocky, and there's corners everywhere, and there's weird lamps on their things, which I understood to work as like communicators, like microphones, basically. There's like physical buttons everywhere that you can see, so there's no touchpads or anything. That guy actually has a goddamn clipboard with papers. This is something that stood out to me like crazy. They just moving around papers like crazy. Just like, here, Captain, here's this paper with information. And it's like, oh, okay. I guess they're still doing papers here.
That's actually something in my notes too, because I'm pretty sure later in TOS they do switch over to like tablets and stuff. So like it just feels like this feels anachronistic even within this show. But maybe I'm misremembering that. Maybe I got my visions all mixed up, because I think I'm not as familiar with TOS as I am the other shows, because I got into that at a later date, because I think I had to grow up a little bit before I could gel with the 1960s.
Yeah.
But now we're here. Two dicks at once.
Nice. This one scene, I hope I remember when it happens. That show it. There's like one scene where they print something out, but the way the paper moves, there's clearly someone behind the panel and just pushing it through really slowly. It's kind of funny to see. Because it comes out like unevenly, like it moves a little bit to the right and then left, and then just gets it out. I found remember that being pretty funny.
Oh yeah, like those doors aren't even automatic. Like they just have two guys back there just waiting to pull them back. I think they actually reference that on The Simpsons. It's 100% true.
Nice. But yeah, that was kind of funny. But yeah,
also no opening narration.
No, we just go straight in, and we immediately get to know, yo, we're receiving some interference, and something on the visuals. It just kind of looks like it's the way they show it. It looks like there's something going left and right on their screens. Like there's some ship going on. But it turns out it's just some radio waves. And yeah, it's interfered with the visual stuff on their screen. And they're actually not quite sure what it is for a moment. So they're just like, oh, should we just dodge or something? But Pike is like, nah, we're cool. We just stay on course. And then it stops. And yeah, it's quite fun. I think there was something here that I wanted to show. Maybe it's later. Maybe I'm misremembering. Here you can see the panels really good here. That's what here. You can look at this. You can see all these actual buttons. It's like all physical buttons.
I love it.
Everything is blinking, and like this is like a little screen on it. So here's a funny little thing. So I do have a VR headset, and my friendos do too. And at some point we got ourselves a Star Trek Bridge Commander.
Mm-hmm.
You're on a ship and you control it, and everyone has a station. And it's actually really fun. It's pretty short, unfortunately, but it's a fun thing to play. And
they did a TNG update for that as well.
It's the other way around. I think it's normally TNG, but they got a TOS update, so you can actually go on the old Enterprise and play with that one.
Ooh!
And it actually has like all physical buttons and stuff, and the controls are completely different. Like it's not showing anything; it's just random buttons you can press. So you have to kind of figure out what's actually going on.
It looks like a workstation designed to suit like multiple different species.
Yeah.
So I kind of like that. Like it's all like you got to imagine like, because in the Federation you've got like big cat people and probably like like obviously we mainly get humanoids, but like there are like probably like very bizarre like non-humanoid aliens that would need to use these controls as well. So you imagine like they got to like interface them in that way. I like it. I just love the 1960s aesthetic, and it would be really like you would say that would be stupid if they like set a show like around this time period, and then like it was all swipey swipes and holograms and everything, right? Like that would be like an unfortunate flub on the production team's part to make it look more advanced than even the more advanced shows.
That would never happen.
No, never.
Yeah. And also just the uniforms. It's just some sweaters that have some gold stuff on it here and there, and the Starfleet symbol. That's it.
Yeah.
It's just
This
black pants, yellow, blue, or red sweaters, and some boots, and there you go. There's a uniform. It's,
Yeah, then they're still figuring out the uniforms at this point.
yeah.
Like throughout the course of the pilots, you'll just see the uniforms morph and evolve into their final forms, which is interesting to see. I think I call the uniforms in the second episode sinful because they have colors on people that shouldn't have certain colors, and it's
Oh
just like,
no.
no, that's gross. That's very gross. No, stop my eyes. Um, and there's actually a couple of things. I'm gonna get nerdy.
Oh
I'm gonna
boy.
get very nerdy because we got some
Here we go.
stuff to note.
Almost made
Yeah.
it 2 minutes into the episode, so it's time for another nerd break.
So, well, first I'm just going to praise the opening shot where we actually zoom into the bridge from the outside, firmly established. What did I say? Like, because that shot's the same. Like, not in terms of quality. Obviously, it looks a bit more jank in the original, but like it's always zooming into the bridge, which that's a pretty ambitious shot for the 1960s, especially on a television budget, I think. So that's like, I think kudos there. But I think it also it helps to establish just from the very first episode, this is where the bridge is, this is where it's in relation to the rest of the ship, this is where all the shit happens, and that kind of helps to give like a geographical feel to the ship. Or I would say that if this ended up being the first episode, which look, what is the first episode of Star Trek? That is a debatable topic because what they keep. There are so many first episodes of Star Trek, and we're covering 3 of them. So, though I found out actually that the second pilot, which ended up being like the 3rd episode in the actual release, it was that was aired first on the BBC in the UK. So for a lot of people, that was the first episode of Star Trek. But then in the homeland of the United States of America, they got fucking the last one we're going to be covering first. So that's I will get to that when I get to that. We see we already see the focus on like Gene made a big point about having a female first officer and having like all kinds of different ethnicities and just people in different stations and aliens and stuff in different places, just to show, hey, this is the future. We're all, we're over our petty bullshit. We're working with aliens and stuff, and we're just going for it. This is all normal. We're not drawing attention to it. We're just, or at least, that would have been the thing if some lines didn't come up later in the episode. But we'll get there. So number one. So number one is played by Majel Barrett, aka Gene Roddenberry's wife.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah. Who will later go on to play Nurse Chapel in TOS. The computer in every Star Trek thing except for the DS9 computer, which is an alien computer, so they get a different voice actress for that. So I can't. I'm sad that Majel is dead now, because now whenever they hear a Starfleet voice, it's not the same. The Starfleet computer doesn't sound the same. It gets my nerds all tingling. She also plays Lwaxana Troi. No. Have you gotten to Lwaxana Troi yet?
Oh, yeah, I remember. She's funny.
Yeah. Oh boy, you're in for a hell of a time.
We had that episode already where she was on board. That was a good time, for sure.
Yeah, it's not the last time she's going to be on board.
I heard. Yeah, shame.
Yeah. She's and don't think she's going to leave you alone once you finish with TNG. Because with her other characters, Majel manages to escape my ears' reach for the computer. But with number 1, she sounds exactly like how her computer voice would sound from TNG onwards. So I just couldn't not hear the computer from TNG and DS9 and Voyager and all of that. It was she just had, because I think they both have that exact same cadence. So all I could think was, oh, computer, holodeck, end program. Well, I could just, all I could hear was that. We also meet Spock this episode, who I'm gonna have actually a lot of notes on because he's quite different compared to later on. And there's
should I just come back later? Should I just come back?
Oh yeah. I'm just like pointing out that he's the only holdover. He's the only person that got to stay. Everyone else had to go.
Yeah, that's what I noticed. Because I was looking when I watched the next episode. It's like, is that guy just? No, actually not. Because someone was like, "Hey, that's Boyce, right?" And I checked. It's like, that's not Boyce. I'm just stupid. So yeah. They all changed. All of them changed. Jade?
Yeah,
Jade.
Exactly. Well, it just shows how important Spock and Leonard Nimoy were. How like they were just like, we're ditching everyone else, but look, you're really good as Spock, and also Spock is really important to show that we have aliens on board, and we don't want to just hire someone else willy nilly. So we're gonna keep you. We're gonna change you up a little bit, but we're gonna keep you. You're cool. You're cool. Everyone else, fuck off. Except you, Majel. You get
out of
character.
Here. You get another character because you're my wife.
yeah, we're fucking this. It's cool. So, and now here comes one of the strangest notes I've ever taken.
Oh boy. So
we have a close up of Pike's eye. So one of the first time we go up, we have a close up on Pike.
He has like,
he's got. I don't know why this is standing out, but he's got like the most striking shade of blue in his eyes. This has nothing to do with production. It's just they somehow found an actor with the most baby blue eyes I've ever seen in my life. And I just couldn't stop staring. It's like, I feel like if you turned off the lights, they'd still be glowing. Like I would still...
Blue.
They are very blue. They are... It's quite, and also in that particular thing you have on stream, it looks like his eyes are looking in two different directions, which is also a trend in Star Trek, I found.
It does look...
Everyone seems to have a lazy eye.
Oh, why did you point that out? That's so funny.
I'm going to point out Riker does that a lot on TNG as well. In fact, I'm just going to ruin all of Star Trek for you because I've watched it too many times, and I begin noticing idiosyncrasies that no one else would. Like I know exactly where the line on Worf's makeup ends, and once you notice it, like it's not noticeable most of the time, but like when he's lying down and they got the camera at a certain angle, you can kind of see, oh, there's the prosthetic. And that's something to look out for. And also, so back to nerdy stuff.
Can you see that on screen on stream?
Which one?
I'm drawing some. Actually, it's not as funny.
I think it's on a. I think it's it might be on a delay. I don't
know. I did a screen save and I wanted to do arrows where his eyes are pointing, but apparently
maybe OBS fucked up.
I don't know if OBS actually captures that. I just never tried, and I can't see because it freezes everything else on my screens.
Yeah, it might be you have to activate a certain setting or something, like having the cursor on screen at all times, or you have to capture, or maybe it has to be like you have to capture. It has to be a general capture rather than a.
Yeah, because this is just VLC capture, so yeah, it must be a screen. Yeah. It's fine. I just tried to do it funny.
Nah, that's all good. So this is I'm gonna get nerdy again. This is the first mention of a Class M planet, which will be Star Trek's catch-all category for Earth-like, habitable, all that sort of stuff. You'll have, I think you'll even have dialogue like it's just barely M class, which probably means that. Did you see who just turned up in chat?
Yeah. Can't believe you're cheating on me. Hey, you started. You watched other Star Trek without me, even before we started.
See how we roll with this shit? Yeah, we're doing it. You see, you're going forward, we're going backwards, man.
Yeah. Everyone's making me watch Star Trek. Just watch in a
Yeah.
month. Someone's like, "Hey, Metal, you should watch DS9 and all the other things." It's like, no, stop it. I need to live.
Yeah. And someone's just like, "Hey, you want to watch Discovery?" And then you get to experience true pain. Like the first season of that show might be one of the most painful experiences of my life. It is the sloggiest slog of my life. There, it's so dull. And when it's not dull, it's painful.
I feel like I need to force Metal to watch absolute garbage. No, I'm gonna be watching a lot of garbage the next couple of weeks. Don't you worry.
Yeah, don't worry. She-Hulk's coming out. It's gonna be, God, fucking damn it. So yeah, those are my notes for that opening scene. Well, until he goes down to his quarters. But yeah, for the bridge stuff, this is all my notes.
Yeah. So yeah. And it turns out they got a message, which seems to have been sent out around 18 years ago. And because those are radio waves, it makes sense that it would take them that long. And as you already said, it comes from a Class M planet, which means it has oxygen as possible. They are still alive even after 18 years. This is where I've written down the bridge porn on this is not as good as in TNG. Like every time they talk on the bridge and are just competent and stuff, and it feels really natural. It's not as good here, but it is a pilot, so it makes sense. But yeah,
still figuring it out.
I dubbed that bridge porn because I love bridge scenes where they're just competent. It's awesome.
Yep. I like people criticize Trek for the technobabble, and I think that's mainly like the later points. But you listen to a lot of it, and there's a coherent inner logic to a lot of it. Like I know what a Heisenberg compensator is. I know what that does. I know what all the I know what your little bits and bob terms mean to the point to when they do start making stuff up. It's just like, hey, no, you have this term for this. Don't give me xenoplasmology or whatever your fucking shit is.
Yeah. But yeah, then let's see. Oh yeah, then Pike points out, oh yeah, this is possible, but only if they survive the crash. And Spock goes ahead, is like, so you don't want to check on this planet? And Pike just says, in fact, they won't, unless they have any reasonable assumption that they might actually still be alive. And Spock looks pretty surprised by this, like, that seems to be unusual for the captain. And we'll get to know why very shortly.
Yeah. So I have a single note for this hallway, for that hallway part.
For the hallway part, okay. Is it the skirt?
It's
because they're just wearing, I don't know, vacation clothes as if they're going to the beach.
Yeah, well, my note here is 2 extras looking like they walked onto the wrong set and just kind of rolled with it.
It's like, this is a weird cruise we're having here. This is not the Atlantic Ocean. They told me I can't go on deck. What the fuck?
Show your 60s is showing.
I want to see the water.
Yeah, every time I try to go out, I die. It's weird.
Happened so many times already. But yeah, Pike goes to his quarters like, I'm sick of shit. I'm gonna go have a chillax. And then he goes like, hey, doctor, come over here, Mr. Boyce. And yeah, he's calling Boyce over for a good time. He calls the boys over for a good time.
Oh yeah.
And then he also lies down. Well, like this.
I think what I have it as in my notes. He Pike poses like he's about to be painted like one of his French girls.
Yeah. Craig opened a cold one with the boys. Yeah.
Yeah. We also see the very first Star Trek Communicator, which this is the very first one. It looks you can see where it's going to become the TNG one, but it looks like a steampunk nightmare, a translucent steampunk nightmare.
It just put some, I don't know, some breakers left and right, the weird wheel thing, a circuit board, and then just fucking mold it together.
A little dial up top that doesn't seem to do anything. And also, I'm gonna get like really fucking nerd on you right now. Are you ready for this?
I mean, I don't have a choice, don't I?
So, I actually originally I originally wrote this as Pike in his quarters, but then he went onto the intercom and went like, "Hey, Doctor, could you come down to my cabin for a
Oh.
second?" And I was just like, "Oh, so instead of quarters, they're cabins." So, and this is kind of the beginning of my nerd like of my nerdiness going like, what are all the anachronisms here? What are all the terms that just are complete nonsense in the
Oh, boy.
context of later Trek? And this is the first one where they call the crew quarters cabins, which isn't actually that bad compared to some of the later ones, because I could see that being a synonym. But I just, you can tell how often, how much I've watched Trek at this point, where it's like tiny little things like that just stand out as like, they don't call those that.
You just see those things and you go like, no.
Yeah, like I think this isn't in any of the episodes we're going to watch, but as Semantic Defrosted Robot just pointed out, they called the Vulcans Vulcanian at a few points in TOS before shortening it to just Vulcans, which I guess actually Vulcanian would make more sense because they are from the planet Vulcan, but I guess they just wanted to streamline that. Like, I prefer it to just be Vulcan. Like, that sounds better to me. But if we're going to be ultra technical about it, it's a Vulcanian. It sounds like I think maybe it's because it sounds like it comes from a land of volcano people. But that's probably it. But yeah, well, we're gonna see what happens when the Doctor shows up.
I like how James just wrote, "Oh yeah, this is definitely going to be five or more hours." No way, it's not.
Yeah, well, I'm a very semantic person. I'm very, very detail oriented. It's called autism. Anyway.
Anyway, it's like, hey, you get over here. And it doesn't really specify why. I don't know. Maybe he actually just wants to hang out. He's invisible to talk. And then the dog comes around and he brings like a bag, like a bag. It looks like a doctor's bag. And Barry's like, "Hey, what do you want with that? I didn't say anything wrong." But it turns out he's just mixing some drinks for them. It's fucking great because he starts putting
booze.
Because he starts putting ice in it, and Pike's like, "What are you putting in there? Ice?" It just goes over them. It's like, "Who wants some warm martini?" It's fucking awesome. This is so funny.
Oh, how did you message me going like, "Oh, if my doctor did this, I'd be sick all the time."
Yeah. But
yeah. And he goes like, and I was like, "Oh, why are you doing this?" And he's like, "Oh, a man will tell his doctor things that he wouldn't tell anyone else," which in other words means I'm gonna fucking booze you up and you're gonna spill your deepest and darkest.
Yeah. I'm gonna write them all down.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, Pike goes ahead. He talks about the last mission they were just on, and apparently there was a whole bunch of losses, and he was captured and attacked by some alien, and he feels super responsible for everything that's been happening, and goes on to tell the dog that he's sick of being responsible for the lives of over 200 people, and he's sick of having to decide who lives and who dies. And Boyce basically tells him that there was no way for him that he could have expected anything like this to happen. And he's holding himself to a standard no one could ever meet. And he says like a really cool line here. It's like, "You're treating everyone like a human being except yourself." Which I found like a really, really, really good line.
Oh, yeah.
And Boyce goes on ahead and asks him, "Oh, are you so sick of it that you're finally going to go and take these days off that I prescribed you?" And Pike goes even further. Might even be enough for him to resign. So whatever
conflict.
Yeah, whatever happens, like, man, he must have been rough.
Yeah.
And he basically says, "Well, maybe he's just gonna go chill in some house with a lot of land, just chill out." And then Boyce just always scoffs at him. It's like, "Oh yeah, sounds exciting. Right with the picnic every morning." And Pike just kind of gets up. It's like, "Oh, it's just one of the things I would do. Maybe I'll do some trading." And then Boyce is like, oh no, and he goes on to say as well, it's like, and points out there's more than one life to live than the one that he's living right now.
Yeah.
But then Boys looks at him and is like, nah, you won't be really able to chill for long. You'll be withering away. He says you either face life head on, and I think he says lick it, and leave it behind and wither away. I never heard that phrase before. You face life head on and lick it, unless I misunderstood because of the soundtisms.
It might be. I think it might be lick it.
I mean, I guess I understand,
like that,
but I've never heard that before.
Yeah.
That kind of caught me off guard.
Yeah, I think lick it had a very different connotation back then.
Yeah, probably.
Get licked is like as some Shogoth pointed out, it's to beat is what lick meant back then.
Ah, okay. And then Pike just finishes this interaction with, now you sound more like a doctor, bartender.
And then there's a line I really like here, which is, well, take your pick. We both have the same kind of customers, the living and the dying.
Yeah, that's true. That was a good one too. I really, really liked that interaction. It was great. It tells us what's been going on. It tells us what's going on in Pike's head. Why he's been like, oh, I'm not sure if I actually want to go check out that distress signal, even though it's probably a thing an Enterprise captain would do, or just like a Starfleet captain, because that's, I don't know, just feels like the right thing to do. But after this this interaction they had earlier, before the show even started, it's like conflict. It's like, oh man, what if I do this and there's more people gonna die, and then I have to decide who's gonna go down as an away team, and maybe they get fucked over. And man, it's just super stressful. I don't want to do it anymore. Maybe he's not sure yet, but he's seriously considering stopping this whole Starfleet captain dealio. And also we can see their relationship, where like, yeah, you guys seem pretty tight actually. You seem chill.
Petus in the chat. Oh my goodness.
Oh my. But yeah, good,
anyway.
Really good stuff. I yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, I really like it. I got my. I'm gonna get my nerd on again now.
Oh boy.
Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? Are you hanging on the edge of your seat?
I can hang on. Okay, I'm ready.
There we go. There we go. So this is very first mention of the Orion slave girls. So this is where I think this is where the nerd boner was invented, with the Orion slave girl
on the planet on the planet of lust, Orion.
Yeah. Oh yeah. When you get to Enterprise, they do something very clever with the Orion slave girls that I really like. But you'll get there when you get there. But I like the Orions. I think they're cool. And
okay.
Yeah, Orions are cool. That's I think. Wait, was that my only nerdy thing here? I swore there was another thing. I think because I mentioned. Oh yeah. No. There's the thing right after that I skimmed over for some reason. So he has a line here saying, "There's a."
Hang on. Jay just wrote, I realize I'm an hour behind, but if you think TOS is horny, wait for Enterprise.
Yeah, believe me, I think I mentioned before, like the horn in Enterprise. My goodness, I think every 5 minutes I was going, Rick, because Rick Berman was in charge with the first 2 seasons of Enterprise. You could just feel his lusty, sweaty, clammy hands just like typing out the scripts, going, yeah, and then they're in their underwear and they're lubing each other up and they're just giving each other massages and they're sweaty and you can see the Vulcan nipples poking through. It's a thing. It's definitely a thing. And then a man gets pregnant. Anyway, there's a line, there's a whole galaxy to choose from. And all I could do, because I'm such a fucking nerd. All I could think was, Well, actually,
Oh no, he actually. Oh no.
oh no. Well, actually, as we learn in TNG, it's only a very small portion of charted galaxy to choose from, because as we learn, they've explored because the galaxy is split up into 4 quadrants. So that means there's 4 quarters to the galaxy. So because it makes up the whole. So Earth is like on the border of the alpha and beta quadrants, and they've explored maybe half of each.
Mm-hmm.
So you've maybe explored 1/8 of the galaxy by the time of TNG. So that's got to be even less by the time of TOS. So you've got maybe a 16th of a galaxy, which is still like pretty big on human scale, but it's a bit more than a galaxy of practical possibilities for you. Let's be fair. Oh no, Jay! Oh my God, no! I remember that. Oh no, I fell out of the ventilation and my shirt came off. Also, I forgot to wear a bra. Oh, that happened.
Oh, I hate when that happens.
Rick, why? Rick, fucking.
Oh my.
Oh boy, but the horn that would be very present in in Enterprise. It all had to start somewhere, right? And it starts with Pike answering Spock's call on his PSP, which was my final note.
His PSP. Oh, I love that. That's good stuff. Hang on. I have the visual right there. So it's a very small PSP. But yeah.
Oh yeah. Actually, it looks like a PSP Go or it looks like actually looks like a Vita with those 2 nubs there. But yeah, it's clearly a PSP. Which I just found funny.
But yeah, Spock calls them, tells Pike, hey, we got an answer from the potential survivors, and there seem to be 11 survivors left. It's like, oh boy, that's exciting. So now we go into the planet. I'm sure it's gonna be fine. Nothing's gonna go wrong, right? Nothing
Definitely
ever goes
not.
wrong in Star Trek.
No, especially not to a ship called Enterprise.
Yeah. Oh. There's the paper. Look at this.
Oh.
So you can see it's already kind of crooked. And he goes like, oh. It's like, okay, yeah, fine. We got it. It's like, clearly someone behind there just pushing that through. It's really
they couldn't
fun.
afford a real printer.
No.
$500,000.
I can't wait to find out in an hour how you responded to these chats. It will be fun.
Oh, trust me. I hope you probably won't be disappointed, unless you are. I can't control that.
Yeah. But yeah, basically just he reads off some information, and she's like, yeah, there's oxygen, it's all cool, we can get there, it's nice, we can breathe, and we don't explode randomly when we get on the planet. So they make their way to the planet. Yeah. And then we get the Star Trek theme song for the first time. I don't know why I read Star Trek TOT song, TOT. I don't know what my brain did there.
That sounds like the baby spin-off, Star Trek TOTS.
Oh, hang on. Star Trek TOS song. That was supposed to be an S. That was actually not that weird as I thought it would be. It's just one letter different.
Yeah. Star Trek Thought song.
The Thought song.
Okay. So our destination. So we have the So we have another anachronism as they set a course. So this is so fucking pedantic. Our destination is the Talos Star Group on our time warp Vector 7. So
they call it time warp. That was weird to hear. That was very weird to hear.
So they've never. One thing, I don't think they ever refer to them as star groups ever again. It's always star system or solar system or anything but star group.
Yeah.
Okay, Spock. And then time. Of course, the obvious one there is time warp on Vector 7. It's like it's complete nonsense when you consider like no other Trek thing ever is going to use this terminology, and they show this, I'm pretty sure, in the Menagerie. So like this is technically how they spoke then. Oh, he's bumping into Lieutenant Redhead. Anyway, or was that crewman? I don't know. I forgot the rank. And I think my next note is.
I just said he bumps into a woman because I did not catch her name ever.
Yeah, I just call her Redhead, I think. So
Sexist.
I think I have here, crew awkwardly stand around while acid trip plays with theme.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have a note about the clipboards and how strange they are. And then he bumps into the woman, and he's like, "Oh, I'm delivering the report and I said, I don't want you on this bridge unless you're delivering a report." And she's like, "Okay, Dick, I am delivering a report."
I got it right here because it is 5400 actually. So shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Captain.
And then he goes over to number 1.
He's not used to have a woman on the bridge. And she's like, "The fuck? I'm right here. I'm your number 1."
And she's like, no, you're different. Like, I'm pretty sure you have a penis. Yeah, it's just like, oh, okay. Like, that's very weird. With this very progressive future, and your captain seems to be a little bit behind the times, shall we say, by about 300 years. That's a interesting thing there. You can tell that they're kind of struggling. Like, how do we do progressive? It kind of feels like with this pilot they're trying to go through like the struggle a lot of writers have nowadays, which is, how do we show this is progressive? We just have someone being really flagrantly prejudiced in a scenario where it wouldn't make sense. That's how we do it, and then we show them they're wrong. Yeah, that's how we do it. But luckily, it's not. It's kind of like it's few and far between. So it's just really bizarre when it does happen. Like when they point out, like, "Oh, I'm not used to women on the bridge." It's just like, you're in the 23rd century, man.
Yeah.
Fucking, you got Satan next to you. Shut up.
You got Satan next to you. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, they don't really know how to do it. It's interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah, I did like the bridge porn here though, that they actually check the atmosphere and everything, make sure it's actually habitable, and not just go down without checking. It's just good stuff. Just like it. I love that stuff. It should be basic, but it isn't these days. So I get the tinglies in my nether regions when that happens.
Yeah, it's nice when they will check, because sometimes what'll happen is they'll fuck it up, like for the first season, and then they'll just start shoving it in very awkwardly the next time because they didn't think to do it the first time, and then it's very clear that they're only shoving it in because people complained, not because they actually think it's important. Well, here it's very clear that, yeah, of course, would be standard procedure. They would check the fucking planet has breathable air. Of course. Why wouldn't you?
Exactly. But yeah, the number 1 has the bridge, and she still looks kind of annoyed that he's such a sexist pig or whatever. I had just trouble reading that scene in general. It's like, are we going for like progressive stuff here? I actually don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe it's just weird comedy that I don't get.
So it's like, what the fuck are we doing, 1960s? What the fuck are we doing?
Yeah. What I found interesting, when they get ready to beam down, they have like little away team jackets. Look at that.
No. Oh, that's cute.
They don't just have their uniforms, they have little jackets. Where it's like, yeah, it might be cold. Should go put on a jacket.
Compare that to TNG, where they just like beam down their jammy jams all the time.
Yeah, it's like, oh, this is cool. Are we going? I have my badges and everything. I'm the captain, bitch.
Got my onesie. That caused Patrick Stewart spinal damage.
Wait, what?
Okay, so the uniforms are gonna see a slight tweak in season 3 when you get to that, and that's because Patrick Stewart, his doctor, looked at his back and said, "Yeah, if you continue wearing this for the next 5 years, you're going to have irreversible spinal damage." So, in
How?
order to avoid getting sued because Gene Roddenberry wanted them one size too small, so that they would always look smooth and futury.
So, seems like
So
it's like five to low because Jesus Christ.
yeah, like I think fucking Jonathan Frakes kept ripping them. I think he went through like 5 a day or something.
Oh my.
And so eventually they switched over to a much better version of the uniform. And no one had to experience horrendous spinal damage. It was great.
That's a good time. That's a good time.
Yeah.
But yeah, they get the little thing. That one guy has actually like a huge backpack on his back with like an antenna on it. So that might be for comms. I don't know. But actually, no, he uses other thing. I actually
My
don't
pronouns are Volcanks.
know. And I actually, if you look at this, because in the remastered version, you can clearly see that this is like a painted background. But honestly, I didn't notice like instantly. Only when I started looking at the background, which wasn't far after I got to this scene.
Yeah.
Was I was looking, it's like, oh, there's like those little paper rocks and stuff, and I was like, oh, what's in the background? It's like, oh shit, that's painted. That looks really good.
Yeah.
If you just, you need to think about it in this way. This was originally in black and white. This was the 1960s. There was no color television in everyone's room. So that might even be looking better on that, just because of the picture quality and everything. Because this is pretty crisp, right? Because this is like the remaster for Blu-ray DVDs and stuff.
Yeah, it's possible they touched up the background a tiny bit digitally, but they probably didn't do too much to it. So that's probably mostly how it looked. Yeah.
But I think it just blends in really well. I was pretty impressed. Like someone did this. This probably took a long ass time to make.
Oh, definitely. I think my note was, gotta love that expansive landscape painting in the back.
Mm-hmm.
It's really, but yeah, it's all it gives it a nice handcrafted feel. It's they had to really, and they had to probably match it to the props and everything, and it's probably a lot of effort went into that. The money is, as they say, on the screen.
Yeah. Copyright boy back on. So yeah, they beam down and they just kind of have a look around for a while. They don't even talk. They just kind of look around, see what's going on. It's like, oh, this is rock things everywhere, and then they find like a funny blue plant that's like vibrating and makes noises, and they kind of touch it and they're like, hey, that's funny, it's blue and it's vibrating and stuff.
I think I call them the plastic flowers of singering.
But yeah, shortly after this,
and then we see we see that.
Wait, what?
The spot the horrifying Spock smile.
Oh.
Which I actually have a note. I actually have an extended note on, because I need to. So you see, I want everyone in chat to look at this. Look at it. I want everyone to look. So this is canonical. This is canon. They even show this in the Menagerie. Spock smiling.
Uh-huh.
So in Discovery, Spock does show up. That's in season 2. He shows up. And one of the criticisms I heard, and look, let me be completely clear. Discovery is horrendous horseshit, and it's got every issue ever. And I wish it was never born. So I just want everyone to be clear about that. But one of the criticisms was Spock is too emotional. But the thing is, right, we see that he's clearly emotional here. And what do we know about Spock? He's half human. That's something he's wrangled with his whole life, that he's got this really emotional human side that he's always had to contend with. And even in TOS proper, he's not cold and lifeless. Like it's more like a facade of logic, if anything. Well, not a facade of logic, but like he's clearly playing up the Vulcan side more than anything, and you can see the cracks. You can see him occasionally crack a little smile. You can see him flirt occasionally. He is an emotional creature, and the way this can easily be interpreted is that because the cage takes place 10 years before TOS, canonically. So this could be like during a more emotional time in his life. So if you think about it like that, him being more emotional in Discovery and Strange New Worlds, that conceptually, that actually makes a lot of sense because he wasn't free of emotions in TOS to begin with. He was a flirty. He can be a little bit of a sly flirt sometimes. He can, he can be sarcastic and playful. And here he's clearly more in touch with his feelings. He's even willing to show them. Like he's clearly in a more open environment. I think there's even like sources that say that he felt more. There were events that put pressure on him to be more logical in between things. So I could see that as like a transition happening there. And I won't spoil it because I got a feeling we'll eventually cover it. In the Star Trek 4, the TOS movie, there is something in that what was my exact wording in my notes here?
I don't have them, meme.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna find them with my eyeballs.
That's fine. I'll allow it.
So there we go. So there's something in Star Trek 4 that supports the idea that Spock is meant to be emotional in ways you wouldn't expect from the pop cultural image of him, and that it's not the norm for him to be completely dead cold and logical. And there's also some quotes in Star Trek 6 that support this. So this is like, remember, again, Star Trek Discovery, it's horse shit, and there's so many valid complaints. There's so many valid complaints with Spock even, but like all the people saying like he has emotions and that's their main criticism. Shut the fuck up. Oh, no. There we go. I'm
glad you got that out of your system.
I did, because I like to, when you criticize bad things, I hate it when people make arguments that make me need to defend the bad things. I really do. So yeah, there we go.
Very well. So yeah, they have their look-see around. And then they find the colony. And everyone is very excited in the colony. It's like, look, this is humans, this is great. And they're like for some reason, they're like all old as shit. And it's like gray hair and looks super fucked.
Yep. Well, I think the first line they shout is, they're men.
Men, humans.
And then I think I wrote after that, old man disappointed that the only new humans on the planet since they crashed have penises.
Yeah, damn it. Yeah, but we have like a little thing. I was excited to see the one guy. I forgot his name. I was like, "Yo, it's just crazy. It's been 18 years. You're gonna be home super fast. Earth is fine. It's just gonna take a couple of days." But then they all look over the other's shoulders. Because the hot lady appears, called Vina, right? I didn't mistype that. It was Vina.
Yes, I occasionally mistype her name as Vera in my notes for some reason, but it is Vina, as in that organ.
And she has perfect makeup, while all the men look rugged as fuck.
Fuck yes. That's, in the 1960s, they grew makeup. They were genetically augmented.
That's fair.
They lost that in the 70s, but
And yeah, I think they say that her parents died during the crash or something. So she's been just chilling here without her parents. And Pike gives her the horny looks, is what I've written down.
The horn activates.
But then we see they're being watched by albino megaminds.
Big brain time.
Look at them. Look at them. Look. Yeah.
You guys have probably seen these guys in GIF form. Like whenever someone wants to be like facetiously big brain, they usually use like a throbbing image of them.
Yeah. Oh, when they talk or think, like their heads are throbbing as well. It's kind of nasty. They just go like.
Yeah, I like that. Can we just give credit to the fucking makeup people on here? Like this is pretty.
Oh
pretty
yeah,
impressive.
these look real good actually. That's true.
Yeah, like
That
they
is
haven't
true.
you bring these guys back today. You wouldn't really need to do much, right? You just make it out of a slightly higher quality prosthetic. That would basically be it. Maybe some digital touch ups, but other than that, like it's look at them. They're fine. They look fine. Look
Yeah,
great even.
they do.
I think a lot of Aliens designs are actually based off this look. Like I think like the Guardians from Green Lantern are based off this exact same design.
Oh,
It's great.
okay. Interesting. But yeah, looks good. But it looks like they're plotting something. They're watching us.
Yeah.
Well, them, not us in chat. Chat, don't be worried. They're not real. They can't hurt you.
Yeah, I know they brought them back in Discovery. We don't need to talk about that.
Okay, let's not talk about this.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're just kind of silently watching what's been going on, and then Pike hails
They like to watch.
hails the Enterprise. And it's like, hey, yo, we got them. You just get them all back.
Yes.
And then the woman, Vina, goes up and is like, oh, you seem healthy and intelligent, Captain. A prime specimen. And
Oh
instead,
my.
and instead of the captain going like, well, that was weird, he was like, yeah,
Yes.
I'm horny
Ooh,
too.
actually, before we go on, I've just realized I waited too long to nerd on some of the things earlier in the scene
Oh,
because I
good.
have my notes. So I'm just going to quickly nerd all over this, all over. Just anyway.
Ew.
So Christopher Pike introduces himself by going Christopher Pike of the United Spaceship Enterprise, which technically that's the long form version of USS Enterprise.
Yes.
But nobody in Starfleet unironically calls them spaceships. So that's kind of that's going on the anachronism pile.
Well, maybe
'cause
they're all doing it wrong, and he's the only one who's been doing it right.
You know, that's true. You know, Pike is like the original Chad, so that I see that as very possible.
Yeah.
The next thing is you wouldn't believe. So we get another line from I don't even know his name. One of the guys. You won't believe how fast you can get back. The time barrier has been broken. Our new ships can, and then he's cut off.
Yeah.
And I think he was about to say travel faster than light, which implies that the original idea was for FTL travel to be a very recent thing, despite canonically being accessible to humanity since April 5th, 2063. Yes, I did have that date memorized. Don't throw stones at me.
I just have to believe you. I have no fucking clue.
Yeah,
okay.
so April 5th, 2063, aka First Contact Day.
First contact day. That sounds funny.
When Zephram Cochrane had his warp flight that was detected by the Vulcans,
Wait, what
and
about
they came
your
down?
what about your cock ring?
Oh no! So the inventor of warp drive is a man called Zephram Cochrane.
Yeah, cock ring. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. So he came. So he was all like, "Hey, I'm gonna have my warp flight," and then like, oh, the Vulcans detected the warp signature, and they're like, "Hey, humans, you want to party it up? Like it's 1963." And they're just like, hey, here's alcohol and rock and roll. And it was great.
Nice.
So yeah, and then the Vulcans got to just be the very annoyed uncles for a century. So my next note is actually not nerdy, but it's a singular, attractive blonde woman deserted on a remote planet with a bunch of stimulation-deprived old men. Oh no!
You couldn't help yourself.
No.
You know what?
Yeah.
I stopped myself, but I thought it immediately.
Yep. You know, I feel like I'm the one who needs to say the things that people are trying to leave unsaid. I feel like I have no purpose otherwise.
Okay.
Yep. And then we get the line almost immediately. As soon as Vina is introduced, they say, "This is Vina. Her parents are dead. Oh, she was born as soon as she crashed. Oh,
Oh man, lucky it took
oh,
exactly 18 years to get here. Whew, whew.
ooh, okay.
Just in time. I
Oh
mean,
my
what?
goodness. Oh. And then I think after the Telosian spy, I think the next section of my note is literally called a prime specimen.
Yeah.
So you appear to be healthy and intelligent, Captain. A prime specimen.
Yeah.
This is where I start calling her Vera for some reason. I must correct myself.
Mats.
Vina. There we go. Vina has never seen a man younger than 50, and her horn activates instantly for Captain Pike, the hunky. And then I think they correct her by saying, "You must forgive her language, Captain. She spent her entire life with a group of aging scientists." And then I put in my notes, "Why must you put these images in my brain, Gene?"
Stop it, please. You appear to have adequate coom, Captain.
And then I think there's another line after that which goes, "Let the girl show you. We'll accept your judgment." It's just like every sentence is a new nightmare. "You're tired. Don't worry. You'll feel better soon," she says as she leads him away from the group by hand. God damn it, Gene.
Yeah. Yeah, because Boyce points out, I was like, man, they seem to be in a good situation health-wise, considering everything. And the scientists just go like, well, we have a secret. Let Vina show you. It's like, oh no, don't do it.
Yeah, no.
But she leads him to like, here, look. It's just legit nothing there except like a bit.
Oh yeah, I think with that bit I wrote, "Don't you see it? Here and here." And then I write in response to that line, "Hallucinations can be a normal response to trauma."
Yeah. But yeah, of course, he gets ambushed. Immediately.
Yeah.
Pike does.
After she calls him, you are a perfect choice. Gene, cease your horn at once.
Seize your horn. Put it down. But yeah, then we see that all the colonists, they just all vanish. It's been a simulation. And Pike gets abducted by the mega minds with yellow cum.
Well, my joke there was the clones of Voldemort attack Pike with the Elder Wand.
Oh, it's good too. Here. Oh, it's actually orange cum. I failed.
Oh no!
Look, they spray. They spray
colorblindness.
They spray orange cum in his face, and he's like, "Oh no!
Expelliarmus!
Come, my one weakness. No!" So yeah, he's falling unconscious. They kind of drag him into the lift, and just. Fuck it, just go down very slowly. It's like me. Then the whole crew just goes to the door and they try to open it and they shoot it, but they can't seem to penetrate it with their phasers.
No, those old phasers, they look funky.
They look funky, but they do look like guns, which is interesting because the TNG ones, they're just like these. They always look like remote controls.
Yeah, they get a little bit like less remote control-y, but only a little as time goes on. And also, this is my first freeze frame of the episode.
Oh my!
And we got this beautiful shooting face from Lieutenant Blonde here.
Oh, hang on, I can probably get that frame done. So,
yeah.
This looks even better in full screen. Look at this. He's like, That's a good freeze frame. I like it.
Oh yeah, I think I've got I think quite a bit of my notes are taken up by screenshots. I think. Yeah, like you're gonna like the next one.
Nice. So yeah, they try to get through the door, but nothing is happening. They kind of shoot off the rocks, but the door itself, it's not budging. It's just.
Are you telling me they can't get their rocks off?
No, I said they shoot. They do shoot the rock off. They do.
Oh, so they do get their rocks off.
They do.
So you're saying the Starfleet people get their rocks off?
Yes, while everyone is watching.
Okay. I'm just glad that we established this.
Yeah. So yeah. Wait, I where's my note? Where did I? Oh yeah. Spock just tells the Enterprise like, "We have lost the captain. It was a trap."
Yeah, and he says some sort of, which is like, I'm gonna ruin Star Trek for you right now.
Uh-oh.
So, when you're watching TNG, and eventually when you're watching DS9, and especially when you're watching Voyager, pay attention to how many times they use phrases like "some kind of," "some sort of," a a thing of some kind, a thing of some sort, and your ears will bleed. Especially when you get to Voyager. It's
Yeah.
oh, it's there are super cuts of these things on YouTube. I think we were keeping a tally of it as we were going through TNG, and then when we got to Voyager, eventually it broke on the first episode. They used it like 40 times. It was unbelievable.
Damn. But yeah, Pike has been trapped, and then the Megaminds come out to look at him, and they seem far more intelligent species. Not only shown by their big ass cheek brains, they also talk with their minds.
Oh my.
That's actually the next freeze frame I'm probably going to show. Also, yeah, there's like a bunch of weird animals Pike can see in other cages, if you will.
Want to see my notes for the animals? I think it's better if I show them as a screenshot. It's going to be great.
Well, first I'm going to show them ass cheeks. Look at them! Look at them cheeks right on the back of their heads.
Oh my, yeah. I think I call them scrotum heads, but they're also ass cheeks. Yeah. I think the veins are what make them scrotal to me.
Okay, let me look at your. Pike wakes up, monkey, birdie. Yeah,
that is all.
That's pretty much it.
Yep.
There's birdie. And there's monkey.
Oh. Yeah.
Birdie.
Beautiful.
Monkey, birdie.
Kind of a pig monkey, but
monkey.
Yeah.
Birdie, monkey, birdie, monkey, birdie, monkey, birdie, monkey, birdie, monkey. Birdie, monkey, birdie, monkey. Ass cheeks!
Boo, 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 boo. Horny, 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 horny.
Wait, no one is horny right now.
Oh, just you wait.
Oh, okay. I said right now.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So here's another nerdy thing, actually.
Oh.
So he calls him. So Pike in this scene calls himself the commander of the Space Vehicle Enterprise.
Yeah, he does say space vehicle. That's weird.
I refuse to believe that sounded good even at the time. I refuse.
Yeah. The monkey beats the cheeks while the bird watches. Oh my. So yeah, they talk with their minds and makes their veins move as well. It's kind of nasty, actually. It just kind of. So yeah, they basically predict everything Pike is trying to do to get him out here, like using fear-inducted threats, I think they call it. And it's like, oh look, you're just doing all the things we expect you to do because your intelligence is limited. But apparently you're more adaptable than the other species normally are. And now we're ready to start experiments soon. And there's a quite funny thing where it goes like, experiments? Dun dun dun. He does like the dramatic head twist into the camera. Let me see if I can find it. It's really fun. It's like, start experiments, and then he just kind of looks. Hang on, I think it should be. Oh, it's so quick. Hang on. Look at this. I'm going to start the experiments, and then just like say, experiments.
Oh my god.
It's so
what I love is that Pike gets his balls clipped off with their telepathy, because every time he's about to do something, he's like, oh yes, the primitive is trying to use violence in order to establish himself. It's just like, oh, no, stop reading my thoughts, please.
Yeah, it's really rude.
Yeah. And when we get our title, when he says, There's a way out of this cage, and I'll find it.
I'll find it. Yeah.
That's the name of the episode. I'll find it.
I will find it. And yeah, now we go to the Enterprise, and the crew talks about how this has been all a perfect illusion, and they come to the conclusion they must have created it using the away team's memories and experiences to create an illusion so perfect it was impossible to ignore. So
I have the exact quote here because the horn is
oh, wait, where's Horn here? What?
Okay, so here's the quote.
Oh my god.
The inhabitants of this planet can read our minds. They can create illusions out of a person's own thoughts, memories, and experiences, even out of a person's own desires. Illusions just as real and solid as this tabletop, and just as impossible to ignore. And so my reading of that was, so you want to fuck the table? Gene? Does your horn know no bounds?
I don't even know how you got there.
So he said...
No, I do understand, but I don't know why that was your first thought.
Because I think I just had the horn on my mind, thanks to the previous scene. And then when he said the tabletop was, he was comparing them to the tabletop and then immediately said they were impossible to ignore. I'm just like, you want to fuck the table, don't you? You dirty, dirty old man. You want to fuck that table. Don't let that man alone. Don't leave that man alone with that table. Or sanitize it at least when you begin the magic meeting room.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Anyway.
We're not even halfway through the first episode.
What the fuck the table?
No, stop. Leave the table alone.
Memes horn is plumping up. Goddamn right.
But yeah, Spock points out that considering that they seem to be able to read minds, that they might have enough power to just basically swat away the Enterprise if they want to, which they actually do later on. But yeah, ultimately they decide to divert energy to the weapons in order to try to blast open an entry, because they say earlier the ship's power, they could use the ship's power to blast through the door, because apparently they have enough firepower to blast away half a continent. So that's quite powerful.
Yeah. I got some nerd shit to go over now.
Oh god. Okay.
So that entry may have stood up against hand lasers, which is just like that. You mean phasers? You mean phasers? Hand phasers? Type 2? Type 1? No
I don't know.
You're not using
I don't
a
know
laser.
these terms.
You see. So Star Trek makes a very big distinction between lasers and phasers.
Okay.
And this episode does not. And I am offended by the fact that they couldn't see the future and how they would want to take things. I'm offended, Gene.
Fuck you, Gene.
Fuck you and your horn. So, also, I just found this. This is weird, and this is going to keep coming up in the episode. This is not even necessarily a nerdy thing. This is just confusing, because initially I thought they were saying, so they say, but we can transmit, they don't say they can use the ship's weapons. They say they can transmit the ship's power, which initially I thought, wait, are you saying you can bombard the thing from orbit? But why are you saying it as transmit the ship's power? But then we later find out that it's actually, oh no, we're just going to somehow wirelessly transmit the ship's power to this turret, and that's going to make it super strong. Okay. Oh, but here's praise. Enough to blast, you mentioned half a continent. That's actually pretty consistent. Like, the thing is, like, I think we do see, like, just what starships can do just to ground colonies at some point in the future, and how they can just be raised. Because you got to remember, like, there's huge yields on these, like, ship grade phasers and torpedoes. Mm-hmm. So that's Starfleet is thankfully an exploratory navy, so they only use those weapons for self-defense. Mm-hmm. So they're not raising planets and everything. But yeah, like we see in TNG, like, I think a lot of points of what kind of damage one starship can do, like even a relatively low power one. And Ooh, I like this line here is like, if we start buzzing about down there, they could swat the ship as though it were a fly. And I just write in my notes, then shoot it from orbit, you big silly. Like, you don't need to go down. You can just you've got big lasers and phasers on your ship. You can just like hang really far back and just fucking take pot shots at them from really far away, and then while blowing raspberries at them, you're gonna be fine.
Mm-hmm.
But no, they're going to transmit the ship's power.
With space magic.
Yeah. And now for the next part. I think I call the next scene thousands of Telosians probing.
Okay. So yeah, we get the first experiment they do with Pike. Pike is also trying to find an exit. He's just kind of touching around the cage everywhere. It's like, there might be an opening here somewhere. So yeah, they start an experiment and, I don't know, mind blast him with his memories. Because apparently
but before we get there, I must highlight this line from the Telosians, which is, thousands of us are already probing the creature.
Oh no. Ew.
just letting that horn oh, there it goes. There's the probing. Ooh.
Disgusting.
1,000 all at once.
That's pretty tight.
Not anymore.
So yeah, apparently this is
Did you see the hashtag in chat?
Hashtag Pike 2. Oh no.
Oh my goodness.
So yeah, they start their little experiment and they mind blast him, and now he's at this place I just showed. And from what I understood, it's the same place he talked about earlier, where he got attacked by this warrior, right?
Yeah, this is the traumatic site. So we get to see firsthand what kind of traumatic threats he had to go up against. We get to see live and in color. Well, not back then, but now it's live and in color. Just the horrific, traumatizing, horrifying creatures that live on this planet. I hope you guys are ready for this.
Yeah. So he's in there now. It's like, oh, this is this thing, and then this lady comes up to him that he needs to protect. It's like, we need to hide, get into this castle thingy, and very shortly see that they're being followed by some big ass Viking-looking guy. And we get an epic fight scene with props that are very clearly paper and plastic. Which is probably even made more obvious with the remaster.
Oh, yeah.
And it's a really little silly looking fight with shields and like medieval weaponry. Because everything looks like it has no weight when they swing it around.
Yep.
If you would ask me what 1960s Trek fights looked like, this is one of the prime examples right there.
Oh yeah,
it's really awkward.
This is probably one of the better examples as well. Like this is like one of the better ones. Like some of the ones later on, those are going to be fun to cover, I think. And by the way, beautiful woman appears. What are her first words? Come,
no.
Come.
God damn it!
The horn.
I could have guessed that. I could have just said "come" like I always do, and I would have been right.
Yep. She literally goes, "Come," and I'm just like, Gene.
Give us some time to breathe, okay? We can't come all the time. I already came on this table like 2 minutes ago. Just give me a second, okay?
And then we get another some kind of, and then we get I've got our next screen cap here because we get a really good look at Pike's pants.
Oh, Gucci. That's Gucci.
And those pants leave nothing to the imagination, as seen in this little screen grab that I very meticulously and painstakingly.
Wait, so that's when he's about to enter the castle then? Hang on.
Yep, that's when he's about to enter. Just see that little tookus. See, they can't all be girls. Just see it slow.
Is this?
There we go. Just that. Those pants, they don't leave anything to the imagination. You can see right up Main Street.
Roll that back a little bit here.
Yes, cum pants.
And we just go frame by frame.
Oh my.
Ooh.
Oh my.
I'm gonna get that lady.
Thick-to-for Pike, yes.
Oh, I'm not gonna survive this night, dude. This is insanity. This is crazy.
Yeah, we're still on the first episode. Oh.
Yeah.
This is gonna be great.
Anyway, but during the fight, we also learn a couple of things because Pike is he's trying to figure stuff out because he's very clearly aware this is like an illusion. Oh yeah, because Pike is just wondering, like, hey, why should I bother if this is just an illusion anyway? Like, why should I even fight? And the lady tells him, it's like, oh, it doesn't matter. You're gonna feel everything as it would be real. And he's like, oh, okay, I guess that's a good argument. And then a little later
Everything
during the shut up. And a little later during the fight, he wonders why she is being so nice, even though she's an illusion. And she just says, well, that's because that's the way you're imagining me. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you should imagine her giving you a fat blowy. Anyway.
Yeah.
See, you broke me. You broke me. It's
yeah. We're breaking. The horn is penetrating through.
Oh God, no.
Tearing through, going deep. What
yeah,
I really like,
they just have more fighting. So yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
But what I like here, is through the dialogue and everything, we see that we see like something that I'm not used to in protagonists because of modern day media, and that is Pike is smart.
Yeah.
Like he's actually an intelligent character because he susses, as you said, he susses out that it's the same girl as Vina, and he questions why he wouldn't manufacture a different image, which is like, as you already pointed out, it's the first step in like his little detectivism, just trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. And then the fight happens, which I think I call him, the most deadly of sci-fi opponents, the hillbilly fur Viking.
That's a good explanation, actually.
Because I think that once I saw the teeth, I was just like, yeah, this is man's from deep down south. So Christopher lifts his mace erect, ribbed for her pleasure. And there's also a fall in here. So there's a point where the Vikings knock down, and the fall completely breaks the 180 rule. So
it's actually coming up on screen right now.
Yeah, because he falls from one angle and then he falls in the complete opposite angle, which is like a big no. You need to keep that all like nice and.
How Pike just throws the sword into his bag. It's a pretty accurate throw. But he grabs this thingy here. Let's see.
Yeah, and at one point, Christopher Pike defends himself with a pike.
Oh, there you go. So look at this. I'm just gonna go frame by frame. He's just putting it up. Oh, look at that. There you go. Now there's the hillbilly Viking. He's falling like this, like ooh, and then. Oh my God! Look at Pike's face. He's so angry. He's like, ah!
Yeah. I think there might have even been. I think the one I'm thinking of is when the Viking is kicked down the stairs at one point.
I was about to say, because that actually doesn't look that bad. So you might be
Yeah, I think
thinking
it was a
about
little bit
another one.
earlier when they're going up the stairs. I think he gets knocked down and then he gets back up again. I think that might have been it.
Oh
That one,
well.
yeah, because that one's not too bad. Let's see. My next note is Voyager Telosians for some reason. I'm sure there's a relevant clip in there somewhere.
Oh, I know exactly, because this is now we're getting to real horn territory.
Oh yeah.
Because he beat the hillbilly Viking. And he's like, well, why you? I don't think I've ever met you before. Oh yeah, they look and she's about to like hug him, and they're like, oh, I'm gonna leave
Ooh,
now
oh,
because she is dripping right now. Because like I never met you before. Like why would I make you an illusion? And she does. Oh, it might have been made out of dreams you've forgotten.
ooh.
Because he points out he never meet or dreamt about her. And then she also says, I can be whatever you want, whatever woman you would like her to be, whatever you want me to wear. And you can be whatever you want. And he doesn't try any of that, which is bullshit.
So before I go,
It's like, you can
fully
be
into my
whatever I
whole-
want to be, turn into a big ass PP right now. That would be hilarious. Imagine the
Yeah.
faces of the Megaminds. They're like, what the fuck did he do?
Make it dance as well, like it's a big floppy thing going do 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 do. Make the music play. You can get her to sound however you want, right? So make it play like comical music while it's flopping around, going do 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 do, and they're just going like, "What in God's name? Why did we? Can we try again? I think that Vulcan is probably fine. It's so
You can be whatever you want me to be. Turn into a table. That's a good one. That's great.
Oh Lord! So before I get into my horny notes, the something I really like is that Pike astutely assesses that she's wearing the same fabric as the big scrotal aliens. So he's piecing things together still. You know, smart characters like him. So oh God. When Vina is discussing the prospect of jumping Christopher's bones, as any woman he has ever fantasized about, she says, or do they do more? Okay, so this is Christopher's line. So when Vina's talking about, oh yeah, I want to fucking jump your bones, as then I can be anyone you want. He goes like, do they do more than just watch me? Do they feel me too? Just like Jean. And then she goes, let me please you.
Let me
like, Jean,
please you.
Jean, I swear to God. So it's like, and we're gonna end my notes here on a non-horny note, unbelievably, which is she has a line because Pike is obviously trying to figure out like, how the fuck do I fight these guys? How do I get into a big old? How do I get them to not be Dick? Well, the answer is to turn her into Dick, but
Exactly.
yeah. But he eventually she gives away this little tidbit, which is they can't force you to do anything you don't want to, but they can punish you for disobeying,
Yeah.
which is like, oh my goodness, we have concrete limitations here.
Yeah.
What a concept. We know that these guys are really powerful and everything, but we also know that there are exploitable weaknesses that our intelligent main character here can take advantage of.
Yeah.
What a fucking concept!
It's crazy. We don't need to make some bullshit up. We just give us some limitations that we can work with. It's great.
Yeah.
But yeah, he also asks her if there's any way from stopping them, probing his mind, and he just calls him foolish. And then Pike concludes that there's no reason to continue the conversation if she isn't even real. Just Get out of my sight, woman.
Or better yet, become a giant penis.
Exactly. Big old pee-pee.
Doop-a-doop-a-doop.
My next note is back to the Enterprise crew. The big boy phaser don't work. And the special effects of it are quite funny in today's context.
Yeah.
But yeah, they start to shoot the big boy laser and they go full power. But someone in Enterprise is like, we need to stop now. This thing is about to blow up because it's going quite hot. So yeah, they can't penetrate this thing, which is quite sad for everyone.
Yeah.
So
you see a doctor about that. They'll prescribe a muscle relaxant.
Yeah, they fuck off back to the Enterprise, and then we go back to the cage.
Oh, I have a note for that blasting scene, though.
Oh, go right ahead.
So the doctor, so I think either Spock or number one says it should have sheared off in the first second, referring to the door, but nothing happens. And then the doctor responds, maybe it did. We can't be certain of anything we do or anything we see. And all I'm thinking is, I want to go check that you can not just stick your hand in there. You want to try walking through it?
That's a good point, yeah.
want to go check? Want to go just oh, I can walk further than I should be able to.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Feels like they would have checked for damage in general on that thing, and while trying to touch it's like, wait, there's nothing there.
Yeah, and even if it's an illusion where you would think even if it's an illusion where they can't, where it's so real that they can feel the illusion, they would at least try to throw something at it to see if there's any limitations they can bypass.
Yeah.
Obviously, see if there's something that the Telosians missed with their illusions, like a sensor readings or something.
Yumbers. So yeah, we go back to Pike and the illusion, or whatever she is, android in that part of the episode. We don't know yet. And she proposed, hey, maybe I can answer some questions. After that, you can make dream a thing you experienced. And Pike's like, well, maybe I can do that. And he asks her if there's a way to control the thought. And she tells him that they, meaning the Megaminds, can't actually force him to do anything, but they can use the illusions to manipulate him. And also, the Megaminds seem to also have lived on the surface before, and we get to know that they had a big old war, and that forced them underground. And so they use all these experiments on these different species to gather thoughts and experiences so they can experience them. And she also mentioned someone of the two mentioned that when illusions take over, they might even forget how to even use the machines they built to get here, or something along those lines.
Yeah, because they're so horny for their dreams or something.
Yeah. Then Pike points out that they must have two of each species here, so that means they must need another woman, right? Because you said you aren't real. And then she goes well, we're like Adam and Eve or something.
So I actually have a specific note in relation to that line, but I feel like it's funnier if I screen cap it for you, and then and then you can read out my response to it.
Okay.
I'm just gonna.
So I guess you okay. Well, first we have some chats. Gene be wanting his milk extracted. Stop it, you both adults, grow up. Your sploople dinkus can't words. We're like Adam and Eve. Make fuck now, monkey. Telosians, probably. We want to feel the fuck.
Let's see. And I have a note just before that, though, which I can read out.
Sure.
Which is, so there's a couple of quotes here. So Pike asks, how far can they control my mind? And then she responds,
what is it?
If I answer that, will you pick some dream you've had and let me live it with you? And then
Preferably
Pike
naked.
and then Pike replies, "Perhaps," which means Pike is exchanging literal sexual favors for information.
Good job, Pike.
Yeah,
Proud of you.
yeah, taking one for the team, buddy.
Yeah. But yeah, Pike's just still trying to figure out all these things. He tries to get all the information he can get. Again, he's Coom vibes.
I can't believe there's no table emoji.
Yeah, that's quite sad actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gonna give me the table. So yeah, he's just still trying to figure all this stuff out, trying to get all the information he can get, so he might be able to get out of here and maybe even face them with their mind-tisms. So yeah, he's talking about this Adam and Eve stuff and kind of starts implying that she might actually be real. But then one of the Megaminds comes around and just deletes her. Like, my head, and then poof, she's gone. It's like, oh, okay, goodbye. So yeah, the Megaminds are also not worried in the slightest about the Enterprise crew getting down here. It seems they're very confident in the technology. That's just a note I have written down because I realized they don't give a toss about them being up there.
Nope. And we later find out why. Well, I guess it's kind of implied with them mind powers, but yeah. And Christopher is dunked in the hell slurry.
Yeah, because he gets slit like a glass which contains a nourishing substance, Coom, and he can imagine it to be anything he wants. And it's like, well, what if I prefer to starve? And the Megamind just tells him, well, you're overlooking the more unpleasant alternative of punishment. And then Megamind puts a Zack Snyder movie on in his brain and feels like fire burning him everywhere on his body. No reaction to the Zack Snyder movie thing. I'm surprised.
I was thinking in that moment. I was thinking about something else. My brain it got shifted. So
But yeah,
so,
he gets flame maroonied. And it's like,
yeah,
fine, now I'm weak and stuff. I'm gonna drink your Coom. And drinks it, and it's very nourishing, apparently. I don't know. But then he lunges up and yeets himself at the window where the Megamind is standing. And the Megamind, surprisingly, gets startled. He just goes backwards, and he's like, oh, interesting. And even Pike just points out immediately, oh, very interesting, you were startled. Did you read my mind then? And the Megamind just completely ignores it. It's like, oh, there actually was ignores it and just goes ahead and explains, oh, there actually was a ship that crashed. It had a single survivor on, which they treated and found, and then they decided, oh, this species is actually interesting. So they used them as bait. They used them to bait them over with the illusions. And just Pike tries to keep the conversation going about how he startled them. It's like, oh, can't you just go with primitive stuff and whatever, like primitive thoughts? But the Megamind just keeps talking about the girl. And Pike just goes like, fine, let's talk about the girl then, whatever. And Megaminds just explain, well, you just want to make sure that you like each other and feel happy in your new lives. And it's like, why would you want to do that? Unless you want to build a whole human community? And then it's like, oh, whatever. I'm just going to get the girl who is now properly adjusted. And Pike just yells and is like, more like properly punished? I am the one who isn't cooperating. Why aren't you punishing me? And then Megamind just turns around. It's like, protective and sympathy for her. That is excellent. I think he says excellent. And he just goes away.
Oh yeah, I got a couple of notes from that.
So yeah, Pike finding out the whole that there's some kind of way to make them startle and not being able to read their minds. He doesn't quite know completely yet, but he's starting to figure stuff out. It's pretty nice. And,
Yeah.
Megaminds don't even react to his idea because they know it's very crucial information, and they very much have the upper hand here, so they don't need to do anything he wants. So yeah, good stuff. Pike is an intelligent man. It's clear why he's the captain of a Starfleet ship.
Like I'm not. It's not a Hux thing where it's like, did your uncle like have a position or something? So you got. So I a few things to highlight here that kind of just support this point. So why not? So there's the quote: "Why not put irresistible hunger in my mind? You can't, can you? You have limitations." And just go, sweet fuck, a character who is not only intelligently assessing a situation, but also writing that is considering concrete limitations to otherwise godly powers. Yeah. We figured this out in the 60s. What happened?
Yeah, that's a good question. That's a very good question.
And, yep, just Pike susses them out, startling them, pushing the limits, using his brain. Do primitive thoughts put up a block that you can't read through? Fuck yes, Chris. Fuck yes, rules.
Yeah.
And then you already mentioned the whole properly punished thing, and I just love that mind game where they have concrete rules. Yeah. So that means that Christopher, that they can have a back and forth, that they can't just God mode him and just know what he's going to do at every given moment because he knows how to put up a shield against that. So it allows him to use his intelligence to just suss out what they're doing. It's really fucking, thank you. So is that all I have for that part before they go into fantasy?
Fantasy farm.
Oh no, wait, I have. Oh wait, I think I have. No, do I have? Just trying to. You can also. Oh yeah, and I think I actually just wrote basically verbatim what you said, which is you can tell why he's the captain, unlike so many high-ranking officials in today's media.
Yeah,
he's got there because he's clearly so fucking good.
Absolutely. So yeah, Pike now gets put in a dream where he's I guess it's supposed to be his home place because his two horses are here that he mentioned earlier in the episode. So I think this is the place.
First callback to that, yeah.
Because I think this is the place where he grew up, I think, because he tells boys in the beginning, it's like, oh, did you know I had two horses? Good stuff. And Vina's here as well. She's basically just playing along with the Megaminds thingy because she has been not dead. It's been playing with the Megaminds thingies. Because she has been tortured with those headaches for years and years. And
thousands been probing,
and she's just trying to like subtly get Pike to stop being quote unquote foolish and play along, so they don't punish them anymore. Just like, come on, let's chill out, let's have this nice picnic and whatever. But other than her, he's only been here for a short time, maybe like half a day, I don't know. And he wants to fight back and tells her that none of this is real. Like, what is the point? We're not really here. And he recounts the thing Boy said in the beginning. If you just turn away, you start dying to wither away. And yeah, he just points out, it's like, I mean, this is cool and all, but this is not real. I mean, you might wanna do something about it, and I can help you with that. And she lets him know that the Megaminds can't comprehend primal feelings, but there's no way for him to keep it up long enough to actually do something, because she tried a lot of times. And everything she's feeling, all the experience she has, they've basically all been programmed into her over the years. And based on these experiences and stuff, they chose Pike as her man. So she basically had no other chance but to fall in love with him the first time she saw him. And even he admits that he fell for her as soon as he saw her back in the camp.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, just a nice little conversation. I liked it.
Yeah. So here's a like a little nerdy thing I alluded to earlier, where in this scene, when he's talking about the illusions, he says, "We're in a menagerie, a
Ah, that's
cage."
where it is. Okay.
Yeah, so it's like, haha, that's where we get our two titles from. And so this is a question I have because this is brought up because they bring up that they can't read primitive emotions.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like, wouldn't lust count? Couldn't the attraction they're trying to create for Vina? I keep calling her Vera in my notes. No, her name's Vagina.
No, that's not the name
Uh,
either.
yeah, I know, but it can
Fool.
be. Um, um, so they're trying to, so couldn't like that because that lust that because they're trying to because lust is a very base emotion, right? So shouldn't
Yeah,
that be
yeah.
like something they can't read, or is it only that they can't read primitive negative emotions? Like, does it need to be? I don't know. I question if maybe there's like a maybe calling them primitive is like maybe a flawed expression of the
Yeah.
actual rules there.
Maybe they should have
Um,
settled for like deep anger and rage because that's what they're going for later.
yeah, so like something deep, like reactionary sort of
Mm.
like fight or flight sort of stuff. Um, also, so I wrote this down. Let's see. It's interesting how Christopher, being the perfect man for Vina, could have been a huge contrivance, but it's actually like pretty well balanced. Oh my God, stop calling her Vera. It's Vina. Stop. Past meme. Stop.
Stop it.
So no, but get some help. So we know that Vena's been there for decades at this point,
Yeah.
and the Telosians are able to telepathically sense people over light years. So humanity is also a deeply explorative species with a large star fleet.
Mm-hmm.
So all they needed to do was telepathically scan any ship that came into range, because of course Earth ships are going to come by. If one Earth ship could come by, that means a bunch of others are not probably far behind because they're trying to probe all the different areas. So all they needed to do was just like anytime like a ship got in range, they would just go zoom, and they would scan it to see if anyone was a match.
Mm-hmm.
And then if they were, they could lure them in. And so someone specifically like Chris, you imagine they would be like, it wouldn't be like it wouldn't be like impossible or improbable, but it wouldn't be the first thing that comes around. So I think while there is still an element of luck at play, there isn't as much luck involved as there could be with the mechanics involved. I think they go
Gotcha.
a long way to justify it with everything that they set up. Like there's probably stuff you could do to make it even stronger, but I do appreciate that it's not like, oh, she crashed 3 days ago and then miraculously her
Yeah.
dream man pops out of the sky.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and then we get a dodgy rotoscope transition.
We do. Let's see. But yeah, they're just kind of watching along. Wait, I think I need to change the things here real quick because they get bored of this and they change channels. Click. Because now they go to horny land once more. And there we go. So yeah, they changed channels, put him into a thing where she's now green and dances for them. Which I guess is that the slave market they mentioned earlier? Is that what they meant?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
the Orion slave trade. And this is our first look at the Orion slave girls. So this is before Slave Leia, there was the Orion slave girls. Like the boners just went, yep, that's it, hitting the table right there.
Yeah.
Just around the world. So that is Majel Barrett once again playing the Orion slave girl. Gene really liked showing off his wife. And also, I just might have a note here saying, also couldn't go very long without the horn rearing its bulbous head, I see. My next note is Pike runs from the pull of the horn.
He does, yeah. Like one of the guys says, like, "Ah, he understands they actually like being taken advantage of here." And the other guy says, "Oh, imagine if this is just one sample of this whole thing. Imagine what else there could be, and might be worth selling your soul for." And then I said, "We get an extended scene of a green Vina dancing sexy." Like,
yeah, they're played by a different actress.
played by a different actress. But yeah, he runs off away from the horn, and the simulation behind him kind of ends, and then Vina kind of follows along with a torch. And yeah, I guess it looks like she's trying to help now properly. I think that's what they're trying to say here.
This is, well, I think I think what they're trying to say with this. So you're saying that Vina's trying to help right now?
Yeah, that's at least what I thought was happening, or maybe she's just horny and ran after. I don't know.
So I will wait until not the next scene on the Enterprise. I don't have any notes for that, but there's the scene directly afterwards. I'm gonna wait. We're gonna have a conversation about the next line from Vina.
Okay.
It's gonna be funny. It's gonna be very funny.
Right. So yeah, back to the Enterprise, where they found an electric field with the scanners, and consider this might still be an illusion as well, but still we're gonna try to beam down and check it out, and telling everyone they can back out without any repercussions. But then the beam fails, and only the two women get beamed, which is the redhead from the beginning and number one.
Oh my god! And so they end up in the cage, and so the Orion illusion immediately dissolves. And Vina shouts, "No! Let me finish!"
I forgot about that.
And I just, Gene, stop.
Hang on, I'll play the audio.
Yeah, it's so funny.
Oh shit! Hang on.
No, let me finish.
No, let me finish.
Oh my god.
So yeah, because she's also annoyed that they brought him here, because she already thinks he has chosen her for her offspring, and obviously the other two have no fucking clue what is going on. Wait, hang on. Yeah, and they're like, what is happening? And he's just kind of taking the weapons of the other ones, and it's like, they don't work. Whatever. It's
Yeah.
bullshit.
Yeah, Pike begins to undress the female crew member. The lure of the horn, hard to resist.
Yeah. So yeah, then the Mega Minds come around, and he basically tells him that he's trying to get rage in his brain, and he kind of throws the things in front of the hatch they gave him food through. So yeah, as I said, Venus like, nah, he's already talking to me. It's fine. You can leave. Whatever. He wants to put his thingy in me. And
Let me finish.
then the Mega Mind arrives like, well, I don't know. If you don't want her, here's a selection of women. That's what he basically says. And they basically say that both of the two that were beamed down are basically kind of horny towards Pike in some regard. And the Megamind just like, just breed already! Fuck. Please,
God
just
damn it.
breed.
You're like pandas. What is wrong with you?
Yeah.
You have squishy bits. They go together.
Just put him in there. Just do it.
God damn it. So there's some lines here that are interesting. So, this is like Vina's opinion of number one, which is they'd have more luck crossing him with a computer. And I'm just like, fuck. She wasn't even playing the computer at this point. But that line is like prophetic.
Oh, in hindsight. Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah. And that was, and also, like, that's a double funny because who was playing the Orion just before? Like she's talking shit about the body she was just inhabiting. It's funny.
Yeah.
And then we have the description, and then of course Scrotal Head comes out, and it goes like, although she seems to lack emotion, this is a front. She often has fantasies involving you.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, oh man, imagine getting that laid out on the table. Like,
Oh,
man.
someone judged us the Orion wasn't played by Majel. That was actually Vina's actress.
Are you sure about this? I'm going to double check.
Just double checked, and it was Vina's actress who played the Green Lady.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'm thinking, maybe Michelle played a different Orion. I don't know. Yeah. Okay. Okay, fair enough. That must have gotten a crossed wire in there somewhere.
You nerded wrong. Embarrassing.
Yeah, I nerded wrong. I did nerd wrong. Show all. Yeah, I could have sworn. I'm gonna look into that later. There's something in my monkey brain that is not computing with that. Either someone else got it wrong and I'm repeating their information, or I've Mandela'd somehow. Anyway, I've crossed over into the multiverse of madness.
Oh no! I'm
and
so sorry.
And she describes the other crew member as having unusually strong female drive. It's like, oh my.
Mega horn.
Oh.
So yeah, there you go. They're trying to make them all horny towards each other. And then Pike tells the Megamind, if you can read this mind now, can you read my mind now with all this primal energy? And he just gets mind blasted for it. And the Megamind goes like, wrong thing will be punished, right thing will be rewarded. You will find it very effective.
I think I just wrote for that one. Now that's a very exploitable quote.
Yeah, that it is. So yeah, the
Oh god, this next line.
Which one? Is it on the Enterprise?
All
or?
deck. Yeah, this one's on the Enterprise. It's all decks prepare for hyperdrive, time warp factor, and then it's cut off. It's just like, oh, now we're spilling into future franchise, like we're the future of other franchises. Like we're pulling 10 years into the future right there from a completely different franchise, which is immediately countered by him going, switch to rockets! We're blasting out of here!
Yeah. Yeah, because the Enterprise is now effectively under Spock's command. And he's just preparing to get out of here, as they can't guarantee the safety of the Enterprise anymore. But yeah, before they can do any of that, all systems fade away. And they can't do fuck all. So yeah, Pike is just kind of chilling out, recovering from the mind blast. And the weapons he put near the fruit chute, he put them there as a trap. At least I think so. Or it was lucky. I can't actually tell. But yeah. He
One of the two.
Yeah, he drags out one of the mega mines and just starts choking the fucker.
Which even that looked very sexual.
It
so
did,
Gene,
yeah.
we gotta have a talk.
He was like, oh yeah, choke me more, daddy. It's like, no. That's
Harder.
no.
What?
But yeah, the mega mind's trying to do an illusion, but Pike's like, come on, you can't fool me. If you try that again, I will snap your fucking neck. It's like, oh Jesus, okay.
we'll also have a quote in here like, "Don't hurt them. They don't mean to be evil."
Yeah, that's what I wrote down. I was like, okay, thanks. That helps.
Yep, I appreciate that.
So yeah, the Megamind then tells him that if he won't release him, they will destroy his ship. And then we go back to the Enterprise here that the crew can't repair anything. And we see that the Megamind seem to go through the whole history of the humans that is stored on the ship.
Yep. And 2 notes for this. One, this line, if it weren't for the batteries, we'd be losing gravitation. And it's just like, oh. So does a Constitution class take double or triple A's?
Now, it's a good question. There's a lot of double A's, though, I'd assume.
Yeah, you'd think so. And also, like, I want you to look at some of the, like, just go through the, just look, if you look at that little selection of stuff there,
Yeah.
there's things in there. I think that for the remaster, they might have snuck in a couple of extra images because this was like released. When was this?
Let's see here.
Like this was filmed, like in the pre-1969.
There's some.
That was when the moon landing was, right?
There's
Like
some
1969.
eyes, visual access, more eyes.
Let's see.
Let me put this here. I'll go frame by frame for these things.
Ah, yeah. So 1966 and moon landing. When was that? I
Those
actually should have looked this up ahead of time.
Futuristic-looking shipperoonies, I think, or just blocky. I don't know. The atom bomb, classic.
Okay, so there is
1969 moon landing. Nice.
Yep. Nice. Okay, so eventually there's a picture of like Neil Armstrong on the moon in astronaut thing. But the thing is, this would have been filmed 4 years before that. So I'm thinking what happened is in the remaster, they went in and snuck in some future images in there.
Gotcha.
To just kind of update a little bit, just harmlessly just keep it like, I don't know if current would be the word, but like, this is a pretty significant thing in human history. We should probably keep that there. So that was something I noticed because my brain was blasting, going, wait, no. Star Trek was really mind blowing because we hadn't been to space yet, and then we did, and it was great. So it's like, yeah, oh fuck, he's gonna fuck the thing. Anyway.
Yes. So yeah, crew can't repair anything. They look at the thing. In the cage, they take the risk, as Pike doesn't think they would kill without any real reason. And he tried the guns again. Or he does try the guns. I don't think he tried them earlier because they just looked like they were turned off. So he just points at the window, pulls the trigger, nothing happens. And Pike looks at him. You know what? I think this worked. You just created the illusion of the gun not working. And it just blasted a hole through the glass. And then he holds the gun to his head and it's like, maybe I should try it next on your head. And the hole appears instantly in the glass. So yeah,
fine.
This was all an illusion.
Yeah.
So
I think I already said that I really like how their illusions extend. Like, it's not just creating fantasies. It's like they're using them as like weapons and kind of defensive things where it's like they'll fool them into thinking their equipment isn't working when really it is, or they'll hide damage to their structures. And I think it's innovative. It's there's an ingenuity with using it. Like they use it for stuff that isn't like just the most surface level applications, which is nice.
Absolutely, it's good stuff. So yeah, they get out and try to bargain with them. Pike even says that he would stay with them if they would guarantee. No, not come. Guarantee safety for the 2 women and the Enterprise. Also we see that the phaser actually completely obliterated that stupid rock with the elevator. They just created the illusion that they haven't.
Oh.
So yeah, that thing got fucking blasted to smithereens. But yeah, no one starts
trips near it.
Yeah, no one starts to overload her gun, threatening to kill themselves, so they won't have any humans here anymore. And even Vina agrees. It's like, oh, I should probably stay, otherwise they will just try again with someone else.
Suicide.
Yeah, woo!
Down.
But they were going through the Enterprise's databases, and they realized, Jesus Christ, that turned on right in front of my window. Fucking Jesus.
Did Gene come?
The gene came right through my window.
Oh.
No, like... where was I? So yeah, number one starts overloading her gun. And threatening to kill themselves. And yeah, they went through the databases and they're like, you know what, humans are actually way too violent for this bullshit that we want to do. And also you have this crazy disdain of being caged, even if it's super pleasant and everything. So you're actually unsuitable for our needs. So you can just fuck off.
I just love that these super advanced people are just like, wait, humans don't like being put in cages?
Yeah, it's really funny. It's like, okay.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, we didn't know. We thought if you could just fuck 24/7, like it would be fine.
Yeah.
Like, no, we like our reality. We like our real life.
Yeah, we're crazy like that. So yeah, I think Pike says, wait, so no thank you or anything? And then one of the other Mega Minds is like, well, you've been our last chance of regrowing our species. We're doomed anyway. Isn't that enough? And then Pike, being the hero he is, oh, we can still help you, like trades and whatever. It's like, can we just do this? Like, no, that doesn't work. And then go ahead.
Yeah, because it's like, yeah, I do. I like that as well. It's just like he's just like visibly shaken at the idea that his freedom means the death of an entire race.
Yeah.
And like, and I also just like that the Telosians are just like, look, if you learned our power of like telepathy and dreaming and memory and all that, you would see the exact same thing would happen to you guys. You would just be re-looping the same memories from different places over and over, and you would just decay and wither and turn into scrotum heads as well. That's the worst part.
Yeah. But then Vina says, you know what, I'm gonna stay here. I don't think it's that bad here. I think it's pretty chill. The Enterprise now has their power back and they're ready to beam back up. And we only see the two women being beamed up, the number one and the redhead. And Pike is still down there. And they show Vina's true looks to him. And it's like, what? She's been an illusion this whole time. And she's like horribly disfigured. And the reasoning when they treated her from the wreckage, they had no idea what a human looked like. So they kind of just stitched her back together. And now she's like disfigured and has scars and everything. She was basically just a fleshy blob when they scratched her off the surface of the planet. So yeah, she decides to stay back, and Pike asks them to give her back her beauty. And they just say, oh, we will, and more. And now she looks like before, and they also gave her an illusion of Pike. So now she can live with that illusion.
I guess you could say he's a literal boy toy.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
And they say, she has an illusion and you have reality. Go find what makes you happy, or whatever. Something along those lines, they say.
Yeah. And then Pike beams up and she's like, hey, isn't she coming? And then she's just like, no, and I agree with her reasons. And I'm just like,
yeah.
Oh, so because she's not hot? Oh, okay.
Wow.
And all I can think is like, you got like really sophisticated medical technology. Like you could probably do something for her, right? Like,
probably
not unfixable. You can ask a few aliens, just like, hey, have you deconstructed and reconstructed someone before?
Hey,
like,
I recently learned about this tribe that has this youth ritual thingy that works pretty well. Takes a couple of years if you do it properly, apparently. I mean, you might die, but it might be worth a shot.
Yeah, might be cool. Might be. Oh my god! Just on my next note for when they're back on the bridge. Oh God.
Uh,
Oh
so
God.
yeah,
I'll let you do the recap first.
yeah. So as I said, he says he agrees with the reasoning, and yeah, he goes to the bridge, and basically everything is back to normal. Lady bumps into him again. He says the thing again with the reports, and she hands them again, and then she asks him, theoretically, who would have been the Eve? And number one tells her off, and then Boy says, Eve, like in Adam, and Pike says, like in all ship doctors are dirty old men.
And I think I wrote in response to that, much like the creator.
Much like the creator. Yeah, that's fair. And then he says,
Yeah, but-
engage, and they're out of here.
Yeah. So the line that was immediately after the Pike beams up stuff is I just noticed how bullied Redhead is by Pike, and all I could write there was that Redhead is going to become the Starfleet equivalent of a school shooter, I swear.
Oh no. Just give her some D. She seems to be very horny indeed.
Unusually high female drives.
Yeah,
And Gene said, "Let there be coom."
he did say that. I have that on good authority.
Oh yeah, I know him.
On good authority. Oh man. Well, there you go. We did the first episode. We did it. Only
Yeah.
2 hours and 45 minutes.
Yeah, well, the good thing is the next two are shorter, and I think I have less notes,
Okay.
theoretically, I think.
But yeah, just in general, I enjoyed this pilot. I think it was pretty good.
Yeah,
obviously
I
still a
like
bit-
intelligent people.
Still a bit stiff here and there with like deliveries and trying to figure out what is going on. Too much table abuse, I think. I think that needs to stop.
Yeah, I think so.
But
Table
yeah,
rights.
but as you already said, in the next one, there won't be any one of them left except Spock. Like they changed the whole crew out for that full stop.
Yeah, for like some dude called Kirk. I don't think he's going to go very far.
Nah, I don't even know who that is.
Like his middle name is Tiberius.
I mean, for an amount of time, I actually forgot his name. You might remember that I messaged you. That I started taking notes. Like, I know this character. I've known his name basically my whole life. I don't know why I just can't recall the name Kirk right now. This was
Yeah, you
really
could only
weird.
think of William Shatner.
Yeah, it's like, oh, William Shatner as Starfleet captain. And normally it's just one of those things like, oh, it's gonna be there any second now. And after a minute, like, I need to look it up.
What is the Enterprise captain's name? Oh, Jean-Luc? No, the other one. Christopher Pike? No, the other one. Jonathan Archer? No, not that one either.
Yeah.
That dude from Ferris Bueller's Day Off? No! Data, wrong timeline.
Yeah, Data, you prick. Anyway, the next one that was produced first but became episode 3. That's the next one, right? Where no one has gone before.
Yeah. Sorry, no man? Because back then we used gendered terms, and then they stopped using gendered terms in TNG.
Crazy. Oh.
What was that dripping sound? Oh my.
I did a burp.
Ah, I see.
I can make that sound too.
Neat. And
I was able to do it even better when my beard wasn't in the way with the finger.
That's why I shave my cheek lines.
Just so we
to a
can make
point.
that noise.
Well, it's more just a fun accident. I can't do like the thing where you grab your cheek jowls and just shake them and it sounds really squishy. Like my beard stops me from doing that. But I can do the drop, and that's all that matters.
Nice.
When no long has gone before. Yes. Yes.
But before
Well,
we
let's
start
just
with
launch
that,
right into.
before we start with that
never
one,
mind.
you can entertain the people for a little bit because I need to refill my water.
Sure.
I'm probably gonna
Da-na-na-na.
go for a pee as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go touch some
Da-na-na-na.
tables.
Fuck yeah. Dun-dun. I am a table file. I am gonna file the table. I'm gonna file it with a nail file that is gonna shave it down to shavings. I am a table file. It's like a cheddar file. Only I have wood instead of cream cheese glazings. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. I grew up surrounded by tables. Dun, dun, dun. Table, I've got wood for my wood. Table, Woody Wood, that's my table's name. Do. Oh, the lyrics to TOS? Don't worry, chat. I've got your back. We're getting there. We're getting there. I really should have actually looked that up ahead of time. And probably going to butcher it, actually, because the melody is a bit weird to get the lyrics to go along, but that's all good. Charlie, Mexicans aren't going to take and milk meme repository on a table. That's fucking racist and retarded, Charlie. Pet the Charlie. You know, Charlie will find you a good table someday. A good Christian table. It's gonna be good. This song is insensitive to tables that are made of plastic, but those aren't real tables. Like, we use those tables for the, menial work out in the fields, No, we can't acknowledge those plastic folk. Meme taking the mask off. Hey, it's called a helmet. I'll have you know. It's called the helm. The helm of Harun. It's hard to speak. I don't think you have an equivalent word in your Earth tongue, but that's what it's called. So I've started apartheid against plastic tables while you were gone.
Oh, okay, very nice.
Yeah.
It's just something you gotta do sometimes.
Oh yeah. Susan, meme is doing a racism.
Damn
Hey. There's nothing in TOS about tables, okay?
Where no man has gone before. That is the next one.
Oh, yes. We begin with the first ever captain's log, I believe.
Oh boy. I would at least the first produced one, if we're being technical here, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. So it's kind of like, it's hard to quantify firsts with this sometimes. So it's like we're taking it by, we're assuming everything in these episodes is a first from a certain point of view, when really, there's a lot of caveats to that.
Yes. Okay, there we go. Visuals. Whoa. So yeah, you got the first entry, and basically the Enterprise has picked up a signal that apparently has been sent 2 centuries ago, and they're gonna go check it out.
But let's not just glaze over the fact that that Kirk specifically says that the Enterprise intends to probe out of the galaxy. Which
He does.
Is,
they say that multiple times in this episode.
Yeah, which is really strange.
And while we're
not
at
just
it,
because
those are some phallic-looking chess pieces right there.
as Gene intended.
That's some good old penis 4D chess.
Yeah, have you gotten to the Ferengi yet in TNG?
I think there's been 2 episodes with Ferengi so far.
Yeah, so I'm going to give you a fun fact about the Ferengi before we get into this. So, like, for that episode, like, Gene went into extensive graphic detail with his crew about Ferengi sex positions, and
But
just
why?
went on for like 10 minutes about. I don't know. He just really liked talking about Ferengi sex positions, and he
Okay.
felt it was crucial that they know about them for that episode. Um, and he wanted them to have giant dicks. So,
Rubbing their ears
oh,
is like giving them a handy.
oh yeah, it's called umox.
Net issues, my dude.
Really?
Oh,
Don't say.
those tables never saw it coming.
Oh my goodness. So it's also strange because, as we later establish, like by the time of TNG, over half the galaxy is still unexplored, due to like how slow like travel times are in Trek, compared to something like Star Wars, where you can get from one side of the galaxy to another in like not too much time, like you within a human lifetime.
Yeah.
So probing other galaxies like seems like that would be a few thousand years out with everything we know like later on. So it's a bit weird to have this be like the probe. So it's the plot here. So it's just another one of those little anachronisms there that just like okay,
Yeah.
my dude, you're putting the cart before the horse, but okay. And like you mentioned before, first appearance of 3D chess, which is a Trek staple. So yeah, it's a good to see it. Some dude called Kirk or something.
Yeah.
It's a recurring character, I think.
Schnurk, something. Yeah, I think he's in there like once or twice.
Yeah, I think he's got a minor role.
But yeah.
Got a bit of a cult following.
Anyway, Kirk is wondering if it's if this is like a thing that Earth sent out at some point in the past already, and it might be a warning for the galaxy's edge or something. But Spock is more interested in his chess thing. He's like, "Hey, Kirk, I have you checkmated in the next move." Kirk just laughs and tells Spock he plays an irritating game of chess. Spock just wonders what that means and quickly realizes, oh, one of your Earth emotions. And then Kirk does a move and Spock looks, well, irritated. And Kirk just says, sure you don't know what irritation is? And then he points out, like, one of my ancestors married an Earth woman, and Kirk just cuts him off. Ah, yes, must be horrible having bad blood like that. It's just a great little conversation, little banter going on.
Oh yeah, like the chemistry is fucking instant between these two. Yeah. So I got a few notes about Spock in this because it's kind of funny in hindsight. So firstly, we're getting the more subdued, logical Spock here now. From a behind-the-scenes perspective, the reason they decided to pull Spock back here is because in the cage, Spock needed to be like a brighter counterpoint to Pike, who was much more like logical and subdued and all that. So now that you have, Kirk is suaving in here with his boyish charm and his much more of a he's got a much different vibe than Pike. Meme, we normally do an episode for an hour. Welcome to Meme Repository episodes of Metal Sport. Oh god. So
Jay, Meme is holding me hostage. Help me. No. He's threatening the tables.
Yep. I swear to God, you hear that?
Oh no.
That you know what'll happen. I've got wood.
I don't mean the
table. So Spock was tweaked to counter that, and the way again I interpret that is that there's a 10 years worth of character development there where he started veering closer to the Vulcan side than the human side. So I think that's interesting. My next note is let's look at Spock's eyebrows.
Oh, I know they're just painted on very badly.
Yeah, they're just like because usually they're not haven't quite perfected it yet. Normally they're not usually a little bit straighter, usually a little bit like more horizontal. But it's a very aggressive look.
It's like 45 degrees.
Yeah, it's not, like Vulcan eyebrows are normally like at least partially prosthetics, because they that's part of their look. But like they went a little far with this one. A little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit.
I did notice that. I didn't make a note, but I did notice that as well. Yeah.
Yeah. See, Jay probably doesn't stop to look at eyebrows, and that's probably why his episodes are a little bit shorter. So we're going to go over that line, irritating, one of your Earth emotions, because I find it amusing, because obviously at the time they're trying to figure out how do we write this alien man who's like doesn't do emotions, and it's just like it's just very weird that the concept of emotions is like, he's talking about emotions like this utterly alien thing to him, when later on we find out actually no, Vulcans have emotions, they're just really fucking powerful and volatile, and that's why they took up the teachings of Sarek thousands of years ago to fucking try and go along a path of logic. So that's something we. So it's not that they don't have emotions; it's just that they're very volatile. And two, he's got. Well, this kind of leads into the next point. He says, "Oh, one of my ancestors married a human female." Yeah. Spock, that's a very strange way to talk about your mother. It's a very strange way to talk about your mother, Spock. It's like, one of my human... Oh, your dad. I guess your dad technically is an ancestor.
You're not wrong,
but, so, yeah, that's...
Because before you said that earlier, that's a thing, I thought he was just talking about some distant relative or something, like 2 generations ago, but apparently it's his mom, so that's weird that he would say it like that.
Yeah, there's like, that's your mom is I guess she's a human female from the past in your genetic lineage, sure. Actually no, I'll save that for Star Trek 6 in 2-3 years, whenever the hell we get to that. Because there's some interesting quirks to Spock's ancestry that I find kind of some implied quirks that I find amusing. So yeah, I just find it interesting that they're writing him not just like as an alien, but like really ultra like this is the first time I'm meeting a human being sort of alien. And it's just like, yeah, Spock, you should know what emotions are. It's more that you find human expression of emotion bizarre, and you don't know quite how to handle it yourself. That's something. And my last note for Spock is Spock in yellow is a fucking sin, and I'm glad they never brought it back.
That's also someone in chat saying he looks better in blue. So there you go.
Oh yeah, there we go.
But yeah, well, they have their little banter. The bridge hails the captain, tells him, hey, we have the source of the distress signal in sight. And it's only like a meter in diameter. So it's not even big enough for a lifeboat. And too small to be a vessel of any kind. And the guy on the other side says, well, we can beam it in if you want to take the risk, Captain. And it's like, oh, lock it on for now. Oh, it's Kelso who says that. For some reason, I wrote it weirdly here. But yeah. Also written down the noises the panels make are kind of hilarious. Because they go like...
Yeah, well, when you go back to TNG, you might actually start noticing that some of those are still there during that era. So, like, I think the little whistle sound to get the attention of the crew is like you still used occasionally in TNG.
Oh, okay.
One of the things, improper spacing for my notes. It was driving me insane. No one else will see it, but I do. So firstly, we have the first appearance of one Montgomery Scott, aka Scotty.
Yeah.
Who we see good old James, what's his name? I have his name written down elsewhere. I'll find it later. But he's still getting the accent down a little bit. in this first appearance. But he continues to improve as he plays the character. Stop running around the room, please. The next one is one of the lines is, "Let's hope its tapes are intact." Ah, yes, tapes. Only the most advanced
Yeah.
technology for intergalactic travelers. And I also just like that. If we look at the thing again, the capsule again, there's just a little old-fashioned ship wheel painted chrome and kind of glued on the side. I just find that really funny that we just got like this ship wheel
Oh yeah.
glued to the side. And I think my last note is the music is so dramatic. It's you got all the dun dun duns and the all the stuff. It's just so big and bombastic.
Yeah.
Got to make sure that audience doesn't fall asleep.
Absolutely diddly.
Doohan. I thought it was Doohan, but for some reason my brain rejected that last name.
Yeah. So they booted aboard. I think it's an old-style taping device, as you just said, that has been ejected when the ship got attacked, or maybe even destroyed, as Spock points out. It's like burned to a crisp, basically, and has like floompy bits. And then it begins transmitting, and they go to alert and inform everyone. And I think then we get the TOS title sequence with the song, which is much shorter than the TNG one, I noticed.
Yeah, though I think it gets a bit longer once they have more credits to show, I think.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah, that makes actually a lot of sense.
So I've got a few notes for the opening credits.
Oh boy.
So first use of the opening narration, which is nice. And I'm glad they changed it from the original opening narration, which was Enterprise log, Captain James Kirk commanding. We are leaving that vast cloud of stars and planets we call our galaxy. Behind us, Earth, Mars, Venus, even our sun are specks of dust. The question, what is out there in the black void beyond? Until now, our mission has been that of space law regulation, contact with Earth colonies and investigation of alien life. But now, a new task, a probe out into where no man has gone before.
Oh no.
A little clunky. Glad they
That's a dangerous
streamlined that a
probe.
little. Very dangerous. And so this is funny. So Shatner requested that his name be 10% bigger than anyone else's in the opening credit.
Nice. Nice.
So you can see that his name is so big they don't even say William Shatner as Kirk. It just says William Shatner at the beginning. Which means that if you were looking for his name, the credits would have been no help there. And so now we come to our musical segment.
No, we come.
Oh yes, we do come indeed. So
Oh, this is the thing you told me about.
so
I'm
good old Gene Roddenberry, good old Genie Poo.
Yeah.
So the original, the theme was composed and written by someone called Alexander Courage. He composed the melody and everything, and it was never meant to have lyrics. Never, ever, ever, ever meant to have lyrics. But Gene Roddenberry really wanted 50% of the royalties for the theme. So he decided he is going to he decided he's gonna write his own lyrics and never use them. But he is going to register them as part of the trademark and copyright shit, whatever the process is there, so he can get 50%. And so now I'm going to recite to you the lyrics to Star Trek, the original series.
Oh my.
Beyond the rim of the starlight, my love is wandering in starflight. I know he'll find in star-clustered reaches love, strange love, a star woman teaches. I know his journey ends never. His Star Trek will go on forever. But tell him while he wanders his starry sea, Remember me. Sung with all the class that those lyrics deserve. Oh my god! I just his Star Trek will go on
His
forever.
Star Trek will go on forever. That one fucking got me.
Yeah. Oh goodness!
Fantastic.
What is this? Some kind of Star Trek?
Also, you did say Beyond the Rim. That was pretty hot.
Yeah, it's pretty hot. Yeah. So never meant to be. Those were never meant to be in the credits. But yeah, Gene got it. Wanted his fucking. He wanted his theme money. So there you go. What a good man that Gene was.
You're astronauts in some kind of Star Trek. Well,
You guys are
there you
astronauts
go.
on some kind of Star Trek.
Good stuff. I'm glad I experienced that. I'm glad I didn't know before this because it was way funnier without knowing it.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
And now we may continue. Captain on the bridge.
yeah, so they just meet up at the bridge and stop right in front of the galaxy's edge, as they call it. Spock is listening in to the burned and damaged tape recorder while Kirk is on the intercom talking to the whole ship. He tells them that the record they picked up was from the USS Valiant, and they want to start their own probe of the galaxy's edge as soon as they find out what actually has destroyed the Valiant. They're joined of parts of the engineering and scientisms and stuff. And also Dr. Daner, who seems to have recently joined the ship from some colony that I forgot the name of. And she specialized in psychiatry, and her assignment is to check how the crew reacts in emergency situations.
Ooh.
So that's I wonder if she's going to be a thing in this episode.
I wonder.
Anyway, after that introduction, Spock gets something from the recorder. But first we have the sexist Commander Mitchell, that bastard. Or something, I don't know.
Gary.
Because he's asking her if she is improving the breed, or ask her if that's her line. And then she says, oh, that seems to be your speciality. Line included. Oh!
Oh shit.
And then he calls her a walking freezer unit.
Yikes.
So, yeah, there you go.
Shrinkage is all I'm saying there.
So yeah, now I'm just going to rattle down what Spock tells us from the tape recorder, because there's quite a good bunch of information in there. So, the Valiant has been caught in a magnetic space storm and was swept in this direction where the USS Enterprise is right now. The old impulse engines weren't fast enough, and they were swept past this point, which was about half a light year out of the galaxy. Then they were thrown clear, turned around, and came back into the galaxy here where they are right now. Apparently the ship had encountered some unknown force. There's some orders and counter orders being issued. And then all of a sudden, lots of requests from the computer on ESP in humans, which are extrasensory perception, which is extrasensory perception. Kirk then asks Daner what she knows about ESP, and she says that it is a fact that ESP in humans exists, which basically is like sensing future happenings, reading the back of play cards, and stuff like that. But the ESP capacity is always quite limited. And then Spock goes on and says there has been severe damage, 7 crewmen are dead, but then he corrects himself and says to make it 6 because 1 seems to have been recovered, has recovered. And then after that happened, they became very interested in ESP, almost frantic about it, as Spock puts it. And then he's kind of quite perplexed as I must have read it wrong, but it sounded like the captain ordered to destroy their own ship. God,
Oh my.
It sounds so outlandish. And then Kirk...
Why would a captain ever do that?
Yeah. Kirk then asks comments of the other crew members. One of them says that the only thing they know for a fact is that the Valiant has been destroyed. And Kirk decides that this is probably the best argument for them right now to continue the probe, so people will know what they will be facing if they inevitably go check this shit out. There was some good bridge porn right there. And there's even more coming.
Oh yeah. Before we get to the action part.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Go ahead. I mean, action. Yeah, when they start their probing.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, go right ahead.
God damn it! Could you? This cat is. She is bored. Could you stop chewing on things for the love of? 1 sec.
Oh.
Okay, you're going onto the ground like this. I'm picking you up and you go down. There we go. There we go. So firstly, in the elevator, we got before they even go onto the bridge, they're in the turbo lift. Hey, you wanna go chase this? Wanna chase this? Go. There we go. So one of the crew member. So there's like a third crew member in there with Spock and Kirk, and he just goes, "Hey, Spock, I heard Kirk fucking slagged you in chess," and then just Spock responds with, "His next move was most illogical. His next move should have been the rook." And then Kirk just gives this like little like neck slice gesture.
Yeah.
It's so good. A little bit later, when Spock is just talking about the memory banks, the tapes, he's just going, "The tapes are burned out. Trying the memory banks." I think I just wrote, "Oh man, your 60s is showing. Your 60s is really showing."
The tapes are burned out.
Yeah,
it's funny to think that they're going into space with like time warp, whatever they call it right now. It's like, the tapes are burned. To be fair, that thing was 2 centuries old, so I don't think they're probably going to be using tapes in their ships right now. But go ahead.
Yeah, I just find it funny that something could get beyond, like, get to the galaxy's edge, and it's using tapes, and like, look, that would be, So let's see. So we have our first appearance of Sulu, and he's wearing blue, which just no. No. I'm glad they invented red. So
red.
Yep. And something I am curious about is, like, they mention like how ESP is like this thing in the Star Trek universe that some humans have, and I'm just like, is this something that is ever brought up again? Ever? Like, is this like, because there's so many things in TOS they do follow up on, but like the ESP thing, like, I don't think that is. I can't remember an instance later on where that's mentioned.
Because Troy is a different species, right? She's not human.
Yeah, she's half Betazoid, so she's an empath.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't encountered any of that in TNG, at least. Obviously, I haven't seen TOS yet, so I don't know.
Yeah, it's just something to think about. And something actually, speaking of the Betazoid, slight tangent. Someone blew my mind because I never cognitively processed it until someone pointed out, and this is like after being like a fan for decades at this point, that Betazoids do look different from humans. But it's the fact that their pupils are all black rather than having like a color in them, and I never noticed that. Well, I think I might have subconsciously noticed that, but I never processed that until someone pointed it out, and it's just like it's changed everything. Yeah,
I'm gonna look out for that next time I watch a TNG episode.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Troy has it specifically because she's half human, but I know her mother has it, and any other Betazoid that shows up has it. So that's just
interesting.
Yeah, the iris is black, not pupil. Yeah. That thing. Yeah. So that's something to think about there. Also, a little bit of a coincidence that an expert on ESP just happens to be on board during this non-ESP related mission, but. I
don't think she's an expert on ESP. She.
Okay. So she's just a psychiatrist who has like an interest.
Yeah, she just mentions that she has the because she misunderstands and was like, "Oh yeah, I took like the classes or something."
Oh, okay, yeah.
And then
that wasn't.
and she was doing okay, was pretty well with those. But then Kirk says like, "No, what do you know about them? Let me." Actually, wait.
Yeah.
No, because she says her ESP rating is quite high or something.
Yeah. Okay.
So
That's a bit better then.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I just have in my notes here, bong, because there's just like a gong sound in the soundtrack at one point.
Oh.
It's just very, very like bong. I can't remember which part that is, so I can't give you a time code there. But I just wrote it down, bong. We have our first use of the proper use of warp factor, because he says ahead warp factor 1, which good, top marks. Then they immediately take away their marks by going sensor beam on, which is like, well, that sounds sciencey, but why say sensor beam when you can just say sensors?
That's a good point, yeah.
Yeah, like that's just
and because
still figuring.
Because you said it earlier, Spock picks up some kind of barrier. There you go.
Yes, I'm ruining things. I'm doing it. I'm doing it.
I have that in quotes in my notes already.
Next time you watch TNG, it's just going to be like, oh God, and then it's going to like slowly increase the more Trek you watch, and then you're just going to have a heart attack one day. And I'm not joking. After I did my big binge last year of all of Trek, I ruined my ability to talk to people, because anytime someone said some kind of, I was just that autistic part of my brain was just wanting to shout some kind of, because every time we'd every time it would come up, we'd just go some kind of, and of course with Voyager it was just like some kind of. It was some kind of catchphrase. Yeah, a little bit. It just ruined that for a bit. Like anytime I'd write something and it would have some kind of in it, I just frantically press the backspace. It's like, no, get away, get out of my head. I had a little bit of a thing. So they're flying into the barrier now. So I'll let you do the thing, and then I can do my notes after you do your thing.
I'll do the bridge porn.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, I scrolled too far. That's why this doesn't make sense. So yeah, they start their approach, and on screen we see a purple line which gets bigger, which is this on screen right there, just so you've seen it.
It's purple.
And yeah, that seems to be the edge of the galaxy. And this is where I have to ask, can you just go, I don't know, like over it or under it? Or is this edge thing a thing they just want to go specifically in? Because I'm just confused what the edge of space or galaxy is supposed to mean. Because it sounds to me like it's an actual barrier that goes somewhere, but then they go just out. So I'm actually a little bit confused what this is actually supposed to be.
So I think it's with my knowledge of the larger lore, I think it's supposed to be like it's just a barrier that ships have a hard time getting past, so they can't leave the galaxy, except for when they totally can in TNG for some reason. But you know, it's So I think it's. I would have to assume because the first shot we see of it here, it looks like just like a one line, but then when we see it later on, it looks like a bit more all encompassing. So I'm not entirely. I got to assume that there's just parts of it we can't see and that's just like a really. I don't know. Like, but the thing is, in Star Trek, like there's a Voyager episode that I really like for the character work, but it hinges on the fact that the Voyager crew doesn't think to go over a nebula, Like they say, okay, we have two options here. We either go through the nebula, which causes us to like almost die, or we go around it, adding years to our trip. And it's just like, and no one goes, Why don't we go over it? Why don't we go? Because it doesn't look, because it's very wide, but it doesn't look very tall.
Oh, so you
So
have
it's like-
visuals that even tell you it's
Yeah,
not
we see a
very
full-on
high.
hologram display.
Okay.
Yeah. So we there's no excuse. Uh, um. So yeah, like it was a really good character-based episode because it's about isolation and although all good stuff there. That's why I say Voyager's like pretty worthwhile for like on an episode by episode basis. It's just like it's also got really tismy shit in it.
Space is just horizontal in Hollywood. Oh, okay.
Yeah, like
Maybe they
we get
don't
Star
know which
Trek-
way is up. Oh no.
Oh no. When we get to Star Trek 2, there's going to be a very clever moment involving like conventions and space battles that was kind of relevant to this, and I'm excited to talk about that because it's pretty cool.
Nice. Alrighty. Okay, let's get it. So yeah, Spock picks up some kind of barrier. He says sensor beams on, deflectors at full intensity. And then they just make their way in for a little bit, and then Spock says, deflectors say something's there, sensors say nothing's there. And then density negative, radiation negative, energy negative. Science-tisms.
Yeah.
And then the helmsman's like, whatever it is, contact in 12 seconds. Like the crew is even pretty tense, like they're clearly disturbed because they don't know what's actually going to happen. Because the husband even grabs the one woman's hands, like in support. And then they enter, and it's all bright lights, and Kirk is just looking around. Says to put gravitation on automatic. I guess implying that the gravitation is going a little nuts right now, so they change it to automatic, I guess. Then shit starts to explode. We get more reports from Spock. Dana and the helmsman get zapped by something and go unconscious. And then we get damage reports and everything. It's like, oh, shit's fucked everywhere. We seem to have 9 dead, and we're only running on an emergency battery power on the engines, and we can't go fast no more. And then they check on Dana and the helmsman, which is Mitchell, by the way. I should probably just start saying his name because he's going to be here.
His name is Gary.
Gary Mitchell, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, she realizes that she seems to be hit by some electrical shock, and then Kelso is the. No, wait. What's the dog's name? That's fucking. Wait, is that even the dog, or is it just some Randy from the Science-tisms?
Look, I gotta be honest with you. Unless their name is Bones McCoy, I don't know any of the doctors.
Okay, no, I was just wondering if he. No, I think that old man is just there. Whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, he says Gary is fine. No, she realizes. Wait, no. Hang on, I'm mixing something up. No, the guy says, "Oh, he's awake, but he seems to be in shock." And then Gary says, "I'm fine, but I'm kind of tired." But he has glowy eyes. Oh no!
No. Okay, and now I can go into my notes for this little part. So where did I go?
I was gonna say it was good bridge porn. It's everyone did stuff. It seems like an actual operation. I fucking love that shit. It's like my favorite part of Star Trek. It's on top of the characters as well. But man, I love me some spaceship that feels like it's an actual like functioning operation with people that know what they're doing and all that good stuff. I love it. Love it so much.
Yeah,
give me more.
And it saves money as well. Because if you're showing people describing what's happening, you don't have to show it happening. So it's like a double. It's like a double win. Yeah. And some people actually complain about it, but I'm just like, well, actually, it adds a lot to like the procedure on the bridge and everything. But to each their own. So the first mention of we have the first mention of the deflector, but but at this point they're using it interchangeably with what would later be known as shields. So it's a bit of a bit of a half victory there, because eventually the deflector would be established as, the deflector dish, which is there to basically just stop micro debris when they're going faster than light. Because you go faster than light and like a little tiny like microscopic meteor hits you, that's gonna tear through you like it's a fucking bullet. Like it's just you got to have something in there to repulse that shit. So that's what the deflector dish is for. So that's good stuff. And did you notice how Spock says deflectors?
I did not.
He says deflectors.
Deflectors. Nice.
Yes. Yeah, like you watch Star Trek enough, you kind of noted like both Spock and Worf, they put a lot of emphasis on their syllables in very funny ways. Like they both say sensors, for example, and I just find it funny. I just find it funny because once you notice it, it's just like you just want to start imitating it.
Deflectors.
Yes. So I'm going to give some advice to the Enterprise crew here.
Okay.
So they don't know what this force field is, correct? Kat, you're ruining my life right now. You are.
No, they don't really know. They only have a hint that something dangerous is going on there. And so they just want to go do a little probing to get some more info, I guess, is their idea.
Yeah, so like my advice to them, and maybe there's something to counter this, would maybe just be to hang back a tiny bit longer, maybe send out like a probe.
Yeah, that's actually something I was thinking of as well, because they seem to have some kind of vessels, like, I don't know, security
like
boats or something, or shuttlecrafts.
Yeah, like there's a whole bunch of different things that they could be doing outside of I'm just gonna ram my face into it, gonna ram my big ship into the unknown barrier, see what happens. Yeah,
probe with the big boy.
Yeah, actually, I like my wording in the notes here. Like, I'd personally hang back and get more data on this unknown force field at the edge of the galaxy before ramming my giant spaceship into it. But then again, I didn't graduate from Starfleet Academy.
Yeah.
So we have another.
That's the first rule. If you find a big thing, just probe your ship into it, full throttle.
Yeah. Mash it.
No lube.
Oh yeah. So we have our. We have our first explodium-powered consoles.
Yeah.
Starfleet Standard Issue. So got all the exploding consoles. They're loaded with, pure, Standard Issue explodium. So just to make sure that, all the extras are nice and crispy.
Yeah.
The weak must fear the strong and all that. I've actually got a couple of screen grabs here, not because they're funny on their own, but because the shots are funny, and then you might want to. So I'll just I'm not going to send that to Jay. I'm going to send that to you, because that would be a weird thing to do, to send Jay two random shots of Gary Mitchell. So I'm just going to copy these. They're basically the same angle. So it doesn't look too funny here, but in context, with it just looks like they shoved in a couple of. It looks like it's a couple of shots that were taken when they didn't know the cameras were still rolling, and they just kept it in the final edit. Like, it's very weirdly framed, very weirdly, like the shake is very weird. I don't know. There might be something just to just track down there. It's just those were some weird insert shots there.
Damn it! I just had it, and now it's good. Oh, here. I think this is the right one. Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, it's a bit strange when I was watching it. So yeah.
Look at that frame. Look, he looks so concerned about this panel. Look at his face. He's like, "Oh no! I hope that's not gonna get off my pay."
No, I'd be terrified working in Starfleet. Like, there's no seatbelt. The consoles explode at the slightest nudge. The fucking inertial dampeners could go offline at any time, and I could have my skull fucking fused with the nearest bulkhead.
Yeah.
Oh, man. They had to store their grenades somewhere, me. True.
Yeah. Good old grenades. Granada.
Granada. And I think my final note is so those contact lenses, they were very primitive and extremely painful to wear. He could only have them in for a few minutes at a time.
Dude, I was actually wondering because they looked, I don't know, they look kind of weird. And the way
and they weren't transparent.
And the way they started looking through them later on, especially Mitchell, like he has his eyes kind of closed all the time. And I think they kind of made it this thing that he does now, but I think it was probably more that those those contact lenses are just kind of fucked.
You have the stinkiest farts, I swear to God.
No, I don't.
No, not you. This animal I keep in my home for some reason. So they could only see through the tiniest pinpricks in the middle, and other than that, they were blind.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, it was very low visibility, extremely uncomfortable to wear. Limited the amount of the amount of shooting time they could do with the contacts in. Yeah, it was not a fun time at the movies.
I bet it wasn't. Right, let me get to the next loop to. Well, I guess it's just to the next here. Okay, righty. So, shit's fucked. We get the captain's log. Captain Kirk says that they're only on impulse energy, and they can't do the fastisms. And any Earth station that has only been away days are now years in the distance.
Yeah. Oh, if I didn't mention before, we got our first mention of impulse engines earlier. I can't remember if I mentioned that or not. But yeah, we've established that impulse is distinct from warp, and that's pretty neat.
So basically, they're fucked and wonder what destroyed the Valiant as they live through it, same as they just had. And then I just written down. I guess we just have to assume that communications to Earth bases are fucked too, because no one ever mentions or tries to establish a connection to another base.
Yeah, that's one of the things, right? Like it's kind of one of the things you gotta headcanon. Oh my God, kitten, please cease and desist. I was about to say a very bad word then.
No.
So we established the distinction between warp and impulse, as I said, but there's also this line saying that their space warp ability has been disabled, and I don't think we ever hear that term again. So it's just like
I certainly never heard it before.
Yeah, I guess it's technically correct because our warp drive would work.
Some kind of bad word.
Some kind of bad word. Oh no. Here we go. The disease spreads. So Earth colonies. So we have the Earth colonies line. And I think what I like about this is it establishes the importance of warp drive and the devastating impact losing warp can have, which gives a distinct hierarchy to the level of importance to each system. So obviously life support and stuff like that, that's at the absolute top, but then under that it's like your warp drive and stuff, because if you lose warp drive and you can't contact anyone, you're basically fucked.
Yeah. Spock has been checking the medical reports, and they found out that the reason why only certain people have been zapped by the lightning flames is because of their high Esper levels. And then Daner comes around and says that, well, they all feel fine, even though something happened to their brains, apparently. And Gary is still kind of floompy. He's just out in the sick bay. And she makes sure to say that there's no way the Esper levels can be dangerous. After Spock mentions that they could also make things start fires and things like that. Then Kirk also asks if they can be sure that there really is no kind of Esper that could be dangerous. But Daner does not have an answer to that.
No kind of?
Oh, no. So yeah, good stuff.
Yeah.
They're figuring out why only a certain amount of people get the thing. Spock's like, let me get into this. And he's like, yo, they all got high Esper levels. Good job, Spock. You're a good lad.
Yeah, Spock. Go you, man.
Mm-hmm.
But my first note here is so let's look at the little the ultra high tech display
It just looks
Gary
like an
is
overhead
using.
projector.
Yeah, like he turns off the monitor and you can still see the text on it, which is like it's almost like there's just a backlight. It's just,
Oh, okay.
well, in the wide shot, in the first wide shot, when we reveal in the sick bay, yeah, so it's when we see him like, yeah, so I think it's a bit after that. So it's when just before Kirk walks in.
Oh, you mean in the sick bay? Okay, I was still on
Oh,
Spock.
like,
Oh, you mean his
okay.
display? Okay. Now we're on the same page. I thought you meant the display Spock uses for the medical records. Yeah, it's just some backlit thingy. You can still see the
text is
text.
still
Yeah,
visible.
no, I gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I skipped ahead because I didn't have any notes for that next part. So I thought, oh, this must be the next scene, right? She's like, no. Mimi just didn't have any notes for that part. Calm down.
You can see it there. Click. It's off, but you can still see.
Yep.
The
future.
Here. The future. So yeah, Kirk goes to visit Gary in the sickbay. And they seem to just have some friendly banter. Just established that they quite knowledgeable to each other. Like they've been friendos. Pretty good friendos even. But then Gary's
Academy.
Yeah, but then Gary is starting to behave weirdly, telling him he planned something out with a lady that Kirk almost married back in the day. And he's saying stuff like, "Oh, you better be good to me." And then says that one of the guys, Spinozzi, is quite simple, childish even, if you get into his mind. Which is, I don't even know if that's like a character. Maybe it's just some Randy. I don't know. I've never heard the name before.
I think it might be like maybe it's a famous writer or philosopher or something because he said he's like reading stuff that Kirk used to read.
I thought he was just talking to someone on the crew.
I think it's because he said he's going through like all these books that because he describes Cadet Kirk or maybe it was Lieutenant Kirk. I'm a bit confused about their relationship in the academy because it seems Kirk might have been teaching or something. I don't know, but they were at the academy at the same point in time. At one point, and became friends, and so he described the younger Kirk as a stack of books with legs, which I like that line because it, of course, Kirk was well studied. Like, he's he's the fucking captain of the Enterprise, so he's been working hard, and he establishes that he couldn't. There's a lot of books and stuff that Gary never really got, but now that he's been zapped, he's suddenly like reading them and understanding them. But now he's also finding them like completely below him as far as his intelligence is concerned. Like he's just gotten a huge smart zap into his brainy bits. And then we get and he said, and then we. What's interesting about this is that he says that even back in the academy days, he was trying to set Kirk up with some girl and had this huge, elaborate plot, which kind of plants the seeds of him being manipulative even before getting the zap. So I think that's interesting to kind of think about if like if the brainy thing is actually like. If it's like a natural result of, if it's like absolute power corrupting absolutely, or if it's actually just enhancing what was already there. I think that's an interesting question to ask. And the rest of my notes are a bit further in the scene, so we'll just continue on.
Measure asks, "Oh, when can I go back to duty? I feel fine," but Captain tells him, "You'll be observed by Dana for a while longer." And Gary says, "With over 100 women on board, you can do better than that." And Kirk tells him, "Consider it a challenge." And then he just kind of turns around, and Kirk is about to leave, and then Gary says in like an echoing voice, "I told you." Kirk turns around, and Gary, in normal voice, "To be good to me." And you know what? I think there's something up with him. I think there's some fleams inside of him or something. I don't know.
It's got flames inside his butt.
Yeah.
They're leaking.
Well, I hope he's got a bed pen, toilet pen, whatever it is.
Yeah.
And yeah, now Gary is reading
Badminton.
shit super fast and seems to feel that he is being watched. That he's being watched by Spock and Kirk through the visualisms. And
Wish I could read that fast.
I wish I could read. and Kirk tells Spock to put him on a 24-hour watch and do a full range of tests on him. And Spock then asks, "Is this the Gary Mitchell you used to know?" And he doesn't answer that question, but the implications are there. So yeah.
Also, to top marks, they're keeping an eye on his reading habits, so that because they know something's up. So of course you're going to monitor what he's doing on his like bedside computer just to make sure it's all kosher. Like maybe a bit of an invasion of privacy, but it's it's one of those things where it's like, well, something is very wrong with him psychologically. We should probably be we should make sure we don't have a school shooter on our hands. Oh, that's the second school shooter reference. Good luck getting this monetized.
Good job. We just need one for the next episode. Also,
Yeah.
36 more minutes until the longest forge. You've done it again, meme.
Yeah. 6 hour forge.
Yeah. Oh, fuck me. 2 a.m. almost. Let's see. Where was I?
Actually, I got to
patient. Oh yeah, we go back to the sick bay, and the doctor tells Gary that he's never had a patient as healthy as him before. Even patients with like super healthy stuff have something going on. And then he leaves. Dana is talking to Gary, and we get to learn that he seems to be able to do all kinds of shenanigans. He memorized all of the things he read super fast, which is right now half the ship's library. That was the wrong way around. And he also realized he can control the state of his body, making all the analysis screen go into the red first, then back to normal, and then he even kills himself for like 22 seconds. It's like, okay.
Yes. Gary's most dangerous weapon, the die switch.
The die switch, which is kind of funny. This was the thing he tried. I can go bad. I can go normal. Let's see if I can go really bad. Just beep.
I can suicide on command, Daddy.
Yeah.
I can do that too. It just takes longer.
Yeah, it takes a while.
Yeah.
But Dana also checks his memory claims and picks a random book and asks about the page. And he retells it word for word. But he wonders why she took the book that is supposedly one of the best love stories in the last years or something. And it's like super passionate and stuff.
That's a very good question.
I don't remember if that's actually going somewhere. I legit forgot. So yeah.
I think it's supposed to hint at a connection between them.
Yeah, maybe.
I got some notes for that part specifically. Like for starters, tapes, and more tapes. Technology so advanced, we went back around again. Because now these are proper Enterprise interface things. So, like, we're no longer on the 200-year-old ship, but they're still using tapes on the Enterprise. That's nice.
It was love a Christian story.
Oh my.
No. Put it back.
So,
don't read it.
This is something I find interesting. Remember, this is 1966. This episode was released. So we have Nightingale Woman, which was released by Tarbold on the on the Canopius planet in 1996. Ah, yes. I do remember Nightingale Woman by Tarbold from the Canopius planet in 1966. One of the greatest hits of the 1990s. Nightingale Woman from Tarbold of the Canopius planet in 1966. I mean, 1996 rather. Fucking. Oh, God.
You don't get to disparage the good fucking name of Nightingale, okay?
Yeah. Like, have you been to the Canopius planet? I heard it's lovely this time of year.
No, I don't like the people that live there. I'm very racist.
That's true.
Planetarist, even.
Yeah, they're a bunch of fur-faced fucks, if you ask me.
Oh, God, no. I kept it vague, you monster.
Yeah. Well, you kept it specific, but the actual prejudice in detail vague. I went like for like detail, but the implied racism angle. There we go. Oh, Spartan Squid must be from the Canopius planet. I'm sorry.
Goodbye. You have a good sleep, my man.
Yeah. Okay, and then my final note is return of the horn in sexual harassment form.
Nice.
Yeah.
So yeah. So they kind of close there for a minute because he just grabs her. Was like, hey. Can you give me the table over there? Anyway, Lee comes in, and thinks they were about to get it on. He goes like, no, I just wanted to check on you, Gary. And Gary asks sure, come in, it's all good. How the repairs going? I was like, well, main engines are off, and unless we find a way to re-energize them, we're stranded here. And then Gary says...
The horn is strong with this one.
And Gary says, well, you should check the starboard impulse packs, because they're about decayed to lead. And Lee obviously thinks like it's a joke. It's like, yeah, sure, I'm going to get right onto that. And Gary yells at him. It's like, I'm not joking, Lee. You activate those packs, you build a whole impulse deck to smithereens. And Lee just goes like, geez, okay, I gotta check him right away. And it's like, well, I just want to check you're fine, I'm gonna leave now. Goodbye. So yeah, now, we established a whole bunch of things with Mitchell now. He can control certain kinds of things with his body. He can apparently read minds. Because Dana wonders, like, hey, how did you know that was the thing? And he says, like, well, the image of them was still in his mind. So yeah, he's getting powerful, strong, gets all these powers. And there will be even more. But yeah, he's up to all kinds of shenanigans.
The horn is strong with this one.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So yeah, we get like a crew meeting. They discuss Mitchell, and Lee tells us that he was completely correct on the engines issue. We must have missed it. And he has no idea how that happened. Dana arrives, she gets asked if she saw anything unusual, and she kind of says, yeah, it's just, a little bit, nothing too crazy. And then Kirk goes like, hey, you want to repeat what you just said before she joined the combo? And the guy tells us there have been shenanigans happening on the bridge, where like levers were moved and stuff, and every time that happened, Mitchell has been seen smiling on the video feed every time. So he also has some telekinesis stuff going on. He's a powerful lad, that one.
Oh my.
And then Kirk presses Dana again. It's like, well, have there been some indication? Not pressing like that. Some indications for that. She's like, yeah, there's things like that. And Kirk is like, well, why didn't you think it would be right to tell us about this? And then he's like, well, nobody was hurt. Like, he's not doing anything real bad or something. Like, he's not a monster. This could be like a great, wonderful thing, as this could be the step to a next level of humanity or some things. Like, he can do stuff that we will probably need long time to get to.
So I got the exact quote here. It's
Mm-hmm.
a mutated superior man can also be a wonderful thing, the forerunner of the new and better kind of human being.
Oh my.
Oh my, that's literally what I wrote there. Like, followed by, is this movie Bob's descendant?
Oh God, no.
Also, considering what we'll later learn about Star Trek history, with a little event in the distant past known as the Eugenics War.
Oh God.
I think you should probably rethink your position here, Doctor.
Oh well. But yeah, she also doesn't understand how Kirk can be so natural about this. And he's been a long-time friend of Mitchell, and Kirk, being the chat captain as he is, well, it's my job as the captain to hear every speculation, comment, theory, whatever it is, no matter how pleasant or unpleasant it might be. It's like, man, you should be a captain. You really should be a captain.
Fuck yes.
And then Zulu's like, well, if I would explain it in mathematics, his power is getting greater geometrically. So basically, if you have a cent and double it for a month, you will be a billionaire. I did the math. That is actually true.
Well done.
Yeah.
That'll forgive a later line in a later episode, which is, it will. This is when you know anything, even basic maths. This is like. So they're trying to. I'll just give like there's a scene where they're trying to emphasize how powerful something is, how much they can enhance their weapons or something, and they say if we do da, we can increase our amplitude by 1 to the first power.
Oh, okay.
So 1 times 1 is 1.
Awesome. We did it.
Yeah, they stay exactly the same. Can't see me dancing right now, but I'm doing it.
Nice. I'm imagining it. It's fine.
Yeah.
So yeah, they make sure we understand how his power is getting crazy good, crazy big. And then the captain releases
Being
them
called out
all.
in chat, Metal.
Sorry?
You're being called out in chat.
Why do you constantly pass out from the round 2 of the Movie Challenge? Just eat it all, you dirty whore bag. Because it makes you feel terrible after.
Hey man, I'll do it someday, probably, maybe.
And it's also like $60 of food. It's so much food.
Look, Chad, if you want to pay for it, I'll do it.
So yeah, the captain releases them all, but tells them to not say anything to the crew about this, because they don't want him. He doesn't want them to panic. But we're not done here, because for anyone who thinks like, man, Kirk is like, man, I don't know if he's actually like, caring about this friendo. But we get a scene right after this where Spock stays and tells Kirk, well, you only got 2 options if you ask me. There's a mining colony close here. We can try to use the crystals there to get some power for the ship. Risk is that if it doesn't work, they'll be stranded there, and there's like only a manned operation every 20 years because the mining colony is completely automated. But they could leave Mitchell there, could strand them here. And option 2, you could kill him while you still have the chance, or while you still can. And Kirk goes on and is like, well, can you at least pretend like you have feelings? We're talking about Gary. Like, they're friends for so long. He obviously doesn't want to kill or strand him on an empty planet without any life. And Spock makes sure to tell him, it's like, Captain of the Valiant probably had a similar problem, but he waited too long, and this is why they're destroyed now. But you probably figured that out yourself by now. So he gives orders to set course to the planet. Good scene.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Really good shit.
Fuck yeah, I got some additional tisms for good measure. So I got a question. This is something that actually I was asking the whole episode, which is, so they're in like the magic meeting room doing all the things and stuff. So can like can Mitchell just read their minds while they're in there? Like, what are the limits of his power? Is it like, because we know they're increasing, but I think my question is like, what is the range on his telepathy? Can he, because you know he had that little part where he looked at the camera almost as if he could see Kirk, and that was just before this. So I'm just like, I do wonder about. I don't think it's said definitively said there's wiggle room, but it's like, yeah. So that's just a question I had, and there's also a quote. Yeah, there's also a quote. There is a planet a few light days away from here, and I'm just asking, like, that sounds like a short distance, but at sublight speeds, how long will that take?
Yeah.
Weeks, months? I don't know. Like, they don't get specific, so there's again wiggle room's there, but something I have to ask. And they also mentioned it has a lithium cracking station. Mr. Spock, do you mean a dilithium cracking station? Because those are two very different things. Just so we're aware.
I don't know.
Also, I just found it funny. Like, it's so automated that ore ships only come once every 20 years. Only call, sorry, once every 20 years. And it's like, wow, what are the logistics on a station that only needs, like, contact every 2 decades? Like,
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
Yeah.
I mean, these ores must be transported away at least at some point. Can you just get on one of those ships and, I don't know, get help that way? I don't know.
Yeah, like it's weird. And this also, and this on a positive note though, this is one of the things I really like about this scene is this scene really emphasizes Spock's importance in a very crucial way, because he has the ability to look at a situation far more objectively than a normal average human would, while the crew of the Galleon were most likely all humans, and thus they were slower to make the tough call. So it shows like Spock is like that balancing influence for the more empathetic human Captain Kirk.
Absolutely. Right. So now that we got the character porn out of the way.
Yeah.
We see them arriving at the planet. As already said, we have no idea how much time actually passed. So we got here. I assume it can't be more than a couple of days. I don't know. So yeah, but they prepare to get Gary ready for transport to beam him down. So we get to the sick bay and we see him moving a cup with his mind.
Yeah. Oh, I have a note just before that because it's the captain's log. Because the captain's log details like immaculately what they're going to do to Gary. And I just wrote, bold move to transcribe your plan to maroon the man who is exponentially approaching godhood in your ship's official logs. I'm sure he won't unlock the ability to decompile those databanks with a thought by the time you get there.
No, he can't. Not yet.
No.
Hopefully.
No. Please.
So he moves his cup, gets this in, and is like, oh, I'm thirsty, I'm gonna get this thing. And he says, oh, it's like I've been blind my whole life, but now I can see. And then,
like me when I took my ADHD meds for the first time, it was like I just went around a shopping mall reading signs because it was the first time I felt like I could focus and like just enjoy the act of reading. So it was like, oh my god, it's like seeing color for the first time. It's just, oh my god, signs I can read.
Whoa. And yeah, I think Kirk asks him straight up, like, are you reading all of our minds right now? He's like, well, I mostly sense worry and the safety for your ship. And Kirk asks him, what will you do if you were in my place? And he says, probably what Spock is thinking right now, kill me while you still can. And they try to grab him, but he holds his hand out and zaps them, stunning them for a bit.
Unlimited power.
Yeah, and he says, I won't be leaving. You can't force me on this planet. There's no people he can use for what he wants to do. And he says like, I want to do something a god could do. And he goes like this crazy talk and like, I'm a god. And then they quickly tackle him and give him tranquilizer-tisms to get him to transporter. I don't know how believable it is that they can overwhelm him, really. I don't know. Might be maybe he just can't control his power that well yet. I don't know. I just don't have any measurement of his power really right now.
Yeah, I got a couple of notes related to that. So for starters, the Chad Kirk versus the Virgin telekinesis, because he's dragging that cup along, and then Kirk just picks it up and completely
stop it.
Yeah. And something I do like about that scene is that Gary is still able to like understand why they're doing what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that he has no interest in going along with it, but he can still he's not like he's like going like, yeah, if I was in your position, I would totally be trying to fucking kill me as well. But because I am me, I'm not going to go along with it. So sorry.
Yeah.
So I thought that was good that he was still able to put himself in the mindset of the man he used to be, which someone who is that superior, I think they would be able to like almost they would be able to put themselves into like a lot of different perspectives, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But then the power could still be corrupting in that way. Let's see. So Kirk has a line where he says, talking about his power, he says, like a god could do, and then he proceeds to punch him in the face, and I just write, Kirk proceeds to punch God in the face. Won't be the first time either.
Based.
And then while they're struggling in the transport room, my note is, Doctor proceeds to sedate God.
A second time.
Yep.
Also the way he just stands there when they beam him down. Like, for some reason he's tranquilized, but he's still standing up because they need to beam him. That was kind of funny to look at.
Yeah, the sedative Viagra.
Oh no.
Viagra.
Get the tables out of the way. They're not safe.
Oh my.
So yeah, they beam down, and they basically just reiterate on the plan. It's like, there's not a single person here, only them chickens, or us chickens.
What?
I think they just kind of scrap away for stuff they can use for the Enterprise, and Kirk asks if they could blow up the terminal, and I think is it Kelso? I think it's Kelso. It's like, oh, I've rigged. Yes, and technician says so, and it's like, well, make it so. Go rig that bitch. And yeah, he seems to be planning to yeet Gary if he doesn't have any other chance. Which also makes sense, because if they just leave him here and he just gets more powerful, it doesn't even matter if they leave him here. And they mention it a little bit later on as well. But it's just nice to see that Kirk already is thinking about this. It's like, yeah, we need to rig this. We have to do something.
You get 10 steps ahead.
Yeah. So they talk a bit more to Gary, and Gary reminds Kirk that he took a poison dart back in the day that was meant for Kirk, and that he almost died. Wondering why Kirk is now so scared of him. And he tells him that, well, you mentioned that you call us insects, and you're gonna squash us like one of them. And he even said that he would kill a mutant like yourself. And Gary says that Spock is right to suggest that, and that humanity will not survive if a race of true espers is born. Racism.
Yeah. Spook. You just want to keep the human man down.
Yeah. You got anything? Got anything on that while I switcheroo the visuals?
Yeah, so we got our first force field effect, which is pretty neat.
Oh, that was actually the next thing in my notes. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we got our anti-god force field, which is nice.
Not very effective, but it works for now.
Yeah, like the force field drained his strength. Okay, has he gone to the force field? Has he tried to?
No, it stopped right in front of the force field tisms. It's like right before he yeets himself on it.
Okay, so like he tries to yeet himself on the force field, and then Spock's all like, the force field drained his strength, and he can be handled now. And it's just like, dude, you got him with a punch to the face earlier. He's not that tough. Not
Yeah.
gonna be honest.
You got some time.
Yeah. And then there's a line in here. I can't remember the context of it, but it's a Spock line, and where he goes, because she feels and I do not. All I know is logic, and my response to that is, you keep telling yourself that, Spock.
You're bullshitting yourself. Come on.
A little bit, just a little bit,
Just a little bit.
a little bit more.
But yeah. Yeah, my next note is he then yeets himself at the force field and loses his power for a short moment because that is what this thing can do. But yeah, he just gets back up pretty quickly and he tells Kirk that he will just keep getting stronger, and you know that, which is why he made them break the station. So yeah, we see that the things they scrapped from the station are fitting like a glove into the Enterprise, and the systems come back online.
Oh no! I just realized something. So if you were to ship Spock and Kirk, it would either be Spurk or
Crisp? Crisp?
Cock.
God damn it. Oh, but you just used one word of Kirk.
Yeah.
That's cheating. Oh, god damn it. Oh, there's another
Everybody
episode
loves
after this.
cock.
Jesus Christ. So we see that the scrap parts fit into the Enterprise, and then things come back online. And then we get like a scene down at the station again. And it's like, hey, did Spock get the phaser rifle I beamed down? And Kirk just starts saying, well, I didn't order. And Spock comes around the corner with a phaser rifle in the sense like, and Kirk just says, affirmative. This is funny. And Kirk asks Spock what makes him sure that Mitchell is a danger when a trained psychiatrist says no. And yes, as you already said, Spock says it's only because he only knows logic and doesn't feel. And in his opinion, they will be lucky if they get away in time, as Gary tried to get through the shield again. And the weakening was even shorter this time. So yeah. The machines have been rigged for explosions, and we hear that it will flatten the whole valley. And Kirk tells Lee that at his discretion, if you feel like it is the last chance, when Mitchell gets out, I need you to hit that button. So,
Shouldn't that be remote activated?
No. He needs to hit the button.
This is like foreshadowing for Voyager, because the entire premise of the show is built on a very nonsense decision. But you'll get there. You'll get there. You'll get there.
Yeah. So everything is ready, and they're preparing to get off this planet as the Enterprise energy is almost fully regenerated. But Gary has been standing there just for a couple of hours, honing his skill, I assume, because he uses his mind powers to strangle Kelso with a wire so he can't hit the blow switch.
When garden hoses attack.
Yeah. So yeah. He then gets out, zaps Kirk and Spock, and then takes Dana, gives her a little touch on the cheek, and she now has glowy eyes too. Oh no!
Oh
now
no!
There's two of them. This is getting out of hand.
There's also a great line in there: "Command and compassion are a fool's mixture."
Nice.
From Gary.
So yeah. We're at the end game. This is just a lot of action now that's gonna happen. There's also a little fun little tidbit that I saw and did a little Google on. So yeah, I have some. I have found out some nerd stuff. Fuck you, meme. I can do it too.
Yeah. 6 hour forge.
Let me see. So yeah, there's unconscious because he got zapped. The doc helps Kirk recover with some meds, and he tells him,
Starfleet issue Viagra.
Yeah, and tells you get Spock after I'm done, because I'm going after them. tell me where they went. He takes the rifle and he tells them, if you don't get any communication from me in like 12 hours, you have to level the planet with the Enterprise, I think he says. Put like radiation stuff on it or something.
Yeah, I think it's like bombarded with neutron radiation.
Yeah.
So I wrote in my notes Starfleet issue Viagra, right? But then the second I write that in, my brain hears a line. Now, this isn't what the line says, but because I just wrote Starfleet issue Viagra, my brain hears a line immediately after with Kirk going, "Did you see that erection?"
Did you see a direction?
I think he's just like, "Did you see the direction?" But what I heard was, "Did you see the erection?"
So yeah, we now cut to Gary. He's basically just doing Jesus stuff, creating life and plants and food and stuff, and goes like, "Hey, there's cool and stuff. You're gonna be able
more Adam and Eve imagery."
Yeah, Adam and Eve imagery, right? And Dana like, "Oh, I'm starting to see Kirk as well. He's like on this way. I can use mind fleams now too. Woohoo!" And then Gary's like, "Well, go over him. You know what to do now. You have the things." And he's like, "Hey, Kirk, what's up? We're gods now. You cool?" It's like, "No, actually, no. You were a human once. How about you're gonna be a psychiatrist for like a minute longer, see how crazy this motherfucker actually is." And she knows all those nasty, savage things people don't want people to know about. So I don't know. Maybe you should reconsider. You don't seem to be considering all the options. And Dana says, "Oh, Gary doing is right, and think Earth is unimportant now, and they can have what humans could only have in millions of years." And Kirk says that Gary doesn't have any of the wisdom and compassion, so all this power is worthless. So yeah. Yeah.
Before they start, I'll get my notes out of the way before. Oh, has he erected the grave yet?
No, that's the thing I looked up.
Yeah. Ooh, we both have the same note on that, I think.
Maybe. I would assume so.
Yeah. Well, I'll get my things out of the way before the grave. So at the very beginning of the scene, so Gary mouths a line, and no words come out. So it's like they must have removed the dialogue at some point for that very beginning. That's just something funny. We have the Adam and Eve symbolism. Gene, I think my response to that is Gene unstiffen at once.
Unstiffen at once.
So rock falls. How unlucky as when Kirk is approaching. We can probably sense him anyway. And then he gets.
They
they
didn't
have
need
the
that
apples,
scene
right?
anyways. They know he's here anyway. So I don't know why they put in the scene where he pushes over the rock.
Yeah,
Seems
I got
redundant.
no clue. Yeah, maybe padding for time or something. So when they get so he spawns the apples, and when they're still in the tree, well, my notes say it all. Those are some mighty testicular apples there, Gary. They just look like little scrotums, little ball sacks. So, you're gonna bite into the apple ball.
God damn it, Gene! You just can't help yourself, can you?
Yeah, can't help it. The horn seeps. And
Gross.
And then of course we get our the Shatner ham activates. We get some really, we get the ham. It starts doing his Shatner yells and his Shatner screams. And it's like, yeah, I like this. I like this. Do more. Do more of your like quick talk and stuff. Oh my God. So Kirk goes, "What's your prognosis, doctor?" Oh, no, wait, that was Gary's line. Gary's like, "What's your prognosis, doctor?" And then she just says, "He's coming."
Nice.
Yeah, I liked that. And then Yeah, Mitchell. So good. Oh yeah. So now we're going to go to the grave.
So yeah, actually, let me get the grave up. Because Gary arrives and is like, "Nee, look at us." And Kirk tries to shoot him, but nothing happens. And Gary yeets his gun with very visible strings, by the way. Let me see if I can get the thingy, because it's right before the gravestone appears. Okay, let's see here. I'm gonna go frame by frame because it should. So yeah, you can actually see it here already. You can see the strings here. They move to the right.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
So yeah, that's probably because of the remaster stuff. You probably wouldn't be able to tell in black and white, I would assume.
Probs not.
So yeah, that was kind of funny to see. It was like, ooh, strings, I saw them.
Oh.
Now you got some VLC faces. Come on, do the grave. It was right there.
Come on, gravy.
Because the grave has some funny bits.
Chat, start chanting. Grave, 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 grave. Great, 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 great,
Yay! So,
there we go.
As you might look at this grave, like, James R. Kirk? Who's James R. Kirk? That was the same question I've asked myself. I thought I was going insane. I was like, isn't it T. Kirk? And I was like,
Tiberius,
okay.
yeah.
What was this? It says James A. R. Kirk. So, according to the DC Fontana, in the introduction for Star Trek, the classic, episode 1, when the mistake over the middle initial was discovered, Gene Roddenberry decided that if pressed for an answer on the discrepancy, easy for me to say, the response was to be, Gary Mitchell had godlike powers, but at base he was human. He made a mistake. Found in the article on Where No Man Has Gone Before, and in the section on sets and props, when the in-universe explanation is that Gary Mitchell forgets and forgot. I don't know why this said forget. I copy and pasted that. Forgot, and the out-of-universe explanation is essentially word of God, with the producer saying it's a mistake.
Yeah. And I will add on to that by saying I'm pretty sure there's a novel that explains it, which is to say, during their academy days, he had like a nickname. He like had a nickname that was like where R was the center initial, so it was like some so they retconned it or explained it that this is like something you would call him in the academy days. So now he's just playing on the he's making fun of him. I think is the implication there. If you go by that continuity, so that's yeah. So what was the middle initial actually? Why didn't I write this down ahead of time? James R. Kirk, Star Trek novel. James R. Kirk.
Ugh. Oh boy.
I can't actually find it here. Some person said it might be rat face, but I don't think it was that. We'll continue on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just have little notes because it's mostly action. I just go through them, then you can just add your stuff.
Sounds good.
So yeah, Gary makes Kirk kneel and wants him to pray to him, pray to your God, pray to me. And while all this is happening, Kirk is yelling at Dana's like, hey, you like what you see? Like, is this what you want? And eventually makes her turn on Gary. Oh no. And they have a zapping duel that looks really funny. And that makes Gary's power go away for a bit. And then they have an epic fist fight and they yeet themselves around and stuff. Yeah, that's basically what's happening. Also, I forgot to turn back on the things. Yeah. until Kirk could squish his head with a rock that he picks up, but he hesitates because he still sees his friend. And right as that happens, Gary gets his powers back and yeets Kirk around. Pretty much literal. He just yeets him around. And at some point, Kirk manages to push him into the grave he made, climbs out, rolls, gets the phaser gun, and shoots some rocks on top of the grave, or above the grave, burying him, and I assume killing Gary. And then he goes up to Elizabeth, which is Dana. She's like, I'm dying. Also, you can't imagine how it was to always be a god. I'm dead. Then he hails the Enterprise. Kirk's back on the bridge with a fucked up arm. Makes an entry in the logbook, making sure that both Dana and Mitchell, in the records, it says that they gave their life while performing their duties in service. So yeah, they didn't ask for what, because they didn't ask what has happened to them. It was part of the job, if you will. And then Spock says in an ending line, "I felt for him too." And Kirk says, "There might be hope for you after all." And there you go.
Bam. And now that you've had the short version, it's time for the meme segment.
The memes. Oh god. Okay. Cool.
Yeah. So this is the memes analysis of this fight scene. And my first note
we get
is
some memes. Oh, okay.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to disappoint.
No,
so my first note is Gary has lumpy fingers.
Okay.
Because there's a couple of close-ups where he's like doing his finger, like his hand gestures, and I just noticed there's just like, wow, he's got like really thick like man fingers. Like there's really thick, just sausagey fingers. It's yeah, they're once you see it, you can't unsee it. Especially like he's got especially not quite as visible in that part, but like when he's like moving the rocks and stuff, he's moving you can just see when he's got it like up against his chest and stuff. It's like, oh my god, it's pretty funny. And so he gets Kirk to kneel before him, and getting to worship him. And one thing Shatner's hamming that is just like, oh my god, this is what we watch TOS half for the the good characters and story, and the other half just to see Shatner go full Shatner mode whenever he has to do something really dramatic. It's so good. And then oh my fucking god, like, so he's kneeling before him, and my note for that is, oh my, I see Gary swings both ways. Just swallow and don't let him see you cry, Jim.
Of course you did.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's I say the uncomfortable truths, as you see. And then they've got the lightning battle, and my note for that is like, I'm going to tell my kids that this was Dooku versus Yoda. And then the fight happens, and literally these are my notes verbatim, and it's like, yeah, Kirk, punch God, yeah, chop that fucker, yeah, do it, Kirk.
He does chop him pretty good. It's true.
Yeah, and then it's just like, and then I made this horrifying discovery, and you're about to get a bunch of images, and it's just this horrifying revelation that Kirk keeps swapping out with this stranger.
What?
Like this absolute stranger just keeps popping into Kirk's place in the wide shots. And it's like, wow, Gary's powers really know no limit, because like he keeps swapping Kirk with this absolute stranger that just is in his uniform and is doing all of his stunts. Like, my god. It's just this absolute alien person.
What? I didn't see that, and I'm actually shocked.
The stunt double is so obvious.
What?
Yeah, that's Kirk, right? That's
Look at this chubby faced motherfucker. Who's that?
oh Lord! Look at it.
For what? For doing the weird fucking X handle punch?
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
happy
some
this
of them
fucker
are
got a
just
payday,
running.
but what the fuck do you need a stunt double for this?
Yeah, like some of these shots are just him running away or getting. So it's like, wow, was Shatner really hitting the donuts that hard that day? Like,
Some sort of
Like,
Kirk.
oh Lord, just absolute. You know, so we've established like the domineering power of Gary Mitchell, just right.
Oh my.
Oh my God. So during one of the shots where it is William Shatner, he fucking bodies Gary at one point, just fucking slams him to the ground. It's fucking amazing. And then of course Gary is ended by a rock. It kind of looks like a ball sack as well, actually. It seems to be a trend, like perfectly plugging the hole.
Oh, nice.
Nice, yeah. And remember when I mentioned before that Gene thought that the first pilot failed because it did not end in a fist fight?
Well, there's your fist fight.
Yeah, there it is. Fisting saved Star Trek.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. And
That's
I
what
also
I'm saying.
really like the line. I felt for him too. And I think my note for that is, never has an entire franchise worked so hard to justify a single line.
Yeah.
A Kirk-like being.
A Kirk-like being, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, that was where no man has gone before.
Yeah. Good stuff as well. Good episode. Great character work. Flumpy fights, as you expect from back in the day.
Yeah.
Uh,
Trek Foo.
Trek Foo. Yeah, good stuff. I enjoyed that one.
A Kirk-like weapon.
A Kirk-like weapon.
Yeah.
Good flisms. Good flisms as well.
Yeah. Yeah. So I actually do have some a little behind the scenes interlude for the man trap.
Oh, please. We're already in the longest forge. Just make it longer.
Yeah.
Better just wait to
Yeah.
see the Gorn fight. Is that the weird green thing? I'm pretty sure I've seen that fight before.
Yeah, it's great.
That's like a legendary one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, with that. I just seen the costume again. It's so
Yeah.
floopy.
I love the
Gold coin.
caveman. I love that it's wearing a leotard as well, but it's supposed to be part of this advanced alien race. So while the second pilot did end up getting picked up and did end up airing, it wasn't an open and shut case of which episode would be the first to air. There were several episodes in the running, but they settled on the man trap because it was, quote, scarier and more exploitable than the others. Or at least this is the speculation. The choice was absolutely bizarre, as TOS did have limited episode-to-episode continuity, with the coherency of the Star Trek universe coming retroactively with the TOS movies and later shows. It's still very clear that Where No Man Has Gone Before was meant to be the first. The uniforms are completely different, the makeup is still being perfected, and half the cast is missing, including 1/3 of the main trio. Indeed, Bones' role was completely usurped in that episode, so for that reason, the production order is considered the true way to watch the show, even if audiences at the time were subjected to something different. Thankfully, the extremely episodic nature of TOS meant that only the star dates would often reveal the general order events came in, and that was only if you were memorizing them week to week. Funnily enough, if you do go by star dates, the production is still jumbled up a little bit, so I guess there's two ways to experience TOS, taste depending. If you're curious, The Man Trap is the 5th episode production-wise, and the 4th episode if you're going by star date.
in
Yeah.
the first episode that aired.
Yes. Very first episode that aired.
Oh boy.
I think I have less notes for this one, so this should hopefully be quicker.
I kind of hope so because I'm actually getting a little bit tired.
Yeah, like I think I've got 6 pages left, and the document is 25 pages. So that just kind of gives you an idea of how I didn't have that much to say about this one. Just some interesting tidbits.
Yeah. So, the man trap. Spock is temporarily in command, while Kirk is doing some shenanigans on planet M113, which has ruins of a long dead ancient civilization, and they're just here for some routine medical checkups on the planet. And there are 2 archaeologists, which is Bob and Nancy Crater. And we also get to know that Nancy Crater is an old girlfriend of McCoy's. And Kirk immediately teases him by saying, "Oh, maybe we should pick some flowers." And and McCoy just answers, "Is that how you make girls like you? By bribing them?" it's just really funny. Oh yeah, there's also Randy here. He's here to die, in case you're wondering.
What do I say about him in my notes? It's just like, we've got Kirk, Bones, and that guy.
he's called,
yeah.
it's Crewman Darnell, in case you actually want to know the name.
Oh, because I have him in here as, Lieutenant What's His Face. I'm sure he's going to have a long and prosperous career.
Nothing is going wrong for him.
No, definitely not. We also got the first appearance of Uhura on the bridge, and the uniforms are in their final form, and they fixed Spock's eyebrows.
Oh my! Very good, very good. So yeah, this is actually what else. It's like, oh, it's like my girls bribing them, and then I just wrote, "Who's the Randy here?" I guess he dies.
Also, there's a fun fact about the uniforms, just so I don't forget it. So, does his uniform look gold to you?
Whose?
Kirk's.
More like yellow. The things on his arm are golden, and the
Yeah. So the shirt's actually green. Like, it sometimes looks like he's alternating between a green and a yellow or gold shirt, but it's actually always green. It's just the lighting makes it look yellow, and it eventually became,
the fuck?
it's just the lighting makes it look yellow. But it became canonically yellow because of the lighting. But the actual costume is green. Yeah.
That is interesting. Anyway, McCoy lets us know that he has this old girlfriend here, which is Nancy Crater, and they separate like 10 years ago, and he's married the Crater guy, and he's like, oh, she might have forgotten all about me. And she arrives, and they're happy to see each other. McCoy seems to still adore her quite a bit. You might say they never got over her. But we then see that she seems to appear differently for everyone. What? Because we get McCoy's POV. She probably looks like he remembers her. And then we cut to Kirk, and we see her being quite a bit older. Same face, but some gray hair here and there, because that's how he imagines her. And then we get an interesting remark by McCoy, because it says, "Oh, you haven't aged a day." And normally I would just see this as like a pleasantry, but here I think this might be turning into be something much more literal, as I've written down. And then we now get to hear the Randy's name. He's Crewman Darnell, and he points out that she looks like some girl he left behind on some pleasure planet years ago.
Oh my!
And she does look very different. She's like blonde and has like a mini skirt kind of deal going on, everything. And McCoy is like, "Oh, you hold your tongue." He basically tells him to shut the fuck up because he's annoyed. The crew was like, sorry, but I think it's just uncanny how similar she looks. And Kirk just tells him to wait outside. He's like, okay, I'm gonna leave now, Captain. Goodbye.
Okay.
And then Kirk wants to wait outside as well, and she's like, oh, it's fine. I will get Bob so they can examine the tisms on them, do their health checkup. And outside, the crewman is just chilling out, sees her again. He's like, oh, this is like this girl from the other planet. This is crazy. And she's being like all suggestive and stuff and makes him horny. The horn is back. Gene.
Yeah. Hey, I know we're not on Riza, but Jamaharon waits for no one.
Ooh, mama. And he follows her. Man, I hope he's gonna be fine. I hope nothing bad is gonna happen to that guy.
Yeah.
So yeah, we as the audience already get the hints that she looks different for the other ones. The other one obviously don't know yet. But very important, we get to know that McCoy is still very much in love with Nancy after all these years. Yep. And this is going to be important for the rest of the story. And then we get the title sequence without lyrics, I'm afraid. Sorry.
No. That Star Trek will go on forever, though.
Yeah. But yeah, we get a log entry by Kirk, which is apparently from more of the future, because we get to hear Kirk putting into this log that they have been down there without any suspicion of seeing anything, but apparently everyone has been seeing a different woman each time.
I really wish they had hidden this twist a little bit more. Like, I feel like it would have been a cooler reveal.
It felt weird. It was almost like Columbo, where we already know who's the guy.
Yeah, it was like, okay, we're really not hiding this, are we? Like,
no.
Okay, you do you, show, but man, I would have kept that under lock and key until the big reveal.
Oh yeah.
But, yeah. Also, I'm just the scientist guy, right? What did you think of his acting? Because he had some line deliveries in here. Like, what? Plum? I think one of those was... And then later on he goes, we need additional salt! Just a very strange line, very strange acting from this man. Maybe he's from Planet of Ham.
Yeah, maybe. He's also kind of weird how he behaves, like in general, because the professor arrives and he starts by being like super hostile. It's like, oh, what do you want? You're my planet. You're trespassing. Blah blah blah, and he just wants them to leave them alone. And then, as you said, we only need some salt tablets against the heat, and then we're fine. And
yeah.
Kirk and McCoy is like, well, doesn't matter what you want. We have a duty to check every year that your health is fine, so we can certify it.
Yeah, can't circumnavigate that.
Yeah, and Kirk says, "Well, he's all yours, Plum. I mean, Dr. McCoy, because Nancy called him Plum back in the day, and she did that here too. And he's teasing him with it. And then Professor remembers the name. It's like, oh, Nancy has been talking about you before. And for some reason, he becomes like almost friendly here. Mm-hmm. It's like, oh, sorry, Captain. I didn't mean to be rude. Please sit down. It's like, what? Was this a weird tonal shift in his behavior? Because he gets to be a prick in a bit again. So I don't know why he gets to be friendly here for a bit. Like, he seems like a completely different person in that scene. It's really odd.
Yeah,
fun, very weird.
Little bit. He's a strange fellow.
Yeah. Yeah, and then Leonard then says that he was surprised she didn't look like she aged at all. Like, there's not a gray hair in sight. And Kirk says that well, actually, she had a few gray bones. So they're not quite there yet, but they're kind of treating it like we don't know, but we do know. So it's this weird thing.
And why is Kirk seemingly seeing a less attractive woman than everyone else? Like, wouldn't he be seeing like ultra hottie or something? Or is this like he goes for the younger ones out of habit, but like really he's desiring an older woman thing?
Yeah, because
I don't know. I just found that odd.
Yeah, because with the other ones, we get to know that it's like this. Oh, we're gonna be whatever you want it to be, I guess. But here it's more like, oh, maybe. I mean, I'm just guessing here. Maybe it's because he actually knows her face, and he's imagining her as this older lady.
Maybe.
'Cause
Like, yeah.
But I feel like I'm missing some knowledge here, some information, like how long have they been friends? Have they been friends 10 years ago already? Have they been hanging out? All that stuff. But yeah, it's definitely different for him than all the other ones.
Yeah, because like with Kirk, because I've seen, because Kirk is quite the ladies' man.
Oh, yeah.
And we see the kind of poontang that he goes for, and
Poontang.
well, wait, what was? I'm just gonna read this from my notes. Considering Kirk will lay down the captain's log on anything with a front pole, it's surprising that an older woman is his ideal match.
The captain's log. That's a good one. I like that. That's good.
I was quite proud of that one.
So yeah.
I want to get out of that door.
What?
Oh, talking to that cat, getting into my meds.
So yeah, but then Crater even says, "Oh, you probably seen her in the image you still had in your mind." It's like, oh, why didn't that ring any alarm bells for you guys that he said it that weirdly? But okay. But he was also surprised he was also surprised that they apparently seen her here at all. So yeah, he's kind of sussy wussy, sus as AF. So yeah, we get the first couple of hints that they see a different person. Oh, well, they do, but for some reason they don't really pick up on it. I don't know. But yeah, they hear yell and run outside. And no, Darnell!
If she appeared as a furry.
Darnell is dead. No. Who could have?
Oh no, Mr. Watson!
Who would have thought? But yeah, he has red floomps all over him, all over his face. And for some reason, Kirk just pulls out a green thing out of his mouth. I don't know why that was the first thing he tried to do, but yeah. Yeah, he immediately grabs his fucking mouth. It's like, this is weird. Why is there a green thing in here?
Because that's like as she's explaining that he got poisoned. So he would have been beginning that action before she even alluded to the fact that he was poisoned, quote unquote, by the shrubbery. Just before that, like when he's doing the medical exam, he just tells him to open his mouth and while he's putting something in it, and it made me laugh because I'm filthy. I think this planet should be called. We have our first dead Jim. Yeah, and I think this planet should have been called the Salty Splatoon.
Yeah. Well, actually, there's no salt on here anymore, so...
That's true. The once salty Splatoon.
Yeah, there you go.
The now saltless Splatoon. There we go.
Nice. So, yeah, according to Nancy, he just took a bite out of it before she could say anything. Because she just was checking in him, just wanted to tell him that she wasn't offended by his remarks earlier. And now Bob Crater is hostile again. Tells him, no, just fucking leave. Seems like the guy is just a dumbass who ate a fruit he didn't know. Also, we need salt tablets, by the way.
Lol.
And Kirk gets like really annoyed. Just like, I'm quite aware what my duties are. Thank you very much.
Duty.
Yeah, duty. So yeah, they just beam back up and postpone their health checkup for the next day. And we see that Nancy and Bob don't seem to be like super fond of each other. It's like, oh, did you ask about the salt tablets? It's like, yeah, I'm taking care of provisionings. Thank you very much. I've written down it's like almost almost divorced kind of talking. It's like they're almost getting a divorce.
Yeah, it's just kind of like we're in the marriage, but we're not in the marriage, you know?
Yeah. Now we're back on the bridge and we get some banter between Miss Uhura and Spock.
Ooh.
Yeah, he tells her that she made an error with the frequencies, and she just says that she's annoyed
Pronounced
by the
error for some reason.
error. She says she's annoyed by the word frequency, but Spock doesn't understand. So I just wanted to start a conversation, but Spock doesn't know what to do with this because it doesn't make sense to him that someone who's on comms doesn't like any frequencies. That's fucking wild. Why would you say that, lady?
Yeah, you're crazy.
Sorry, I just needed to get rid of a spider on my desk who was annoying me.
You're going to tell me the truth. You were picking your nose, weren't you?
No, I've been doing that this whole time, though.
Oh, that's true. Okay. Fair enough.
Does anything? Yeah. And then she's like kind of flirty with him. Says, "Oh, why he doesn't tell her how Vulcan looks on a lazy moon night?" And all Spock says like, "Vulcan doesn't have a moon."
We're going to remember that line not for this episode, but way into the animated series.
Oh.
That might be thing is that is canonical. Someone fucked up, and we're going to remember that.
Well, I might
Remember
get the
that.
feeling there's a moon after all.
No, something that looks like a moon. Maybe it's not a moon. Maybe there's a loophole or a whole loop.
Okay. Anyway, he gets the message that the landing party is back and they have one dead. They don't say who, though. And he just goes out, "Bridge acknowledged," and Uhura's like, "How could you be so calm? For all we know, it could be the captain, and he's the closest you have to a friend." And he just replies with, "Well, my feelings won't change anything, and the station is very well manned, and they will surely message me if they might need my help again."
Yes, and so I got a couple of notes for this part. For starters, got a little bit of flirting, a little bit of cheekiness between
a little bit of the horn.
Yeah, a little bit more subdued though. And I mentioned this because like there seems to be this. Because I thought this before I watched TOS that the JJ films made up the Spock Uhura pairing like as a subversion of the normal like expectation of Kirk and Uhura being the item.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, you see in this show, like right away, they're already getting Spock and Uhura to just like be this kind of like, ooh, they Uhura clearly like wants to jump his Vulcan bones. So it's like that's a little bit of that there, and then this isn't the only time this happens either. There are other episodes where you're gonna see that sort of thing happen with Uhura and Spock. So that's just it's more just so what the JJ films were doing were more just an extension of TOS. How well they did it with them constantly breaking up and getting back together in those films is another question, but it wasn't invented for those films. And the second one, we finally have the miniskirts. Now, dear viewer, some people out there think that this was something invented completely for the male gaze, something that was completely there to be provocative for male viewers and put forward by men.
Well, I can debunk that right here because I've seen TNG episodes where the men are wearing these.
Yes, indeed. And also, as we saw in like the first two episodes, women were wearing pants. So clearly, something changed. What changed? Well, we had an actress. I don't think she's in this episode, but we did have an actress like early on say that she hated wearing the pants and that she wanted to show off her dancer's legs. So they assigned her a miniskirt, and then everyone loved the miniskirts so much, like the crew did, that all the women got miniskirts, and that's how we got the classic TOS miniskirts. So yeah, no sexisms here. This is sex empowerment. Yeah, sex powerment. Woo!
Nice.
A thought.
Good. Fun stuff. So yeah. Wait, let's go ahead. So, they're on, I don't know, in the infirmary, I guess. Next, and they checked that the Borgia plant seems to be poisonous. It's not as poisonous as he and the crewman that died because there's no records of red flumes over all his bodies, so that's all bollocks.
Yeah,
And,
there's no sign of the poisons there.
And he even says it doesn't even make sense that he's dead. He can't find anything wrong with him, and he should stand up and just walk away. And Kirk really wants to know what killed him, as McCoy says that he has no clue about any poison in his body. He tells him he will double check, and then starts talking about Nancy again, and he swears that she looked 10 years younger the first time she saw her, and he kind of smiles and says that he might have been looking through a haze of love. Then Kirk cuts him off, like, really angry. It's like, I don't care about...
Shut the fuck up!
Yeah, I just don't care about your lost love and how it affected your eyesight. I just lost a man of my crew, and I want to know why. And McCoy just says, yes, sir, or something, and just walks away.
Yeah. A couple of notes.
I just want to point out this headset that Spock is wearing.
Oh, you know what I just had? Look at what I just had in my. I was about to send you through as my first note.
Is it the headset?
Yeah, look at these screen grabs, man. They're, like Uhura rocks the little earpiece. Spock,
It looks so
not as much.
It looks so funny. It looks so funny.
Yep.
It looks like it's like a little Elvis microphone hanging out of his ear.
Oh yes, it's that's it's a little thing, and but what I also noticed that with this scene, before we even see it, because we don't really get much between McCoy and Spock in this episode, which we're gonna get a lot of in other episodes, which is great. But we still see like the necessary niche films, because Spock is the cold and logical one. Kirk is like the youthful, suave yet commanding and strong presence. So we got Bones, who's like a little bit in between, where he's like the older, world-weary man, brimming with sarcasm. He's like that necessary bridge, which is fitting considering life walks all over him anyway.
Nice. So yeah, like how angry Kirk gets here, because he cares about someone in his crew dying, which is a very important trait to have as a captain, I would say.
I'd say so.
He gets quite agitated of McCoy being like, oh, love, meh, meh, meh. It's like, dude, the fucking corpse is right there. You better figure this shit out.
I'm gonna fuck the corpse.
No, oh, god damn it. Anyway, Enterprise gets a message from some planet that they have some supplies the planet really needs, and Kirk says that Uhura should tell Jose that he handpicked the Mexican red chilies himself, but he won't die without them for a couple of more days. It's like, okay.
Chill, yeah. Also, like, during this scene, like, I think he's doing a report about the dead crew member, and his words are, one crewman, member of the landing party, dead by violence.
Dead by violence, yeah, that's true. I was like, oh god, okay.
Yeah, that's descriptive. just dead by violence. It was like, oh, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, what kind of violence? Violence. He died because of violence. Okay.
Yeah. Then go ahead.
Oh, it was, when Uhura is like, contacting Starfleet and stuff, and she says space. So she refers to the person on the other end as Space Commander Dominga, and I'm just like, Space Commander ain't no rank or position I've ever heard of. I think you're being pranked.
You better hang up, lady. You're being scam called right there.
Yeah.
But yeah, the dispensary calls. They found something, but they rather don't say it through the speakers. And then McCoy tells tells the others Darnell's body seems to be missing all of his bodily salts, and McCoy can't really explain it. Kirk points out that he has been calling it the skin mottling. Like, isn't that the thing? He says he thought it was, but there was another error on his part. It's like,
And it sounds like you're saying another arrow on his part.
error.
Which is funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just written down, refreshing to see that a character admits an error. It's, yeah, good stuff. And then Kirk says, well, I'm not counting the errors, it's fine. And it's like, well, you're in the mood for an apology. But he wants to apologize for yelling at him earlier, but McCoy says, nah, it's fine. I was distracted and should have been focusing on the job. So yeah, they're on the same boat.
Yeah.
And then they both figure out, wait, didn't they ask for salt tablets? That's suspicious. So they prepare a landing party to get back down and talk to the meanie crater guy.
Who calls them tris-pissers.
Trespassers? Ew.
Like, he's trying to say trespassers, but he says tris-pissers.
Trespassers. You trespassers. Oh yeah, we have 2 new Randys here. I'm sure nothing's gonna happen to them.
They'll be fine.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm surprised there's no red shirts so far. Like, that's normally what you're expecting.
Yeah.
With, like, the Randy deaths in TOS, because that's the security division. But nope, it's been yellow and blue this week.
Yeah. So yeah, they ask Crater a question about the salt tablets. And also beam up a sample of the Borgia plant to see if it's in fact being a bad plant or not. And then Crater tells him they're trespassers, as you just said, so on this planet, and they can't do that to him. Kirk just says that in fact he can, as it's his duty to make sure people on planets like this are safe. And as of now, this is just a whole mystery, and he doesn't like mysteries, so he even has to tell them to take them on board in order to make sure they are safe.
Yeah, mysteries. They give him a bellyache, and he's got a beauty right now.
Yeah. Kirk's taking no shit from that man. It's great. And yeah, Carter even makes a mockery of McCoy. It's like, oh, can't your cool scientist not figure out what the problem is already?
No.
So yeah. They then want to make sure there's accommodations for Crater and his wife. But while they're doing that, he quote-unquote runs off, as McCoy calls it. I would more call it he walks off, because he just goes like, okay, I'm going to leave now. Goodbye.
Shuffles.
But in the next scene, it seems like he made a pretty big distance between themselves, which just doesn't check out. They run after him while he just walks off, and yeah, they take a while to
Got
get
those
there.
Jason teleport powers.
Oh, that's helpful. He
Yeah.
slowly floomps away. Yeah, that's what he did. That's pretty much what he did. So yeah, then we see the 2 crewmates that came with them are dead. Well, that was
before we get to that, did we get to the line "Stop thinking with your glands"?
I don't know. I have not written it down, but he probably did say that. Yeah.
That was a funny. I liked that one. Stop thinking with your glands, McCoy.
Yeah, it's somewhere in there. I don't remember where exactly, but yeah, it's a funny one.
Yeah.
So yeah, then we see that Mrs. Crater did the killings. Like, what? What is going on? And we see that Mr. Crater is just running around trying to lure her away with the salt tablets. Like, ooh, she's got the horn for the tablets. Interesting. But the other 2 are hot on his heels, and he hides. I don't know. He just walks behind a pillar and disappears until they go. I don't know. So they find one of the crewmen being dead, and now the other one is seemingly still getting the salt sucked. So they start calling for him, and Nancy turns into the crewman. It's like, what? Shapeshifter? What the fuck? And they prepare to beam up on board with the others, and now she is getting beamed up there as well. Damn.
She's beaming.
But before they do that, McCoy plaids with Kirk. It's like, you can't leave Nancy behind, tells him to get his shit together, and could really use some of Spock's thinking right now, and reminds him that with the ship's technology, could locate a match if they wanted to on this planet. And yeah, now we're back on board. I don't know if you have anything else to add there. I mean, there's just a lot of stuff happening now until we get to the end of the episode, I feel like.
Yeah, like I think I located where the stop thing with your glands line is. I think it was just as they were arguing down on the planet.
Oh,
I was
okay.
wondering why that was with my notes there. And I think there's I've got notes coming up, but nothing more for that part past, so we can continue on.
Yeah. Let's see. There's not a lot of notes because there's just a lot of walking around from the fake Nancy thing.
Yeah, I was reaching for notes with this one, to tell you the truth, but I got some funny ones. Let's not worry about that.
Yeah, so so now they're back on board and we see the fake green just going around the ship and just being a creep. The fake green going to the ship, being a creep to the one lady, which I think is, I don't know, Zula's girlfriend, wife, some of the two, because it seems like they hang out a whole bunch in this episode. And they're
I'm not entirely sure, but I know that's a lady called Janice Rand, who will be a recurring character on this show and will actually appear in other shows, I think, as well, and in movies. And she's like part of the main cast, but not really, kind of thing, where she's not really known, but she's clearly there. So like she didn't penetrate that cultural zeitgeist, but she's clearly around a lot.
Okay. So the fake green creature is creeping around looking for salt, and she's
just on the latest chat.
5 hours stream, Metal Your Wife and Kids. Come back home.
I miss you. Come home, please.
I am home. I'm all alone. It's fine. So yeah, he's just creeping around. Spock notes that he can only find Mr. Crater on the planet, and Kirk tells him to widen the radius of the search. And next we go to Zulu's place, and he has like a really weird flower that very much just looks like a glove with pink stuff on it.
How are you pronouncing Sulu's name?
Zulu?
Okay, for some reason my ear just heard Zulu.
I might have said
Zulu
like, just now.
Okay, because I was just like, should I let him do it and have it be funny, or should I point it out now? I decided I'm going to just check, because otherwise that's all I'm going to be thinking about.
Shaka Zulu.
Yeah.
Sulu. Now I forgot which one was the right one because I said it so many times now.
Sulu, the soft S sound.
Gotcha.
Going to Sulu's plant dungeon, like fucking Little Shop of Horrors shit.
Pretty much. It looks wild in there. A menagerie, if you will, of plants.
Whoa!
So yeah, they're just chilling there. He's having some food, and then Green just makes his way in here. And
also we got the standard issue Starfleet squirt bottles.
Oh, hot.
Did you notice those?
No, not really.
They'll show up in the wide shot. I think they're just on the table with the food. I think.
Hang on, let me. Oh yeah, there they are.
Yeah,
there's more in the background. There's like 5 of them in here.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess he needs them for the plants, I guess.
I think it's possible they're for the plants. It could also be, did they come with it? No, they didn't come with this food. So I guess they're for the plants. But you see, like, squirt bottles are everywhere in TOS, and it's kind of funny. And so what the hell's going on with the squirt bottles? Well, see, in the 1960s, squirt bottles weren't the hip thing they were now. They were new. They were advanced. They were, dare I say, quite rare. And actually, relatively high tech during the 1960s. They were new technology. They were not seen everywhere. So the choice to use them here was probably to give it an extra futury flair because squirt bottles weren't seen everywhere. And I think it was actually relatively expensive to get them for this show because they weren't there. And the funny part is now it's like, why the heck fucking squirt bottles in the thingy?
Interesting. Yeah, it's fun. It's funny to think about.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's in here now. He's just creeping on the food. He just stands there, doesn't talk. She's like, "Are you drunk? Are you fine?" I think she calls it space happy at some point, which I found funny.
Yeah, this is our first reference to Saurian brandy, which will come up at various points.
And then he's just kind of standing there, and then the flower reacts to him, and it goes like, "Ree!" And that scares the creature, and it runs away. So yeah, that happened. Then
Before the Rancor, Star Trek had an emotionally complex flower.
Yeah. So, and now Fake Green is running outside, sees Uhura, and he turns into someone she was thinking of or was imagining, and even speaks Swahili, which is interesting to think about, like as a power level wise. So the creature can also mimic all these things and memories and stuff.
Suck it out of the brain.
Well, she would like to suck something, from what I can tell. But yeah, they're just kind of talking in Swahili. And he's like, "Oh, I never seen you. Well, this is crazy." But then she gets getting paralyzed by his mind flames because that creature can also paralyze people. And she's almost getting drained, but then she gets called to the bridge, and also Sulu's door opens up, and he gets interrupted, so she can get away. I like that I've written Silas' room here. That's a good one.
Went in for the salt grope with Uhura.
Oh yeah, but it's not getting it.
Yeah.
But yeah, McCoy was told to go have a rest when they came back, but he hails the bridge asking for Nancy. And he's like, "No, I haven't found her yet. Also, you can't sleep? No. Well, take one of those red pills you gave me. I'll guarantee you'll sleep."
So a couple of things with that. So firstly, those bookshelf statues that McCoy has have they bother me. Okay.
Those faces?
They do something to me. They are. Why would you put those over your bed? Why is that the first thing you want to look at when you wake up in the morning?
You know what annoys me even more? The way the books are lined up there.
Oh, why aren't they spine first?
What's so fucking weird?
Why? Why?
I've never seen that before. That's so fucking weird.
Yeah.
Ow.
But then there's a bigger mystery. Like, let's progress a bit further and ask the question that's actually, like, what the fuck is Kirk eating? Oh, that thing. I don't know what that thing is. God damn.
It looks like a perfume bottle, maybe.
Wow. Well, we know where the doctor's been preparing for.
Yeah,
Cube.
Where's the...
So, like we see him eating in the monitor, and then we see him eating, like, in the next scene on the bridge.
Yeah,
and
I'm trying to get to the scene. Because I think it was some weird green stuff.
Defo's something. Hey, Kirk, you look stoned.
Oh no, this one is actually blue. But when we get to the bridge, it's green. Actually, it has different colors. It always looks like gummy bears or something.
Yeah, let's look at the bowl on the bridge.
Yeah.
If that's or is that later on? Actually, yeah. No, that's Okay, actually, there's one thing in between that and the other and the bridge crew.
Okay.
Yeah, because I want to point out a crew member that is being stalked and ask a question about him. I think there's a very valid question to be asked, like, about this upcoming crew member who's being stalked. And I think it's gonna be the question of the age, which is
there it is.
Oh, did we skip over it? Okay, well we can look at Kirk's food first.
Yeah.
It's like what he's got a bowl of color. He's just eating color.
Are those the wait? It's like an American candy, like the blocky ones with different colors. Is it Lifesavers I'm thinking of?
Something like, but then he
No,
bites into it,
Lifesavers
looks
are
like
just the mint. No, those are the white circly ones. No, not Jolly Ranchers.
like has a crunchy interior though.
Starburst? Was it Starburst? Let's see. Yeah, Starburst is getting closer. Gummy rectangles, yeah. Was it a different Starburst? It might be Starbursts.
Maybe,
But they don't have the
I
right
think when he
color,
bites into it,
I think.
it like has a crunchy interior. So I've got no clue.
But yeah.
Yeah. Also, there was a guy directly. I think there's directly just literally direct. There's a shot. There's a scene just in between the bones and where he's stalking a guy. And I just want to comment on the guy being stalked.
Oh wait, you mean this weird fucker?
Yeah. Like, what the fuck is he wearing? What is that?
It looks like a Kevlar vest in the middle, then some of these gloves you use when you reach into a cow's asshole.
Yeah. It's because like
and a bee
on their own.
and a bee protection helmet.
They look at like it's like he fused 3 different outfits together and decided that's what future is.
What percentage of that suit is asbestos?
That is a good question.
That is a good question. Yeah.
That's the main thing. I was so blown away when I saw this man. It's just like, what is this? What? You deserve to have your salt sucked.
Oh, there's numbers on it: 1420 and 5147. Whatever that means.
Yeah, and does he have bare arms somewhere? That means it's not even properly protected. Like there's that little
Yeah, there.
patch of skin right there. Yeah.
It's a t-shirt. Yeah.
420.
420 indeed. Nice.
Nice.
Oh boy. Yeah. Funny lad, that one.
Yeah.
Anyway. God, where was I? He was Nancy.
So Kirk on the bridge.
He's
Yeah.
eating stuff. And they decide to do something. For some reason, I forgot to write anything down there. My next note is Nancy makes her way to McCoy, which is after this. So I don't actually remember what they talk about.
Your guess is as good as mine, because my next note is also Nancy attempts the salt suck on Bones.
Okay, must have been very important then what they said. So yeah. Nancy made her way to McCoy and tried to make him rest so she can get that salty suck.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, hey, the captain didn't even tell me is the thing. And then it's like, oh, he wanted me to use these medicines. And she's like, yeah, you totally should. Yeah, do that. And then Zulu and his girlfriend, or whatever she is, find the body with the red marks, which is the guy with the shitty protection suit.
I put in my notes, this wasn't a murder. It was an execution for crimes against...
Oh, no. Zulu. So yeah. McCoy is getting called to the bridge. And Nancy has now turned to McCoy while he is asleep, high on meds. So yeah. Oh yeah, Spock and Spock and Kirk decided to go back down to the planet to get McCoy. That's what they were talking about.
Yes.
So yeah, she turned into McCoy, goes to the bridge. The other two go down, getting Crater or trying to, but he doesn't want them here. He's armed and everything, and he's apparently not aware that whatever Nancy now is now on the ship. And he's armed and is yelling at Spock and Kirk.
Oh yeah, I have a thing there. Also, I'm so disappointed with myself. I didn't read out this thing from before, which
Oh.
is she's hovering over Sleepy Bones, as I call him. And I have in my notes. He says she wants his salty surprise. Bad.
Oh, damn, that's good. That's a good one.
And I just like this shot here because it's like he's just creeping in the distance, just like, hey,
Oh yeah.
Crater looking sus.
Look at this. There you go. That's the guy. He's like, "I don't want you here. You're trespassing. Get off my lawn." Anyway.
And then we have the
Well,
first red alert.
Yeah, because Kurtz gets hailed. Tell him it's like, "Hey, there's a casualty on deck 9. He has the spooky flames on his face." And while this is happening, Spock finds Green's corpse. And he goes like, Spock cutting in with the comtism. He's like, "Hey, you wanna check that out, Kirk?" He's like, "Oh, that's not good." And Kirk tells the Enterprise that they have an intruder and they might look like Mr. Green over here. And he puts the ship on alert level 3. General quarters, alert level 3.
I'm glad they simplified that later. That's that naming scheme is more confusing than
because
anything
they
else.
bump it up to 4, and I don't even know what the fuck that means. I guess that's high.
Because I thought it was just because the saying quarter, like I thought crew quarters, but I was thinking like, oh, is it just in that section of the ship that's on alert? Like what
Yeah.
is happening? My next note is Spock crawl funny.
That was funny, yeah. Let's see here. Oh yeah, they tried to talk to Crater, but he is done talking. He shoots one of the pillars and scares them off. Kirk puts his phaser on stun. Spock is told to put it on 1/4, which I guess is
Whatever that
1/4
means.
power of the phaser. Yeah.
It only kills you a quarter.
Yeah. Now Fake McCoy is overhearing a conversation on the bridge, and he asks him, "Hey, fill me in. Maybe I can help." On the planet, they overwhelm Crater, asked him where the wife is, and he tells them that the creature is the last of its kind, just trying to survive, which is it's right. And there is no salt on this planet anymore, which they needed to survive. And yeah, there you go. Also, yeah, there's the Spock crawl funny. It goes like boop, boop, boop,
Yeah.
boop. He just goes backwards like bloop, bloop.
It's the best. And then we have the best phaser hit of all time with the best sound effect of all time.
Oh yeah, goes like
Yes.
It's such a delayed reaction as well.
Yep.
Let me play it with audio.
Yeah.
Pew! It's like a ricochet. And then he just slumps down, goes like, "Oh."
Okay. I need a nap. I do like the moral dilemma though there of like you have this thing rampaging around and you need to stop it and it's going to suck your crew dry of their salty fluids and all that. But at the same time, you also have the whole dilemma of this is like the last of its kind. So like, what do we do? What do we do here? So there's like that moral debate to be had about it. Though there's something here that I'm not so sure about, which is it says it's the last of its kind. And then Spock and Kirk get confused and the dude has to like explain the concept of extinction to fucking
Yeah, that was
Spock and
weird.
Kirk for some reason.
With the buffaloes and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was weird. But yeah, he also tells them that his wife has actually been killed by this thing 1 or maybe even 2 years ago. And Kirk, captain that he is, immediately tells the ship, well, there is an intruder. It might look like Mr. Green. Actually, it can look like anyone, including me, Spock, and Mr. Crater. And then,
Do they not like have a large reserve of salt on board?
I mean, they should have, right?
Yeah, like you'd think spring a trap or, well, actually, like in the next scene, like the salt vampire in disguise even says, "Hey, you could just give it like a lot of salt, right? Like it's reasonable." And it's just, and I'm just like, yeah, could just give it a lot of salt.
Yeah, maybe they
got-
should have done that. That would have been smart.
Yeah, just like it doesn't seem to want to suck people. It seems to just be doing it as a survival thing.
Just want the salt, the sweet salt.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're back on the ship now. They all have a meeting, including Mr. Crater and the fake McCoy. And Mr. Crater refuses to help because he wants the thing to survive because it's the last of its kind. That pisses off Kirk because it's like, this is killing my people. You fucking help me. So he's like, well, maybe you want to use the truth serum, which is okay. They have that. You legit introduced truth serum in your first episode of the show. That is a bad move.
Yeah,
That is a very bad move.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. Or that's gonna have to be a thing where it's like it's quote unquote truth serum, but it doesn't. It's like as effective as truth serum in real life, where it's like, well, you're more suggestible, but like
Yeah.
you can't have that be magic truth serum. You can't have that. No.
Yeah. But as the doctor's in charge of that thing, the fake McCoy has to do it. And it's like, oh yeah, I'll do it, fine. And then Spock is like, I'm gonna go with you. So they go to the sick bay, and we see that Mr. Crater got killed. He got soaked now as well. So Rip got soaked by the thing he tried to protect. And it yeeted Spock, but didn't soak him, because his explanation is that his blood cells are very different, as Vulcans do not originate from the seas,
the same
seas or the same oceans. So they're not as salty, if you will.
Yeah. Also, like, I think so. He he said his original wife was killed by the creature, and instead he wanted to kill it, but then he decided to fuck it.
Mm-hmm.
That's I find that to be an interesting choice.
Yeah, considering how it looks. Ugh.
Yeah. Oh, when we see it suck snout later, like maybe he's got maybe he saw potential.
Ah, yeah, maybe. So yeah, back in McCoy's room now is where the creature turns to the now awake actual McCoy. It's like, help me, he's trying to kill me, he's fucking crazy. Like, help me. And then Kirk comes in, weapon on hand, trying to convince McCoy. It's like, this is not Nancy, bruh. This is like a creature that's killed 5 people now. But he doesn't believe it, and they have a little scuffle, and then McCoy gets the gun, and Kirk gets paralyzed and almost soaked. But Spock arrives and is like, McCoy, what are you doing? He's getting killed. Shoot him. He's like, no, I don't want to shoot Nancy. And then Spock just starts battering the creature.
That looks like a woman, so Spock proves himself by beating the woman, logically.
Yeah. It's like, would your Nancy be able to withstand this? She just fucking beats her left and right. Just doesn't move. It's like,
And also, like, Vulcans are meant to have superior strength to humans, so why the fuck couldn't he just tear the pistol out of his hand and shoot him?
Yeah.
Shoot him himself. Like, I feel like that should be something he could do. That's
yo, fuck Nancy.
yo, fuck Nancy. Based.
So yeah, Spock keeps saying. Spock keeps telling, not Spock, keeps telling McCoy that Nancy wouldn't be able to send a battering, and then gets yeeted. And then the creature looks back at McCoy, and, well, if you haven't seen the thumbnail, this is how it actually looks.
It's got the suck snout there, which,
Don't want to get
maybe,
don't want to get soaked by that.
but maybe I think the Doctor was into it. I think,
Yeah.
I don't think he liked going down.
Kirk
I
face.
don't think he liked missionary. I think he was a 69 kind of guy.
A suck snout. Ew. Yeah. The creature looks back, turns into a Floompy monster, and then it's like, no, stop. Leave Kirk alone. Shoots him once.
We engage the Shatner scream.
Gets shot once. Then it turns back into Nancy once again, begging for help. And he just says, Lord forgive me. And he shoots her again.
Which is a weird line in the secular Star Trek future, but,
Yeah.
Also, what the fuck is the creature wearing in her true form? It's like a net.
It's like a net. Yeah, it's fucking weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at this. Oh, look at this flame. Might as well don't bother, right?
Yeah, it's like an attempt was made, but like, at what cost?
No. And yeah, that's basically GG. They make their way out of orbit, and Kirk was kind of thinking about the buffaloes for a little bit.
Yeah. I like
that's
that
it.
because it's it's like because there's so many pieces of media that would like present this dilemma and then just we would forget about it by the time the bad guy's defeated. While this is like, well, I really don't like the fact that we just wiped out an entire, basically just death nailed the species.
Yeah.
But like that was like we were presented with a no-win scenario there.
Yeah.
It's like. Gotta look out for the well-being of the crew in that situation.
And there you go. That's all the pilots. And I think the one they aired first is actually the weakest of the bunch. Might even be by far. It's just very action heavy, I feel like.
Yeah, it's just
You don't get as much character stuff. There's like some nice tidbits here. I like the dilemma as well, but the other two episodes are just much stronger overall.
Yeah, like they said, we don't want to put out the actual pilot that we've shot first because it has quote unquote too much exposition.
Mm-hmm.
That's the reason they didn't do the Gary Mitchell one first, because it had too much exposition.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I just shocked you into silence.
No, I was just drinking something.
Well, that's the same thing.
That is the
in
same
some
thing.
timeline.
Oh, man. But yeah, there you go. They should have, I don't know. I guess it worked for them, obviously, because Star Trek is still around.
Yeah. Gained enough interest to keep it going. And then, Star Trek TOS went on for 3 seasons, got cancelled. Then they revived with an animated series, which got cancelled. Then they did a bunch of movies. Then we got TNG. It was like, it just never dies. It never dies. Like, there's just something that keeps it coming back.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, another long forge, 5.5 hours. You may shower with money now, chat. That's how this works, right? You just say that happens.
Yeah, like honestly, I was actually going to say, like, I think Metal's dying, Chad. I think you should actually shower him with money. He's earned it.
I'm actually pretty tired. 3:30, goddamn.
Yeah, like, I'm thinking next time we do one of these, I'm going to limit it to 2 episodes and see how we do with that. Because, like, the longer pilot did throw us to a bit of a loop as far as length goes. So it's like, I don't know if the length of this forge would be representative if we did 3 normal sized episodes, but I think because of how deeply it cut in, I think I'll try 2 episodes next time, see how we do, and then we can scale it accordingly.
Now talk about Justice League New Frontier.
How about you suck my fucking cock?
Nice. Wait, what?
Yeah.
Let's see here. I think there was 1 or 2 super chatteroonies. Let's see. Practical effects can be cringe. Also, hi Rags. I'm sure Rags would say hello back. I'll blow meme after I blow metal. Wake up, metal
Is that
man.
a threat or a promise?
We got games to play. I'm not playing shit, bro. I'm playing the Sleeping Heimers game.
Yeah, like I was gonna stream after this, but it's gone so long. It's like, oh, I got shit to do today.
Yeah. This is the longest forge once again. Good stuff.
Yeah,
but there you
as
go.
Jay said, normally your things go an hour, but no.
Yeah, weirdly we kind of like went to like an hour per episode. And it's not even by design. Like it's just happens every time. It's weird. So yeah,
You should invite me on as a guest for I'll make your Jay and Metal Star Trek stream 10 times longer.
Oh no. Because we cover like 3 to 4 episodes every time. So there you go. That's gonna.
Oh god, that would be 12 hours then.
It's going out of hand. Long Forge bad. Oh man. Yeah. EFAB tomorrow. Oh yeah, I actually haven't said if I'm gonna be joining him. I don't know. Maybe.
What are they covering?
I think it's just talking about phase 4 or 5. I forgot. I would need to check.
Okay.
I would need to check. Let's see how I feel if I want to do a fab tomorrow. I mean, I am home, so I don't know why not. But I'm just gonna go have a long, nice sleep, and then I'll see what happens tomorrow. Because I might do something with those She-Hulk notes, as I said before.
Oh no, the cringe people have found my She-Hulk tweet. Time to mute.
Haha.
Don't need those in my notifications.
But yeah. Thank you everyone for joining us. It's been quite fun and quite long, which is good. But yeah. Meme, it's been a pleasure as always. Thanks for hanging out and doing the things.
Not a problem.
And yeah.
I like Trek and Origin Trek.
And
Bigot
next,
repository. Where did that come from? Oh right, my anti-plastic agenda.
but yeah. Okay. Next week is already planned as well. Next week I'm gonna be joined by Jay again, and we gonna talk about The Incredibles. So that should be fun. Because that movie is quite good, as far as I remember. So yeah, that should be a fun and abundant episode as well. So yeah, thanks everyone. I'll catch you all around. Goodbye.
Bye.
Don't touch your tables inappropriately.